Hello, jackasses. How are all of you?
How many units of HGH do I take at a time?
So if your primary goal is fat loss, you don't want to take more than 2 IUs at a time. That's basically the max efficacious dose when it comes to fat loss. Everything beyond 2 IUs is kind of a waste. So if you wanted to maximize fat loss, you would take 2 IUs multiple times in the day. But if your main goal was to increase IGF-1 and build as much muscle as possible, you would basically take as much as you can afford to take. Sadly, with growth hormone, the more that you take, the better it works when it comes to putting on size. A lot of the mutants that you see nowadays in the IFBB, it's not uncommon to see them running 12, 15, 18 IUs a day. That being said, fat loss is also important for them, so a lot of them will take it in small doses throughout the entire day.
All good. Get them all seasoned.
How am I?
Tuesday,
I'm doing good.
Sounds
Had a good
good.
workout. Oh, did a bunch of cardio. Now I got some tofu and broccoli.
Let's see who said that.
Who said what?
Kipra said, "Hi everyone, I love vegan BLTs. What's everyone's favorite B sub? Mine is the Upton's seitan bacon." I think I did see that.
Oh, I don't think I've had that in a long
Thrilling
time.
bacon is like one of the best out.
Musk and Tesla have just lost a major court case and have to pay millions. That's the up today's video. And these are the headlines. Tesla must pay portion of $329 million in damages after fatal autopilot crash. It's coming from the jury
It's
here.
bound to happen.
And this is on August 1st, 2025. We've been following this story for quite a while. It took about 6 years to come up with the verdict here. And this is from Florida. A jury in Florida determined that Tesla should be held partly liable for a fatal
Open access beta. Battlefield 6. Don't you have to pre-order the game? If you have to pre-order, I'm just not going to bother.
2019 autopilot crash. The company must pay a portion of $329 million in damages to victims and a survivor, including compensatory and punitive damages. Tesla had argued that the driver's behavior was to blame for the fatal crash, while the plaintiffs claimed Tesla's autopilot technology was flawed and deceptively marketed. So you have multiple issues going on, and this would be the same for any court case like this. Who's to blame?
This will probably open the door for more of these fucking lawsuits too.
What percentage of blame can be assigned, and then also you have the does Tesla's technology work, and are they falsely advertising? Basically, what it boils down to. As you guys know, this is an important case because Elon's going to try to get more of his robot cars on the road, and this is just one court case where they have to pay millions. Just imagine if they get a bunch of these cars out there, and it hurts even more people, and could threaten people's lives, right? As you guys see in this case, and I want to be real sensitive about this.
What's your least favorite Hitman level from the new trilogy? I don't know. I can't remember all the levels.
Someone did die, so just do be aware. We are talking about real people's lives, and I know sometimes the Tesla fanboys and fangirls act like that. No one ever gets hurt, but I mean, this is a real court case, and
my mood, mental health's been good since taking Pathway. It's literally only the 4th day, so I haven't even taken a full weekly dose yet. But feel good. Feel like I have a bit more energy and shit.
Near you a new hole.
Okay, let's look at this Wes Watson thing.
Since we had that red one, he's just like put my VIN on that red one.
Dude, oh my god. If he's swapping VINs on top of this other shit, he might get put away for a while.
That now car scheming, high heel wearing, insecure piece of shit. We all know by now he can't be selling so many courses anymore. And that high lifestyle that he loves living, like a bougie bitch, well, you can't keep that shit up forever without new money coming in, especially with all these legal battles that he has going on. I mean, look, you got the IRS, Uncle Sam coming after his ass for back taxes for millions that he hasn't paid, right? His ex-wife, that they're going through divorce, the one that he asked to peg him all the time, right? She divorced his ass, probably. A big part of it is because of that sick shit, right? Well, she's coming
Why in the hell would this dumbass get married?
after his ass for millions. The 7-foot monster is coming after his ass for millions. And then you get in the end, you got all the lawyers you gotta pay to come suck up all the rest of the shit he has. So he can't keep up this lifestyle forever, like I said, without new money coming in. I mean, look, you gotta start downsizing. He moved to a house, he's renting a house in a cheaper part of town for less money. He starts selling off all his cars, those Rolls Royces and all the other bullshit that he had. But there's one thing that this asshole doesn't want to get rid of, that he's paying $65,000 a month for. And that's that orange Bugatti that he goes riding around town the same block over and over to show himself off, posts it on Instagram all day and night on social media. That's his clout for fame. He never wants to get rid of that, right? But there's something fishy that I found going on, because there's a red Bugatti in Miami, right? With the same VIN number that's on his orange piece of shit. And you can't have two cars with the same exact VIN number unless something's going on. And is there something going on? There is. And I'm going to show it to you.
Is this a stolen car?
What's up, guys? Out here in Miami with Wes Watson. I'm just curious, how much does a car like this go for?
I mean, bro, this is a Bugatti Pure Sport. There is only 60 of these in the world. So I'm one of 60 that own a car like this on the planet.
All right, so let's take a look here. You guys see this red Bugatti? It's in Miami, 5,300 miles, right? Well, if you guys take a look here, all right, let me show you some more pictures. I still don't know why people like these pieces of shit. They didn't even offer them in stick, right? Well, look here, okay? At that VIN number, you see how it ends in 5050, right? Well, let me show you something. You see this right here, this Carfax? This is Wes's Bugatti, also 2023 Bugatti. VIN number ends in 5050. But notice something. When you're looking here, right, look at the color. Orange, because that's Wes's orange piece of shit, right? It's not red like that ad shows, right? And then also look, it's registered with that VIN number, shows orange, to this asshole. So when you're looking at it, right, you're like, how could there be two Bugattis, right, with the same VIN number but different colors, right? And look, there's another picture I found. Let me show you. If you scroll down over here, right, of the trunk, there's one thing left orange. You know what it is? It's the brochure for the Louis Vuitton handbag purse this asshole wears around town all over. I mean, why would they leave that in the trunk? What, they want the next owner to walk around like an asshole like Wes? I mean, what's next? They're going to leave a dildo in there so the owner's going to want to get pegged like him? It's not going to help you sell this car, you assholes. So now, you know, seeing all this, I had to figure
He literally walks around with a purse. Like, what the fuck?
out what's going on. You can't have two cars in different colors with the same VIN number. So I knew Wes is up to something. So you know what I did? I called the dealer last night and I pretended that I want to buy it from my father, and I want to know what the hell's going on with this VIN number and photos. And this is what he had to say.
The owner of this orange Bugatti is a very, very private person. He doesn't like his business out there like that. So what he told us to do is just, you know, since we had that red one, he's just like put my VIN on that red one, and if someone calls, I'll offer them my orange one. But he doesn't want us actively, listing his color. So he rather just see if anyone would be interested in his color. If
What in the fuck is going on here? There's no way a car dealership would ever fucking do this. So there has to be some, like, this has to be like some gang-affiliated dealership or something. There's no way they'd do this if this was a legit dealership.
anyone called for a Bugatti in general, and just to like send them a picture or video of the car so they can check it out. But on the internet, he rather not have his specific color listed, because then you get linked back to him, because there's only like 3 or 4 people in the whole world with that color of that car. So, you know, it's very easy to do the math.
So how sad is that? This guy is so insecure, right? Trying his best that he can to hide it from the internet because he's so scared about what people are going to think of him, that he had his poor dealer Photoshop the shit out of it so nobody would know. He's so insecure, right? If you look at his Instagram, almost every day, he has multiple posts sometimes, right? All showing that he has his Bugatti still. Even in this post right here, he's putting videos, recycling old things. Look at this post. He has his Bugatti keys in the picture, and he even tags them with hashtags. That's how insecure he is. He doesn't want anyone to know that he doesn't have it no more. So to me, it's not the fact that he's selling a Bugatti. I mean, look, we all sell cars. Nobody gives a shit, right? But the fact that he's going to all these lengths to try...
Yeah, he's clearly missing that car. I don't know why he's even trying at this point. Like, it's not like we don't know.
Try to hide it from the public, showing how insecure the man really is. I mean, the poor dealer, look what he did to them. Making them Photoshop his car and go along with his bullshit stories, right? Because he's so scared of people finding out. Remember, he's done the same thing with his divorce. They've been trying to settle out of court for years because he's so concerned with the public seeing what he has or what he doesn't have. He doesn't want anybody knowing, right? And then you're going to see the same thing's going to happen in the court case with the 7-foot monster. He doesn't want it to be public because, again, it stems all from his insecurity and his whole business model. His whole business model revolves around his stupid material lifestyle. And if that goes away, what business does he have left? So Wes, instead of trying to sell a car like a normal person, right? No. You had to lie, like, you know, it's your favorite thing to do in life.
Mark the day. On the 7th of July 1977, 777,777 aliens will come down to Earth 77 looking for 7 humans to mate with 7 times in 7 positions. This is foretold by the 77,777,777,777,777. Okay. You understand?
I'll believe it when I see it. Hopefully the aliens are kind of hot. Thanks for the donation. Hold my hand, cunt.
Scheme, get others involved with your bullshit, right? All of it to try to cover up your insecurity. And in the end, what does it make you look like? Even a bigger asshole.
To say, yes, I'm the individual who deserves this type of lifestyle. And we're talking money-wise, this one was actually 5.5 million. This was 5.5 million, and most of them right now are going for 6 million. But the whole point is everybody is so foolish when they say, I wouldn't spend money on that, I wouldn't do this, I wouldn't do that. I look at the individual and I say, bro, Do you understand why I'm where I am and you are where you are? Because you wouldn't do what I would do. You do what you do and you're there. I do what I do and I'm here.
You know, it's funny. He could have cut back a bit, like, rather than getting one of these stupid Bugattis that he's, like, leasing or whatever the fuck is going on. He could have just done the same thing with, like, cheaper kind of cars, like gotten a Lamborghini Huracan or something, and, like, you know, these are dumb kids on the internet. Like, they don't know. You don't need a Bugatti to impress them. You can just go around with a Lambo, and then he could have, like, just saved more money for stuff. But yeah, like, Wes is a fucking idiot.
I really believe in abundance. You write quotes about it on your Instagram. I really believe there's endless money, so I spend it like there is, and I don't give a if I get it back.
Guys, thanks for watching.
Yeah, well, that's why he is where he is. Let's see. Mutahar's military claims.
That's the face that says I should have picked engineering in college.
For those of you unaware of current drama, it turns out Mutahar of Some Ordinary Gamers is a man who likes to tell stories about himself. Now that in itself isn't a problem. I personally love to share stories about what I've been up to. But he has this habit of talking about the same thing multiple times in ways that give very different impressions. Just as a quick example before we get into today's topic, one of the main ones people have picked up on is how he talks about his education. In a 2019 stream, he was asked about his academic background.
Education background, asking because a lot of CS knowledge. Yeah, well, I did computer engineering when I went to college. That's what I did. And then I switched my career to post-production film editing because it was just far more interesting and lucrative. I guess if that adds. Anyways, though, I'm going to end the stream for tonight.
I would suggest that if you're asked about your educational background and you say you went to college for computer engineering, you are telling that person you got a qualification. In this case,
How much money to play Roblox once for 20 minutes? How about $1 billion? 1 billion.
because it was a live stream, he was telling the world that. But of course elsewhere you can find him saying he never got his degree.
You should totally ignore college. I don't use my degree and I haven't used it for like 6 years.
I didn't even get my degree, dude. That's the best part.
Yeah, nah, fuck college.
I remember the best part about high school was my 12th grade English teacher said that I would amount to a failure.
He's a guy who said what seems to be the truth in some places, if apparently inebriated enough, but is happy to paint a different picture when he's more on the ball. Oh, but technically he did go to college for it, for 1 semester. Alright. Try pulling that with the people in your life and enjoy your reputation as a weird lying freak. And another area of his life he seems to have done this in, but I haven't seen anyone picking up on, is his past interest in the military. In 2023, Mutahar was asked about his ability to speak French, and he said this.
I can speak it, like if you put a gun to my fucking head. Actually, no, I know enough, like, I could get by speaking French, because there was a period of my life where I was joining the Royal Air Force here, like the Canadian Air Force here.
Oh my god. Of all things to fucking lie about in such a weird, awkward way. I can, like, speak French if you put a gun to my head. I can get by. I was learning it in the Air Force. What the This guy is a pathetic loser. Holy shit.
And if you join a government, like, military position, you have to know both languages, kind of, so.
Turns out that Mutahar, the engineer and globe-trotting film producer, was also joining the Royal.
By the way, I'm not even sure if that's true. Why would anybody, like, and everyone in the Air Force need to be bilingual? I don't think that is remotely fucking true. maybe if you need it, like maybe for to become a pilot, that might be the case, but because you need to be an officer, and I don't know if there's like some weird thing there, but this guy is just a lying cocksucker. Holy shit. I'm surprised nobody picked up on this earlier. Vegan stains, vagina gains, donate tellers. Let's relive this classic. Crazy how different you look now.
Oh, it's vegan gains. Where do you get your protein?
Yes, I am much larger. Thanks for the donation, vegan stains, vagina gains.
Air Force.
Military was like, this is like way back in the day. Like this was like before high school. And
what? He does clarify.
This never happened.
Fair enough. I'll believe him on that.
But like the only reason I looked at the Air Force is like I couldn't afford university, and I wasn't going to go through a loan, so I was like,
oh, when he said he was joining the Royal Air Force, he meant he was fantasizing about doing that as a way to pay for a degree. Because at the time, before high school, he couldn't afford university and didn't want to take a loan. But didn't happen, never tried to do that, whatever. It was just a...
This guy is claiming he learned how to speak French because when he was in the 8th grade, he was planning on what university he was going to go to after high school and was thinking about how to pay for it, and he figured he'd learn French because he thought that was required in the Air Force and that would pay for his college or university degree. Like this is this guy is literally like the Indian version of Jason Blaha. Yeah. This is Indian Blaha. Like, this is the stupidest fucking lie. Like, even Blaha hasn't said anything this fucking dumb. Like, I mean, Blaha's lies are fucking dumb as shit. Like, when he was... what was one of the ones? When he was, like, a fat, obese, like, 14-year-old, the government recruited him to, commit extrajudicial killings in South America, something like that. Like, this is pretty much on par. Mutahar's stupid. Like, he's a genuinely stupid person.
You're gonna love this VG.
Let me see.
In fact, sir, I wish...
British Channel 4 brings on Israeli woman, instantly regrets it. Alright, we'll watch that. We'll watch that next. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Pre-high school fantasy. That on its own, I guess, is whatever, but there's something a bit weird here going on. A couple years earlier, talking to Dr. K of Healthy Gamer GG, he'd told a similar story. This time, though, it wasn't the Royal Canadian Air Force, but the Army. He says it was after high school, and he says he did actually apply.
After high school, it was just... I actually applied to the Army, but, you know, that didn't go anywhere. And eventually, I just worked. I went to university for computer science.
What does he mean that didn't go anywhere?
And that's it.
To be clear, in this interview, he does clarify that he was a dropout.
When I thought when I got into university for a while, and I dropped out like a semester in because I was like, okay, no, I'm not doing... Because University of Toronto, like the first semester that you went in, you paid this crazy amount.
There's a slightly question.
So he might be lying about his entire family, by the way. I don't know if he ever, at any point, tried to get some sort of coding degree or something involving computer science in university. That might just be an outright lie. He might have never dropped a course and he just went into that shitty film production course thing. But he's like complaining about how much money it cost. This is the same guy who's saying like both of his parents are medical doctors and his dad helped like create a fucking vaccine for like the Ebola virus or some shit. So, the idea that this guy's parents are medical doctors, and he claims at least his father is like some really high-level specialist award-winning doctor, but then he's complaining that he's spending too much money for a computer science degree. It's not adding up. Like, and he has Indian parents, clearly. Like, this guy isn't even mixed race. Like, he is Indian as it fucking gets. He's so Indian he pisses diarrhea. Like, you're not gonna fucking tell me that your Indian fucking parents, who are probably millionaires, given, you know, what he said about them, they're not going to pay for your fucking college tuition.
Hey dude, I had a good debate with a pro-meat professor recently if you want some debate content to react to. A lot of health stuff in there that you will know about too. Love you, big man.
Is your channel named Chris Bryant, PhD? Oh, I forgot your name. My bad. Pro-meat professor.
You're...
Okay, well... I can tell just by looking at this guy's face, he's a fucking retard. I mean... Let me, like, guess the sound of his voice. Meat good. I eat steak every day, and my health is good.
In Denver.
Oh, I was pretty close. I was pretty close, actually. That wasn't too bad. All right, well, thanks for the donation, Chris Bryant. Appreciate it. Kid Boo donated $2. Okay, that's fake. Stupid. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo.
Questionable thing here as well, though. He explains to Dr. K that the reason he dropped out was that school's very, very expensive, and at the same time he was getting more work on the side. So he had to choose, does he pursue that, or does he pursue school?
At this point, I started, getting more work on the side. I started building up a career, so I was like, wait a minute, do I choose to go through this university path, which will work for me, or to go out on the career path? That's when I realized, like, okay, I'm on that tightrope.
But at the time, his explanation was significantly different. He would frequently thank his YouTube viewers for enabling him to get off the path he was on, one he found depressing. Not because he was making the calculation he was presenting to Dr. K, but because it simply wasn't what he wanted to do.
What else did I have forward to look to in my life? Future of a menial job and whatnot, just becoming the standard 9-to-5 guy. No, at this point, you guys have made me change my entire career path. I am on my way to become what I want to be, a documentary filmmaker, all right? I'm on my way to become one of those, all right?
And he didn't simply leave education to pursue a career. He wasn't simply dropping education for work. He still needed a different education. He went to film school.
He's saying his dream is documentary film? Like, this is a fucking joke, dude. He's one of these people who took a photography course in college because he's a fucking underachieving moron and he learned absolutely nothing. Like, you can look at the quality of the guy's videos. He went to film school to learn how to actually produce film and edit, and it is the most garbage, slop, horseshit fucking content on the internet. He just uses some shitty fucking webcam set up on his desk. Things aren't usually even, composed well. And then he just screams and rambles about shit he knows nothing about, and it's just clickbait horseshit. Like, this guy is just, he makes shit up and he's a fucking loser.
Instead, which was his passion. I don't know, I think if I was talking to someone about this, I would have brought that up. A minor point, sure, but why did none of his stories ever stay the same? On that topic, Dr. K asked him what work he was doing in high school.
And so you said you were working in high school. What kind of work did you do in high school?
Just computer work early in. That's what I was doing. You know, your basic like part-time work, nothing, you know, substantial.
Yes, computer work, you know, just part-time, you know, computer with the keyboard and you move the mouse around. I was doing that in high school, just nothing serious, part-time, keyboard, mouse click, you know. Why didn't this guy call him out for being a fucking lying fraud right here? Like, he's just so obviously lying about everything.
I was also a student at the time, and in fact, a lot of my work really ended up being just like basic community service work, just to rack on the hours.
That all sounds fine, doesn't it? But he's told that story before.
It's amazing how people can go to school and learn nothing from it.
I would say that's roughly average. So yeah, a fuck ton of people go to school and don't learn shit. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
I was basically finishing up my, you know, high school diploma and everything. And at the time, you know, I worked a little computer programming job. I worked as a pen tester, you know what I mean? Like, I got into the whole thing early. I had a couple connections. It's a pretty important job, and I was good at it. I made a fair amount of money at it, and, you know, if I still did that job, shit, I'd be, you know, a lot more richer than I would be, you know, at any point in time.
So he made a much more convincing lie when he actually had time to think about it, but then when he made up the lie on the spot and didn't know what to say. Oh, computer.
But bottom line is, I used to work a job like that out, and that was one of the careers that I had.
I guess now that's just become a little part-time job and he mostly did community work. Back in the day though, he was using that experience to make claims like this to hundreds of thousands of people.
Guys, I'm a computer, like, I'm a cybersecurity expert. I've worked in the business, I know what I'm doing, alright? And this is why I always give a disclaimer. Be careful, alright? Let the professionals handle it. I'm a professional.
Dude, this is like if I were to call myself a doctor because I've put my thumb up girls' butts. Don't worry, guys, I'm a doctor. Like, I know how not to scratch their anus with my thumbnail, and I know all the right spots to swirl around so it feels good. I'm a doctor.
I got this.
A lot of people aren't bothered, they don't think it's weird. He was just a baby, he was merely a freshly 21-year-old toddler. He's surely grown out of it. Me, I think it's weird as fuck. And back to the topic of this video.
At this point, education means nothing anymore. This is why eugenics is our only hope.
Yeah. Eugenics would be good. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Video after that tangent. There's another thing I find weird as fuck. Apparently 5 years ago someone recorded one of his streams and re-uploaded it. The stuff you'll see on the desktop is whatever that guy was doing. In this broadcast, he talks about his plan to go into the military, but he starts the story in a way I find very, very strange.
Let me just give you this scenario, okay? Like, real quick. This is sort of my, if I was in engineering.
If he was in engineering? What the hell does that mean? Oh, maybe he was saying if I wasn't in engineering, I'd go into the military. No, this is about how he was going to get his engineering degree.
One of the things that I was actually doing one day was like, before college or anything, I actually thought about, you know, going into the military and shit. And when you go into the military, I was planning on going to the military to, like, study engineering.
But that didn't work out, he said to Dr. K. He said he didn't want to take a loan. So instead, was he just going to pay out of pocket for an engineering degree with his side gigs? What is happening here? I'm happy to be shown I'm just misunderstanding things, and I'm lacking information. In fact, I'd love to hear the story because it sounds like it must be incredible.
Advice $92, 227.30. Is Ethan going too far?
This is granted. Now, moderators, haters, snarkers are all in shambles right now because the order has come down straight from the judge, fresh from today.
666 USD for a 20-minute Roblox session. You got a deal.
Let's
go.
The subpoena was granted by the judge against Reddit or for Reddit and Discord, which means Reddit and Discord are being court ordered to turn over all relevant information pertaining to the named moderators, the named users that we identified. That includes IP addresses, that includes emails, that includes private messages, that includes, by the way, if they've bought Reddit Gold or anything like that, payment info, method, address, whatever they have, we get. And by the way, the best detail about this all, which should not be missed on people, is that Denham's and Casey Tron, they have the same lawyer, he agreed to this motion without dispute. This was a joint.
Yeah, good. All these people were involved in harassing him, getting the fucking CPS called. They deliberately have been going out of their way for months to commit copyright theft. Like, and they've literally openly admitted to blatantly doing this. So no, fuck these people. I don't know why you'd think he's going too far. Is this good advice?
I'm lonely.
Is this guy an actual gay priest? I can tell you right now, no advice that this guy is ever going to give is going to be sensible.
Do you remember the Brian Regan bit where he's talking about the whales?
Dude, isn't it like against Catholicism to be gay? Why is a gay, this has to just be... Bro, like, I mean, Grindr exists. Why the hell does anybody need to fucking be a priest anymore to get gay sex? What year does this guy think this is?
The whales are talking and the guy's up there, he sounds lonely. He's lonely. And the guy's like, no, you're lonely. Hi, my name's Father Mike Schmitz, and this is Ascension Presents.
He's gay. This is a gay dude.
A number of years ago, my oldest sister was talking with a man who's a good friend of both of ours. And this man really was sharing with my sister that he really desired basically this relationship that would not have been an illicit relationship, wouldn't have been a good relationship. And he said...
He's talking about his sister knowing about a gay relationship he's in.
In the midst of this, he told my sister, he said, I'm afraid of being lonely. And my sister is just so awesome, and she's just wise, and she's insightful, and she is not afraid to tell people the truth or what she thinks. And she says, listen, unless you become okay with being alone, no number of relationships, no kind of relationship will fill that void. You have to be.
That's sort of true. Or I should say there's a level of truth to that. I think the more important point is that people are unreliable, and if you're going to tie any kind of good mood state or happiness to somebody else, well, other people are unreliable. So they can fuck you over, they can lie, cheat, steal, they might move, they might travel, they might not be there, they might die. So if you're going to attach your happiness to a relationship you have with some person, then, you know, you're going to be at much higher risk and worse off than if you just learn self-love and learn to be happy alone. Well, thanks for the donation, though, advice. Adam donated $2. My girlfriend dragged me to this event. It was mostly just a lecture by an intersectionalist today. She's vegan and started getting into intersectionalism recently. Animal rights were barely mentioned during the lecture. Okay, Adam, well, here's a tip. Anytime they mention something like white colonialism, gender identity, critical race theory, you just shout, haha, gay, and then you'll be kicked out of there, and then you won't have to listen to that stupid fucking horseshit anymore. Thanks for the donation, Adam. Dodo donated $2. He is just like Gum Gum. Let me see. Oh. Oh my goodness. Well, no, Gum Gum would be the one waking me up, not the alarm clock, so he's a little bit different from Gum Gum. Wow. Oh my goodness. That's a beautiful moo cow.
No.
I love cows. What's this dipshit fishing? This guy seems like a cunt. Oh no. Dude, he's taking this way too seriously. He's gonna smash that TV or punch this guy in the face. Yeah, he's taking that way too seriously.
9, verse number 29. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala orders the Muslims to kill the Christians, Jews, and if they do not surrender, then they have to pay jizya. Jizya is basically protection money.
Yeah, and we're letting these people into our country. Like, Jesus Christ. They're literally admitting Muslims operate like the fucking mafia. Well, yeah, if you go to Costco in a neighborhood with a lot of Indians, you'll see a lot of Indians. Huge protest erupts in Seoul, South Korea against the Chinese for eating cats with a slogan, China stop eating cats. Dog eating still happens in South Korea. It hasn't been outlawed yet. This has to be an animal rights group. But yeah, they still eat dogs in South Korea. Well, thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Catholics can't give good advice to save themselves from hell.
Yeah, probably not. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Dodo donated $2. I hate that guy and he annoys me.
Initially, the Russians think they're going to do regime change in Tokyo. That's their plan. How they plan to get to Tokyo is a mystery. So they don't realize what they need.
I thought SJWS was supposed to be loving and tolerant. Why would they kick him out just for calling all those things gay?
Well, they have no sense of humor whatsoever. And you can use that to your advantage, so you don't have to listen to their bullshit. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Don't forget white veganism. I hear intersectionals talk about white veganism in the vegan/R community more than actual animal rights.
Yeah, it's a bunch of dumb women who've been fed communist propaganda through TikTok, just saying absolute retarded nonsense. Like, this is what ends up happening when you've got majority women in the animal rights movement. Like, we know women, you know, they're scatterbrained, fucking crazy people, and they don't really care about, you know, like, outcomes of anything. Like, they don't strategize to win anything. They just think about their feelings, and then, yeah, when they're fed this like communist propaganda on TikTok, they just end up saying all this bullshit, not doing anything for veganism. So, you know, it is what it is. Thanks for the donation, Grey Knight. You donate $2.29.35. This is where transgenderism came from, and you follow it.
20th century Germany. It's necessary to locate in historical context developments in intellectual life. Thomas Mann did in his
This guy's
wonderful novel.
Fucking dork. This is the dorkiest dork I think I've ever seen. Look at this dork's fucking glasses and his dork haircut, dork fucking tie, dork shirt, dork jacket. I'm not listening to this fucking dork. Oh wait, 29:35.
Posture towards politics.
Thought you wanted me to watch like the whole thing.
And here we have this fusion of Marx and Freud that I was talking about. They look at the mass society of Germany during the 30s and they say, what could cause people to behave in such a way? How is it that they're willing to follow a terrible, evil man like this and do terrible things? And they say, well, since we've been reading a lot of Freud, it must have to do somehow with the model of their psyche. There must be some process by which advanced capitalist societies socialize people in such a way so that their psyches are systematically distorted and all distorted in the same way. In other words, you might want to say they put out the eye of right.
It's not that deep. People are just fucking monkeys. We're related to chimpanzees. What do you think chimps do? Like, if chimps had the ability to, like, you know, actually use language, you'd be able to make more sense out of what they're fucking doing. Like, you see chimpanzees at a zoo just, you know, swinging around, and then suddenly, you know, some chimp starts screaming at another chimp, and then they start fighting. Like, yeah, the one chimp probably is, like, some Nazi who, like, says, you're a fucking weird skin tone, and the hairs on your ass are weird. Fuck all you chimps that are like that. Like, that's what they do. That's what people do.
Righteousness, they put out the eye of morals for all their babies, and of course the babies end up morally blind as adults. So suppose we didn't do that to people. How could we, first of all, identify the authoritarian personality, the kind of people that support fascism?
Do you believe tokenization is a retarded idea for a future economic system? I'm not familiar with the concept or theory.
Support Nazism, and also how can we produce a better kind of people like us, who can get beyond this? Well, what they do is they give out, they actually get empirical data.
Yeah, it's called eugenics.
Data, which is remarkable for the Frankfurt School. They give out these tests of attitudes, these long attitude surveys, and they count them all up, and they find that Germany is loaded with authoritarian personalities, both in the 30s and at the time when they're doing this, post-war. I guess it's 47 or so. They say, well, look, they give a test for conformity. People, there's a on it. In fact,
Is
this
guy gonna
is
make a point at some point? Yeah, fuck this. This guy's boring. Thanks for the donation, E. Dodo donated $2. If jihadists took over Canada theoretically and you were forced to pay a jizya, would you do it, or would you live in hiding and rise against them? I think you would pay it, knowing you would rather pay it and just be comfy. No. No, 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 no. We wouldn't be having any of that. I would be making plans to stop all of that nonsense long before it happens. Not going to say exactly what I do because I don't want them to figure out my scheme. Kind of like Batman, where I think of these things ahead of time. But there will never be a future in Canada, so long as I live here, where the Muslims can force you to pay a jizya. I can guarantee you that much. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Sid donated $2. Any Tash or Jack update? Did you check their Instagram? So they message you today or agree to debate? Oh, they're not fucking agreeing to debate. Let me see. They didn't give me any new messages since last night. Let's see their dumb stories. And so Tash took down the, stupid AI thing. And they just have like some dumb videos on their stories. Yeah, the last message Tash sent me was, you're publicly claiming that Jack and I are saying Israel is starving people, but neither of us has said that. They literally told me this in the Instagram messages they sent me. So if they had any plausible deniability with that Instagram story they made, it's gone, because they literally told me that explicitly when I was arguing with them in the DMs. We have posted one story each ever about this entire situation, and now you accuse us of racism. Yes, because one, I know exactly why you'd post that fucking propaganda, and two, you even admitted to me why. I am now aware and accept the clip was AI. Oh, weird. So they still haven't figured out that I'm smarter than them? So I told them it's AI, and what they do is they fucking deny it, saying it's not AI, it's not AI, and then the next morning I get up, they admit it's AI. So you'd think the cogs would be turning in their brain, that maybe he knows something I don't, but no. You're right about that, but you're wrong about everything else. At no point have we said anything about Israel. You literally messaged me about it in the DMs, so yeah, nice try. Let alone made the kinds of statements you're now attributing to us, so what you're doing is just being dishonest. It's slander. Yeah, well, you live in Australia, so Australians have a very different standard for what is considered slander, clearly, and you'd know that since you lost a fucking lawsuit about that, and you're, what, 500K in the hole because of that lawsuit? It's especially ironic that you're calling us anti-Semitic over one story post. So again, I'm smarter than you. Your brain is like a fucking cockroach, all right? I know what the cockroaches are thinking when they're scurrying around the floor. Food, eat food. When I turn the lights on, they think, run away, scary. I know what they're thinking, and your brain is just like a fucking cockroach. When you people post this stupid shit on your fucking Instagram story, I know exactly what you're thinking, and I know why you post it. It's not that fucking deep. And again, you explicitly admitted to me why you posted that shit. It's because you've been watching too many TikTok videos and you've drunk the fucking Kool-Aid. You think Israel's committing a genocide and is deliberately starving people. Both of you admitted this to me. When you're literally referring to children as inbred freaks and pushing hateful, dehumanizing stereotypes about Muslims. Oh, really? Dehumanizing stereotypes about Muslims.
Deepening the crisis of Gaza.
Like Mauritania pledging to continue the war against Israel.
Where's the clip? Here we go.
Live. He did so in order
Anti-Semitism at an early age.
We asked Hitler why he left some of you alive. He did so in order to show us how wicked you are. We will come to you from under the ground and hammer fear into your hearts, and above the ground we will tear your bodies apart with our rockets.
So, for those of you who aren't aware, this is within Gaza. This is a Hamas training camp, and parents send their kids to be indoctrinated into Nazi ideology and Islamic jihad to teach their kids to hate and kill Jews. And then Tash is telling me I'm spreading hateful, dehumanizing stereotypes about Muslims. It's not a stereotype. I literally sent her this exact fucking video in the DMs. That's not a fucking stereotype. That's what they do. That's what they are. This is what they are in fucking Gaza. They are literally fucking Nazis who idolize Hitler and want to exterminate Jews, you fucking moron. And guess what? They're also largely inbred. Look at the rates of inbreeding in Muslim nations. There's a reason why their average IQ scores are lower. It's largely due to inbreeding. It's not just, multifactorial social consequences. It's also largely due to inbreeding. And what do you know? There's inbred freak children who can't fucking produce certain proteins in their body, and it looks like they're starving, so Hamas uses that as propaganda that you have watched and are stupid enough to be convinced by, into thinking these kids are starving when no, they are inbred freaks. Again, that's not dehumanizing, that's not hateful, that's a fact. They are inbred freaks. Get over it. If anyone is spreading bigotry here, it's you. Also, I agree it's sickening to indoctrinate children into hating and wanting to murder certain groups / races of people. I never said I was okay with that. Okay, well, then I'm very confused why you would be posting shit on Instagram about Israel committing a genocide when, again, you know full well at this point, since I fucking told you and I sent you the video footage, that Gazans are literally all Nazi Jew haters who want to fucking exterminate every Jew on Earth, and they send their fucking kids to Nazi training camps to indoctrinate their kids into perpetuating this forever war with Jews. But for some reason, you're a little more interested in posting AI fucking propaganda videos claiming Israel's committing a genocide starving people. Get fucked. You're idiots. You're both stupid. Oh my god. Like, they are dumb.
It's a fairly common problem in wars is gross underestimation of the other side. That's what's going on in Ukraine right now. Putin missed that one. He's not the only one. Hitler underestimated the Russians in World War II. And then you go, what's going on with Japan? Those Meiji reforms, they have an educated population. Russia's soldiers are a bunch of illiterates. And the Russian soldiers are going, what? Why are we fighting in Manchuria? Tell me precisely why I'm here getting killed? The Russian soldiers had no buy-in. And you can ask, what exactly did the Russians want there? Apparently, there were some royal favorites who thought that they were going to get some lucrative timber concessions on the Korean border. Okay, let's go into the logistics. I've never heard there was a shortage of wood in European Russia, ever. Initially,
wait. Dodo sent me these links.
Japan produces agreement which would allow Russia to maintain their sphere of control over Manchuria, Japan to maintain their sphere of control over Korea.
Would you like the job of a fire tower lookout? I mean, that sounds kind of fun. Like, just being alone, and I guess the only thing that would annoy me would be, like, mosquitoes, maybe. I think if you're high enough in the air, flying insects don't bother you. I heard that they only fly to a certain altitude, so maybe it wouldn't be a problem.
Korea, and then Russia refuses this.
Right.
And that's why Japan decides to do the surprise attack.
Yeah.
Do we understand why they were not game to consider this before the war?
Because it's a gross underestimation of the enemy. They're thinking, these people are a bunch of nobodies. And then Nicholas II had an unfortunate incident in Japan. Who knows whether this influenced him or not. So he does the royal tour, right? And he goes all the way around, winds up in Japan, and a samurai there, or somebody tries to assassinate him with a sword. So Nicholas always has a scar up here. And so I imagine that didn't leave happy memories.
Do you think there will be a Canadian version of the Online Safety Act? No. So Canada has had a very specific way of doing things for a very long while. So Canada has had the benefit of looking at what the UK does, looking at what, you know, the United States does, and like forming a more kind of conflict-proof plan to do things. So you can, like, when Canada was dealing with the Native American problem, where all these tribes were basically blocking, you know, land that they wanted to use for, like, you know, building railway systems or new towns, new farmland, you know, getting oil out of the ground. They saw what the United States did, where they literally just ended up going to war and genociding Native Americans, and Canadians were like, okay, well, we don't want that. So then they just developed a more devious plan where they made these like handshake deals and then, you know, reneged on the deal and then said it wasn't in writing and then told them to fuck off. And that's basically how Canada does things. So again, we've got a Canadian institution that's seeing what the UK is doing, seeing all of the civil unrest, people complaining about shit, you know, these like crazy flip-flops with, you know, elected members, and they don't want the smoke. So that's why they cut back immigration targets, and that's why they're probably not going to do anything that is like the Online Safety Act. So what Canada's going to do is just try to repeal certain privacy laws, or they're going to make some like weird policy where ISPs or like, I know they're trying to do this right now. They're trying to make it so that anybody using a VPN has to provide like the RCMP with some sort of backdoor code to spy on people. So rather than having an Online Safety Act where you like collect everybody's information and you create this like walled garden, they want to do a thing where they can just find out, like spy on anybody, find out who's using what, and then like prosecute you later. And it's all like, you know, it's all like, it's not something anybody would really know about unless they're politically interested. So yeah, the way Canada deals with things, we're just much less standoffish, and we try to avoid having all these conflicts. So I don't think they're going to do something like the Online Safety Act. I think they're just going to do things to sidestep privacy. And it is kind of what they're doing. New, 3 young astronauts, 2 in pajamas, caught stealing and threatening workers at Dallas Walgreens after employees locked doors to trap them inside.
You got like 10 seconds to open up this door. I swear to God, I'm gonna break this door. 10. Open this fucking door. Oh, call my mama. Call my mama. Bitch, I been knew how to count, ho. Show 4 out of that. Dad do that. You can open the door. Bitch, get this from my mouth. I'm gonna open up this door. Cause I'm gonna break some up in here. I'm closed, alright?
Dude, this is why we need eugenics. Like, bro, what's funny, by the way? All these people posting the shit on Twitter, and we know why they're doing this. It's always black people and black kids. And yeah, sure enough, go figure. They always post the shit about black people and black kids, but then these are the same people that want to ban abortion. Guess who gets the most amount of abortions, idiots? Like, it's black people. So you want to, like, have more of the blackies that you hate causing crimes, but then you complain about them. Like, it's so stupid. Like, they're so stupid. Like, this is why they vote for Trump, by the way. It's because they don't know what's fucking good for them, and they do not understand how to, like, enforce or, like, vote for policies that are within their own interests. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Sid donated $2. Any Tasher... Oh, wait. Who... Oh, I'm a little bit behind. I already answered that. Thanks for the donation, Sid. Sengoku donated... not very accurate, but he's got the right idea. Thanks for the donation, Sengoku.
Richard has 7 duo Vigintillion 777 Unvigintillion 777 Vigintillion 777 Novemdecillion 777 Octodecillion 777 Septendecillion 777 Sexdecillion 777 Quindecillion 777 Quatuordecillion 777 Tridecillion 777 Duodecillion 777 Undecillion 777 Decillion 777 Nonillion 777 Octillion 777 Septillion 777 Sextillion 777 Quintillion 777 Quadrillion 777 trillion 777 billion 777 million 777,777 dorks in his bedroom.
I don't think I have that many dorks. Thanks for the donation, though, dork. S donated $2. You're entitled to your opinion on Israel and Palestine, but I don't think you should be trying to force other vegan activists to take your position. I'm not... What do you mean by force someone to take my position? Am I holding them at gunpoint? Like, do I have a garrote over their fucking neck? Like, I don't know what you mean by force. Just like how they have a right to just spew the most stupid fucking nonsense Hamas propaganda on their fucking social media. I have every right to call them out for being fucking ignorant morons spreading lies and horseshit. Just leave them alone, stop trying to take them down. Again, what do you mean by trying to take them down? Do I have them, like, zeroed in with a fucking sniper rifle? Like, fuck off. They're vegan activists, you should support them. Oh, right. Dude, I've seen this kind of, pattern play out way too much. When you let somebody do and say something stupid and get away with it, it only leads to more stupid nonsense. Like, everyone said the same thing to me when I called out Tim Schiff for being a flat earther. Well, look what happened. The guy ended up becoming an ex-vegan, saying meat is good for you, and blaming veganism on his, like, joint problems, even though the guy literally jumps from, like, fucking 4-story buildings. I see this crap all the time. I call out stupid whenever I see stupid, and you have to fucking, you know, wrangle the tards and keep them in line. Thanks for the donation, though, S.
You know, Sugar Boy is pro-Israel. You should have some respect for him. I mean, put some respect on that name. As the SJWs would say. Sugar Boy is pro-Israel, Migtor, leaner than you, bigger than you, stronger than you, gets hot young vegan pussy. Jealous?
None of that's true, but thanks for the donation, stupid. Green Knight donated $2. Posted us on my TikTok page a while ago and figured you made a valid point. The share on this platform, the comments are cringe.
Why do you think everyone who doesn't support Israel is anti-Semitic? Even if you think they are wrong, why do you always attribute it to malice rather than just them being dumb or misinformed? Not everyone has bad intentions, dude.
That's like saying everyone who spread the misinformation about Haitians eating cats and dogs, they're not racist, they're just misinformed. The types of people who would believe a stupid story like that are racist. So if I told you, hey, did you know Haitian immigrants were eating cats and dogs? Would you just believe that and say, oh, wow, that's fucked up? Yeah, Haitian immigrants are pieces of shit. No, you'd be like, okay, that's a really weird story. I don't really know enough about Haitian culture to assume that they'd do something like that. That sounds kind of weird. Never really heard of Haitians eating cats and dogs. I don't know any black people who eat cats and dogs. So I'll look into this, and then you look into it, and then the story turns out to not be true. That's how a not racist person would think. Same with the Israel-Palestine thing. Israel is a secular liberal democracy. The idea that they would just be targeting civilians, deliberately just killing everyone they can, especially considering they have a 20% Arab minority living within Israel, why would they try to exterminate a race of people that's living within their country? And why would the US be allies with Israel if that's what they're doing? That doesn't make any fucking sense. So when somebody says, hey, you know, Israel's committing a genocide, you know, that they're just murdering Palestinian civilians and they're just targeting, you know, like schools and murdering kids for no reason, are you just going to believe that? Or are you actually going to go and do some research and then figure out, oh, that's not what they're doing, it's just all misinformation? So no, fundamentally, all the people who fall for this shit are anti-Semitic. And you can just look at, if you ever debate these people, you learn very fucking quickly that they're just fucking anti-Semites. They support the October 7th attack, they support Hamas, they all mourn the death of like horrible fucking fascist terrorists like Sinwar, Nasrallah, all of them. Every single fucking one of these people, if you talk to them long enough, they will say the quiet part out loud and admit to you they want Jews to die. So no, I've dealt with enough of these fucking people to know they are all fucking...
Yeah. I don't... So, let me see. Yeah, I can't read the comments without logging in. But yeah, I'm sure the comments are fucking stupid. Thanks for the donation, Grey Knight.
So now when an SJW is accused of racism, they DNA it just like right wing.
Yes. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
You can say he has a right to keep things private, but that's not quite right. He did, but he chose not to. He chose to blab endlessly about his life, actually, to an audience of thousands upon thousands of people. People aren't climbing in his damn walls. They're asking about public media he published. And Mutahar himself has warned against trusting people who claim expertise on the internet.
Assassin's Creed Shadows, a game that has so much controversy right now. Tons of grifty accounts online fell for this one fucking person lying about their, you know, credentials as a Japanese university historian expert. Even though it took 5 seconds to Wayback Machine their account and...
Yep, good tip. Thanks, Mutahar. I used it. Other tools as well are very useful for checking these things.
Figure out, oh, they were just some random white guy from, you know, some part in Indiana, okay? Some random dude on the internet. And even if you took their Japanese, like, name, put it into, like, the Tokyo University or whatever university they claim to be, you couldn't even find that person.
Another good tip. There's a tool that works just like that for engineers in your province. You plug someone's name in to see if they're licensed.
See, people don't even want to do the bare minimum of research. Nobody wants to do even 5 minutes of research. But they'll believe anything an account says.
So fucking true. Thank you, Mutahar. By the way, I've seen some people say he never claimed to be working as an engineer. Personally, I get a different impression from statements like this from 2023.
As an engineer, if I show up to my office and I fuck up, okay, I don't have a job anymore.
Wow. Wow, dude. Oh. this guy is one of the most pathetic losers I've ever fucking seen on the internet. Like, I actually have less respect for him than Pirate Software. Because at the very least, Pirate Software actually had a job. Like, this guy is outright fucking lying about, like, literally fabricating the whole fucking story. Like, Pirate Software, he exaggerated some things, but, like, this guy literally made the entire thing up. What a cunt. I always hated Mutahar, but, like, wow, now I know why I hated him. I could smell his fucking diarrhea shit from a mile away.
I'm sure the guy who calls himself an engineer every 2 seconds and tells everyone YouTube isn't his job, he has a real one, was purely talking hypothetically. Let's hop back to that other clip, and he explains why, even if someone making such claims hasn't done...
Forgot my namification, donate $2. You can't be cancelled, VG, ever since you somehow ascended to lolcow status. You can say basically anything, kind of sick, to be honest. I don't think I'm really considered a lolcow because I win. People like to say I'm a lolcow, but I win. Like, I'm better than everybody else. Anybody who fucking wants to debate me, I win. Anybody who fucking talks shit about veganism, saying you can't build muscle, I fucking win. I'm more, I'm more muscular. I'm stronger than you. I win. Like, you can't be a lolcow and be right and win. So people just like to say that about me, because it's just pure cope for me being right and they can't handle it. But yeah, I like how I can just say whatever the fuck I want and get away with it now. You know, I think it's the consistency. You know, before people figured out how to handle cancel culture, I just did the right thing. I never apologized. I just kept doing my thing, being fucking annoying and saying, like, you know, shit that bothered people. And then, you know, everyone just accepted it, and they're like, you know, it's just vegan gains. But everyone else, they apologize, they tiptoe around, you know, these subjects, they try to be politically correct, and then, you know, that's what gets them. Thanks for the donation, though. I forgot my namification.
Something wrong yet. There's always a future threat if they're accepted as an authority and no one checks.
Now imagine with generative AI taking the extra steps to, you know, bulletproof this account and make it look even more legitimate. You could actually go beyond just goofing on Assassin's Creed Shadows and turn it into serious misinformation. Imagine an actual piece of misinformation suddenly showing up on national news, international news, spreading like wildfire. And it's not until the actual bomb blows that people start correcting themselves. That's a serious issue, and that's something that I think people need to watch out for going forward.
Damn straight. You gotta catch things early, check them, and get them straightened out. Because, you know, people have asked, well, what has he said that's wrong? And I have no idea. That's the problem. As a layman listening to him, if he said something wrong, I would believe it's true. Well, just check it for yourself. What, just nip out, get an education real quick so I can be sure that I understand what I'm looking at? Nah. Deceptive claims of expertise or credentials or experience are a problem in and of themselves. And you just heard Mutahar lay out a much stronger case for that than I will. And I'm sure any day now, he'll clear all this up, and I'll cover that as well.
Forgot my namification, donate tillers. Yeah, I agree with you, lol. You just learned or leaned so hard into your beliefs and didn't let up that they didn't know what to do with you. Yeah, basically. Because, like the, you know, the Furious Pete cancer thing, like, you know, people just figured out, like, you know, whatever. That's the way he is, and anybody who tried to challenge me in a debate, they just lost, so... They just kind of gave up and accepted it for what it is. Thanks for the donation, though. I forgot my namification.
So evolution explains why our species is so retarded. I see South Park was right along. Illuminati confirmed.
Yes, we come from a long lineage of retarded fish. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
You and the British people a lot of luck. A lot of luck, because you will, unfortunately, and I pray for you from the bottom of my heart as one mother to the mothers of the United Kingdom, that you will be safe, because you are being overtaken by extremist Islamist forces.
Guys, I'm out here in Long Island. Hope you're having a good Tisha B'Av fast. And I just saw this video posted by Tommy Robinson, an Israeli woman on Channel 4 News, absolutely wrecking the British Prime Minister Keir Starmer for his recognition of a Palestinian state. Check it out.
N N N N N N N N N N N N N spaghetti. N N N N N N N N N N N N N N N N N N N N N N N N N N N N N N N N N N N N N N N N N N N N N N N N N N N N N N N N N N N N N N N N N N N Sneed.
Well, thank you for that, Sneed. Appreciate the donation. Is Stefania coming to yours soon? Probably not. 21st donated $2. Who is this person? It's that sort of shit. I don't know exactly what you expect Israel to do about that problem. That's not an Israel issue. That's a Palestine. I have no idea who this channel is re-uploading my shit. You can literally see the evil in her in this moment.
Entry into marriage is a public expression of your private and personal commitment to one another. As you stand here clasping the hands of the person you love, I ask you to state your...
I don't know if you can see it in that moment, but... whatever. It's not like I have to deal with her shit anymore. I miss seeing Jasmine's face. Do you? What is this?
Jasmine is out of your life, do you?
I don't care, dude. Don't send me that guy's channel.
With respect, my question to you is the recognition of Palestine by Western powers. Do you understand why this is taking place?
Sir, let me explain something to you. If you are willing to have your daughters 30 meters away from terrorists who have said again and again, very, very unashamedly, that they will carnage, massacre, rape, and burn them because they are British or Christian or whatever it is that you belong to, and you feel that your government should not do anything at all, plus your...
No, I don't feel anything in my heart when I see that vid. I don't give a shit. There's no nostalgia. There's no, oh, those are such good memories. I don't care. It happened. It's gone. My life is better now.
Your government would be giving food to those specific people who wish and claim again that they will ravage, massacre, burn, and rape your daughters. And you feel that this is a normal situation, and you feel that it is correct to give them a state, which they had since 2005. They had independence. And what did they do with that independence? They carnaged their own territory. Now, Canada has the biggest number of Muslim Brotherhood members in the entire globe. I wish them good luck. In fact, sir, I wish you and the British people a lot.
Look how huge her nose is. Also listen to you breaking your marital vows, liar. Look how you are both dressed as slobs to your own wedding. What the fuck?
Okay, who cares? Whatever. Thanks for the donation, dude.
A lot of luck, because you will, unfortunately, and I pray for you from the bottom of my heart, as extremist Islamist.
2 minutes that you.
Yeah, I mean, everyone's gonna fuck around and find out.
And yet these days Nostalgia is all Hollywood cares about these days.
Well, it's not really nostalgia, it's just the value of intellectual properties. Like, movies are just getting way too expensive, and so they're just making sequels, reboots, remakes, like practically nothing fucking new. Because they've run out of ideas. But thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Now something over 1,200.
Said,
Chris, by all
therefore
means,
we
post,
shouldn't
I'll
make
be
any...
happy to have a look at those. I'm happy,
Yeah,
you know,
I will do,
by all
yeah.
means, post.
If I had an oven in my stomach I could bake bread in my tummy. If I had an oven in my stomach I could bake bread in my tummy. If I had an oven in my stomach I could bake bread in my tummy. If I had an oven in my stomach I could bake bread in my tummy.
Even cornbread? Thanks for the donation, Stephen Kenneth Bonnell II. 21st, $22, keep the audio on, I pay you good money, so you better play some of my donations, cunt. Watch at least 5-10 seconds. No, I don't care. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Post them. I haven't read them.
Yeah, well, I'll just tell you, I can give you...
Anyone is suggesting that we should change our recommendation around smoking.
Well, they're certainly not, but they are suggesting that we should change them around red meat, given the same level of standard of evidence. Okay.
My career across sort of biology, vaccines, and drugs in particular. I was in CSIRO, the National Research Organisation, for 13 years, and it's probably where, from my research, has probably had the most impact, because I ended up inventing a new way of diagnosing TB, which is now the standard of care around the world. So people get diagnosed early, get treated, so it leads to sort of essentially thousands of people lives saved each year. So I was quite young. I was only 30 when I did that. I then moved into industry with companies like CSL and eventually Pfizer Animal Health in the US.
Oh yeah, isn't this the dipshit? I remember a while ago he was posting nonsense online saying red meat's healthy, it should be part of your diet and crap.
Leading large research teams developing vaccines for animals and also drugs.
Yeah, dude, you know, I'm convinced at this point there's no reason to ever debate an Australian. They're all just fucking retarded.
I came back to Australia in 2012, and then I sort of broadened out. I've done a range of things for both profit and not for profit. So I was on the dairy board, Australian Dairy Board, for 6 years. I was on the board and the chair of GALMED, the Global Alliance for Livestock Medicine. So that's working with smallholder farmers in Africa and India, funded through the Gates Foundation and the UK government. I chair an insect farming business, bit of a sideline. I'm on the scientific advisory committee for the Global Methane Hub. I'm on the board of the Australian Academy of Technology, Science and Engineering, and an adjunct professor at Monash University. So a broad range of sort of interests are both across animal health, human health.
Nice. Okay, thanks so much for the introduction. I'll give a brief introduction. My audience will know who I am, but you know, for the benefit of everybody watching, I'm Chris Bryant. I'm a researcher. I run a company called Bryant Research. We do social science as well as modelling on food systems change broadly. And relevant to this conversation, I'm the lead author of a prominent critique of the Dublin Declaration, which we'll be discussing today. This is a bit gets onto how we got here, I guess. We've got the Dublin Declaration, which I think it's fair to say is a document which defends global livestock production and consumption.
BG shouldn't live debate, donate chillers. This is how you would end up when doing live debate. Oh, yeah.
يا انت اللي بدأ يا شاكر شاكر انت اللي شاكر يا اخوان انت اللي بدأ لا يا انت اللي بدأ يا سيد لا لا
I remember that.
What about Margot Robbie? She's Australian and she's not retudrid.
Margot Robbie. You sure about that?
Hey nigger, this guy looks like your cousin and he even sounds like you but without the psycho part. The entire video is worth the watch, but if you're lazy at least watch from 7:45 for the inbred baby part.
Alright, I'll give it a watch. Thanks for the donation, Cumblurgis. How have you figured Margaret Robbie isn't retarded?
Richard I choose you to be my husband. I promise from this day forward, to deserve your trust, and your confidence, to be generous with my time, and my love, to comfort and support you through any difficult times. Jasmine. Did she honor those vows?
No. She didn't. So, yeah. Thanks for the donation, though, 21st. And thanks for the donation, Clumburgess and Dodo and VG Shouldn't Live Debate.
Welcome to another episode of Conversations with Coleman. Today, I'd like to share a few thoughts about what's happening in Gaza. This is a New York Times released a story on July 24th entitled, Gazans Are Dying of Starvation.
Yeah. I mean, they look normal. Like, if they were dying of starvation, they wouldn't be able to whine and cry and have that much energy to be hysterical fucking monkeys all the time. So they're clearly not starving, they look normal weight, and they've got all this energy to, you know, have these riots and scream and yell, give me my soup or something. I want more macaroni. I'm running out of macaroni. Give me my macaroni. So, yeah, no, they're not starving. If you're going to have a fucking article like this, why don't you actually show some starving Gazans? Oh, right, you can't. So few people are fucking starving. It could be zero. That you literally just show photos of kids that are like overweight. You can see this kid right there is clearly overweight. Fat cheeks, fat arms, even has like fucking moobs. It's just retarded.
Starvation. The article relied on testimony from several doctors working in Gaza, as well as the Gaza Health Ministry.
Oh, cool. So, somebody said a thing, and that's all the proof you need. Somebody said a thing. Alright, so nobody can show any, like, photos, videos, like, actual fucking proof. We just go in and ask people who are probably Islamic jihadists who hate Jews, and we're just gonna take their word for it. Can't find any photos or videos, but there was some guy in Gaza who said they're starving people, so...
And it used that to build a case that deaths from starvation are on the rise. In the article, there was one photo that...
Yeah, deaths from starvation are not on the rise. Deaths from these idiots being hysterical and rioting around, these, like, the whatchamacallit, the aid dumps, Israel's been airdropping in aid. I'm sure the deaths around those aid drops have been increasing because they're hysterical jackasses who can't form an orderly line and they trample each other or fight each other and shit for it. Kenny Donatillers, we interrupt this broadcast for an important message. Like, by the way, if there's if there are these doctors who are saying, oh, starvation deaths are on the rise, why isn't anybody taken one single photo or video of it? So, when Israel, first started the war and started dropping all these bombs, innumerable, countless, thousands of photos and videos of, people blown to bits, trapped under rubble. You saw these kids with their arms and legs blown off and shit. Fucking everywhere. So you can't tell me these people have some, you know, like weird standard where, oh, I don't know if like these dead people would want their photos all over the internet. Clearly, people in Gaza do not fucking care. They take photos and videos of dead people all the fucking time, posted on the internet. It's not like they have some sort of weird reverence for the dead where they're shy of taking photos. So, yeah, funny. All these doctors saying starvation deaths are on the rise, but no one's taking a single photo or video of it. Interesting. Strange. They're fine with taking photos or videos of all the people blown to bits, trapped under rubble, shit like that, but yeah, starvation deaths. Oh, no. My camera battery died. Oh, I would take the picture if I could, but my camera battery died.
Must stop the terror. I call upon all nations to do everything they can to stop these terrorist killers. Thank you. Now watch this drive. All right, you need another.
Yeah, that was pretty memey. Thanks for the donation, Kenny.
It stood out. It was a.
There's the retard baby. Yeah, there's the incest retard baby. So this is being proven, by the way. Investigative journalists found out who the fuck this is. So this woman is married to her cousin. She had an incest baby. And this kid has a genetic disorder where he can't form some sort of protein. And that's why he looks fucked up and retarded. But there's like some giveaways. If you look at him from the front, his face just looks fucking weird. His arms and legs are disproportioned. So yeah, this is the retard baby. There, yeah, and there's more. Yeah, there's the retard baby. Oh my god, nobody cares. This was posted 13 hours ago, dude. Like, everyone knows about this. Gaza, what is it? Incest, kids, fake starvation. Like, there's a bunch of stories about this. I don't... What the fuck? Where that... Did they change... The search results were changed. They changed the fucking search results. Dude, this is fucking weird. They changed the fucking search results. That is bizarre. What is it? Gaza, child, starvation, photo, faked. Story. So this is BBC. Photographer in Gaza told the story of how he captured a series of harrowing photographs of a emaciated child. Can you... By the way, look, like, all these people are normal weight. The level of aid getting into Gaza is a trickle. This is according to the UN. That is an outright fucking lie. Oh my god, the UN is just fucking scum. Did they actually correct the story? Because I know the BBC was one of the first to... no, they didn't. So this is the BBC bullshitting. So this is USA Today. Media should report what's happening in Gaza and not run Hamas propaganda. So... Where are they? The New York Times published a lengthy report online about the starvation... featuring 18-month-old Mohammed Zakaria al-Mutawak. Photos show a child in distress with bones painfully visible. His mother tries to comfort him. New York Times ran the story on its print front page July 25th with a photo of the child and his mother as the leading image. Caption says the child was born healthy. Yeah, the incest baby was born healthy, but is suffering from severe malnutrition. Yet, it turned out there was more to the story. 5 days after the story was published on July 29th, the Times issued an editor's note. Buried at the bottom of the article, as well as a brief statement on its communications social media page that offered readers much-needed context. The note clarifies that the child suffers from serious pre-existing health problems because it's a fucking incest baby, and this mother had sex with her cousin. We have since learned new information, including from the hospital that treated him and his medical records, and have updated his story to add context about his pre-existing health problems. The additional details give readers a greater understanding of the situation. Yeah, so there you go. There are a few, I can't remember who the first ones, there was some other smaller organization that first broke the story. I don't think it was the New York Times, but somebody fact-checked the Times, and then the Times finally admitted they posted Hamas propaganda. But this is already known since, like, last week that the story was fake, and then here you go. Dipshit fucking assholes on the internet. Poor babies are starving. They're starving. Right. These are kids that are victims of incest and they have genetic disorders. You fucking idiot. Like, I mean, again, anybody with 2 fucking brain cells would look at this image and say, why does that kid look fucked up and starving, but the mother is at a totally healthy body weight, clearly getting enough food, if not a little too much. So what's going on here? Is the mother purposefully starving the kid? Does the kid already have a health problem? That's what any sensible, rational person would do. But again, this is the point I made like a year ago. All of these fucking people who are posting this bullshit online about how, oh, it's a genocide, Gazans are starving, huge humanitarian crisis, they're all anti-Semites. An anti-Semite will look at this and say, oh, sweet, I got him, I got those Jews, I'm gonna fucking talk about this, and those Jews are finally gonna get it, Jews are evil. That's how they think. So, like again, you can't tell me these people aren't fucking anti-Semites. With anybody with half a fucking brain would question, why is that kid look like he's starving, but the mother looks like she's totally fine? Dude, I don't even have kids. I have a cat. And if I was like so broke or poor or something that I could only afford to feed my cat would get fed before I do. I would starve before my cat got fed. So there's only 2 conclusions you can come to. Either people in Gaza are deliberately starving their kids, and these are sick, evil people, I wouldn't put it past them, or these kids are incest babies and they have fucked up retarded genetic problems. But no, these people are anti-Semites. They don't care. They don't need critical thinking. All they need is some, like, graphic photo to say, see, I told you all, the Jews are evil. Oven in my stomach donated $2. Go to 3344.
But what we've done is we've decided. Brain dead jokes, and you wouldn't give a fuck because you think.
Yeah, and if I had fucking. If I had a fucking oven in my stomach, you could bake bread in my tummy. What the fuck do you mean? The whole point is, who do you support? I support Pete Buttigieg because he's a liberal Democrat. Yeah, no shit. That's the whole point.
Yeah, but they hate Pete Buttigieg because they feel
he's a liberal Democrat. Yes, that's my point. Sorry, I'm sorry. Hold on.
It's fucking insane. And you have they're far left, more to the left, and they have strong critiques for centrists. But
they hate centrists. They hate Democrats.
But Fetterman is also the candidate. Fetterman is a Democratic candidate. Fetterman is a Democratic incumbent.
In general, I would support Fetterman. It's fucking
I would.
Weird and
wait. I would too. But that guy is in my metaphoric bullseye. I don't want to be fucking global entry canceled. He's in my bullseye, and I'm going to talk shit about Fetterman and talk about the Laken Riley Act. I'm going to be talking about all his like embarrassing moments and
Dude, I still don't understand why Pisco is running cover for communists. It's really bizarre. I think this guy might be a covert commie. Thanks for the donation, oven in my stomach.
Let's not use Gorage H.W. Bush, a war criminal himself, to call out terrorism.
Okay. I don't really need George Bush, but thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Hey Blackie, let you cousin speak. He has very a similar opinion to yours. He is a Sam Harris media clone, very pro-Israel, not a pro-Parley retard.
Oh, you mean the guy that you sent me the thing for?
Welcome to another episode of Conversations with Coleman. The New York Times released a story on July 24th entitled Gazans Are Dying of Starvation. Working in Gaza, as well as the Gaza Health Ministry, are on the rise. In the article, there was one photo front page of the physical and made the rounds on social media. You almost certainly...
Like, dude, I mean... This kid is clearly a fucking retard. Like, starvation doesn't make you look retarded. Why just... Oh, they don't care. Nobody cares. Like, I mean, you could find, like, the most fucked up, like, genetically fucked, crooked person who is born without any arms, like, mangled, melon head, like, cerebral edema, fucked up freak, and then they could post a photo of that and be like, oh, the Jews did it.
Certainly saw it. And importantly, it was the only photo in the article that clearly suggested starvation as opposed to chaotic, hungry refugees. Now, it wasn't long before sleuths on X discovered that there was another photo, which the Times chose to omit, of the boy and his mother next to his 3-year-old brother, who clearly isn't.
Oh, weird. It's almost as if the New York Times are all anti-Semites. Yeah, so they had access to this photo. You know they had access to this photo. So, like, again, this just shows you, oh, so they do have enough food. This kid's just a fucked up incest baby. So they're just anti-Semites. They're doing this deliberately and spreading propaganda.
Starving. So if there's no food, why is the 3-year-old not also thin? It turns out this young boy didn't look emaciated because of starvation conditions. In fact, he was born with serious disease. Perhaps cerebral palsy or hypoxia, it's not yet clear. But 6 days after the article came out, the New York Times had to issue a correction, noting that the boy was born with unrelated health issues that account for his skeletal appearance. Now, if such crucial information could be left out of the original article, what other information was left out? Now, let me be clear here. I'm not saying there isn't hunger or food insecurity or humanitarian disaster in Gaza. Of course there is. What I'm saying is that the pipeline that's feeding you...
The issue is that the hunger problems are not as serious as people are fucking claiming. They're just not. If they were, you'd see photos and videos of that. So, yeah, there may be people who are going a day without food and are eating every other day or some shit, but again, if there are people who are genuinely fucking starving and getting fucked up from not getting enough food, you would see it all over social media. But no, you see fucked up incest babies. That's all you see. Dodo donated $2. Let me see.
Tommy! Tommy!
That's pretty good. Israel doesn't want the world to see what Gaza looks like from above. But journalist Dalaba with Osama bin Laden, Hitler, the from Al Arabi TV got the footage, and he is going to fly his plane into the World Trade Center to protest the genocide in Gaza? Fucking retarded. Oh my god, this... Yeah, Zoran Mamdani. Okay, yeah, buddy. Fuck you. Fucking anti-Semite. What a piece of shit. Fucking hate that scumbag. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Dodo donate $2. Poll in chat, please, VG. Did vegan gains influence you to be pro-Israel? Yes, no. I suppose I could do that. There you go. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Dodo donate $2. Why do people keep using the same disproven starving incest baby as proof? This is like claiming the Lion King is a Kimba the White Lion ripoff when it's being disproven time and time again. Dude, it's worse than Kimba the White Lion. Like, at least it's something that doesn't really fucking matter, and it's like way more obscure. Like, look, the Times even issued a correction in their own fucking article. Like, it's deliberate. These people are doing it deliberately because it is their goal to mislead and inform you. They know they are lying. They are doing it knowingly and willingly. But thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Information about the humanitarian disaster in Gaza is fundamentally broken, biased, untrustworthy, and weaponized against Israel. Now think about what had to happen for the New York Times to publish that photo on its front page without the information that this particular child was born with serious disease. Journalists had to talk to the child's mother and doctor, who presumably withheld this crucial detail, and the claims had to survive fact-checking without anyone at the Times pointing out how strange it was to see one child emaciated and his brother right next to him looking fine. And then after the Twitter sleuths got to the story, they had to call this doctor again and ask him, hey, did you by chance leave out the fact that this particular baby looks the way he does because he has a disease unrelated to this war? And then you have to wonder, because the entire story is based on the testimony of similarly placed doctors, how...
Yeah, they're all liars. Like, what do you expect? They live in Gaza. They're all fucking Nazis who hate Jews, and they're all going to lie. Like, remember that fucking, story about how they kept finding kids that were executed and they had bullets in their brains? Yeah, this is, again, coming from testimony from these fucking doctors in Gaza. They're all fucking liars, and they're ideologically motivated to make up whatever fucking lies about Israel they can. And I've pointed this out. Like, you don't need to do any sort of high-level forensic testing where you metallurgically match bullets. I am certain, these doctors could have extracted these slugs in these kids' brains and then just did a visual comparison with an M855 ball or a 7.62 by 3.9 and just seen what ammunition was actually in these kids' skulls. I'm sure they would have had access and an ability to do that. But they never did it. And, like, they never did any kind of, like, anything close to... I don't even know if you'd call that ballistic testing, but just basic investigation to see who is more likely to have shot these kids. It's all horseshit. They're all fucking liars. Like, what a surprise.
How many of the doctors in Gaza, who are generally not neutral about the two sides in this war, how many of those doctors who talk to us...
Yeah, Al Jazeera was kidnapping hostages. That was also funny.
Even if that child was a born incest, it's not. What difference does it even make to you? You still have no sympathy for any of the starved and suffering children in Gaza, or anybody murdered in the genocide by the apartheid illegal state Israel. Fuck Israel.
That's great. Seems like you're also a victim of incest, so why don't you just, you know, make yourself part of a eugenics program. Stop the cycle of incest. Thanks for the donation, Radical Vegan.
Western journalists are making similar omissions? And if they are, how do we even know? As for the Gaza Health Ministry, which is a part of Hamas's political infrastructure, it's very difficult to trust their reports as well. I mean, on one level, they're the only real source of information about what's happening in Gaza, so you can't just discount them blindly. But nor can you trust them blindly. Recall that when there was an explosion at a hospital early on in the war, the same Gaza Health Ministry reported within minutes that exactly 471 people had been killed by an Israeli bomb that hit the hospital. And the New York Times reported this uncritically. Well, it turns out the true death count was less than half that number. The hospital itself wasn't even hit. It was the parking lot next to the hospital. And oh yeah, it wasn't an Israeli bomb. It was actually a Palestinian Jihad rocket.
Yep.
So one has to be skeptical about how the Gaza Health Ministry arrives at its confident conclusions. And one has to understand that their incentive is to exaggerate as much as they can get away with. And the less skeptical that...
Yep.
You'll live a long and
just fucktarded, dude.
Healthy life, and so that is the hack. You start taking steroids when you first join the gym, abuse them, get your blood work done, make sure perhaps just take a few things, make sure that you don't actually kill yourself during that time, you don't have horrendous acne and all those side effects, and then hop off after about a year and a half, and then tell everyone you're 100% natural, send me your blood work, you'll probably pass, and the world will then keep revolving. Now, Jeff Nipper just ruined his credibility. Obviously, I mean, I did, Jeff did, we all did. And why is that? Because, well, we went by the blood work. If you go by science, aka blood work, you're not credible. What you need to do is go by the eyeball test, like Philion. Philion has so much more credibility than myself or Jeff because he looks at a guy and says he has more muscle than him, and so clearly he's a fake net. Works every time. It's not possible to be wrong. And so let's watch Catabolic Twig's newest video on Jeff Nipper.
Is it possible to look like you're on steroids without ever actually taking steroids?
No.
And so immediately, the Catabolic Twig has more...
It is, in fact, possible to look like you're on steroids without taking steroids. Like, everybody is going to have their own fucking opinion, right? And kind of beauty standards on stupid shit like this. But, like, I mean, you can read through the comments when I uploaded this video. There were quite a few people who were claiming I was on steroids. Yeah, you must be regarded. He looks mid. What the fuck? Let's see. This guy killed his cat by feeding it a vegan diet. And his grampy by being malignant, empathy-free sociopath. This dude destroyed a lot of things, but his mentality and by his mentality and stupidity. Looks like he's on gear. There we go. I think he just has BBC genetics. He is on gear. There's more gear than him. No, he's not. Trained for roughly 50 years, and in 49 of those, he was perma-bulking. He looks natty. Yeah, so mix of opinions, but I mean, you get the point. Everyone's gonna think certain things. And yeah, you can't tell just by looking at someone. Now, there's a threshold. Like, yeah, if you look at Mike O'Hearn, you know the guy's on steroids. If you look at me, could go either way. There are people who are on steroids who are smaller than me when I was natural. So,
Why are Jews overrepresented in basically every field of work and industry, especially intellectually challenging ones? Jew 1 in riser, I mean Jew realizer and jewelry and high riser.
Okay, that's great. You did a good job there. I didn't notice what you were doing, and you fooled me. Jackass.
More credibility in myself or Jeff because he knows that it's impossible to look like you're on steroids if you're not. You can't do it. Every single person that looks like a fake natty is. All of them. If there are 100 million people out there working out and 20 million of them look like they're on steroids, every single person that looks like they might be on steroids, they are. And you thought you wouldn't gain any valuable information from this video. Listen, it's the hack. If they look like they might be on steroids, they are. I'll give you some other advice. If a woman's mouth is moving, she's lying. It's simple. If you marry a woman, you're going to end up in a divorce. Every woman is cheating on you. These absolutes are so great. I mean, I wish I had thought of this younger. I'm 49. 49! If I had realized this when I was younger, man. And so, some other tips for you. You should all gamble right now. Togi suggested. He made millions of dollars. How did it work for him? How's it working out? Togi is making millions of dollars. He's world famous. Toby also blasted steroids for a little while and got this crazy looking physique. And so you got to blast the steroids. Every one of you will get a crazy dream physique. Every one of you, you all got to gamble. You're all eventually going to win. The only reason you lose is you didn't gamble long enough. How didn't I think of this? And so every person that looks like they're on steroids is. Every woman with a tattoo, well, you know what that means. Every girl with a tongue piercing, every single one. And all men who are below 5'7" tall, like Coach Greg, well, we have a Neapolitan complex, you know. We only work out because we're fearful of being so short and we eat a lot of ice cream, the Neapolitan kind.
There you go. Saved you guys 16 minutes. 99% of people would not be able to look like Julian while on gear.
I believe him. He's actually right. Probably 99% of people on steroids wouldn't look like Julian. True. His arms are
that doesn't mean you're on gear, though.
That big. He's that impressive that even as a natural,
like again, you could say that about me. Most people who are going to go on gear are not going to look as good as me, or even be as strong as me. Natural. It's just the way it is. Like, yeah, there are people with better genes than you. It's like, I mean, when you see somebody who's like 7 feet tall, do you make these assumptions? Oh, their parents must have put them on like aromatase inhibitors so that their growth plates wouldn't fuse, and then they got to like an unnatural height by using, you know, medication. Like, no, they're people who are just taller. Just like how there are people who can just grow more muscle.
Rephrase that. Even as a guy who took steroids for the first couple years of his training, he started at 14, so 14, 15, 16. He took steroids for maybe 2 or 3 years. And now that he's 19, 5 years later, he stopped because he passed the blood work. 99% of people that took steroids couldn't look like that. That is impressive genetics.
Virtually no one can look like this naturally.
Wait a minute. Catabolic twig, you were onto something, but then you said virtually no one can look like this natural. I just told my audience that everyone who looks like a fake natty is. They are. You said virtually no one could look like Julian natural.
So he's admitting it's possible.
I mean, this goes against what I've been saying. I'm steel manning your arguments. Now, if I were trying to straw man argument, wouldn't I say that, you know, there's a 1 in a million chance that he was natural? Like, you're basically agreeing with me. I mean, this doesn't go along with the video whatsoever. Like, I'm looking like an idiot now. The catabolic twig just said that there's perhaps a 1 in a million chance that Julian's natural. Virtually everyone. Virtually. Almost. But not quite. I mean, I almost feel like the catabolic twig just lost all credit.
Yeah, but you've been training for 15 years. That Julian kid has barely a couple of years of training under his belt. He's not going to keep growing. So I think there's probably, well, there is. There's kind of a limit to how much muscle you can put on your body naturally, and there's also a limit to how much muscle you can put on your body with steroids, like with the current technology we have. So Julian may have just reached his, like, or close to his natural potential faster. That doesn't mean like he's on steroids. There may be people who can go to their max potential quicker, and there are people who just need to take more time. But, like, time will tell. If you watch this kid over the next few years, he's probably not going to grow much more. Like, similar thing happened with Usain Farhat. He grew really quickly, but he hasn't gotten any bigger. So, you know, A similar kind of thing happened with Ronnie Coleman. He was only training in the gym for a few years, and he ended up getting his IFBB pro card naturally, and he just stopped growing, and he had to go on steroids to get any bigger. Grey Knight donated $2. Now that I'm laid off, should I just abandon my morals for humans and just sign up at the ICE agency? They even offered to pay off your student loan, maybe bust some illegal Muslim skulls. I mean, why not? Says restricted photo. Yeah, like, become an ICE agent. If they'll hire you, go for it. Thanks for the donation, Grey Knight.
Credibility by saying that Julian might be natural. I thought it was impossible. I mean, I'm trying to argue for you. I'm trying to help you. I'm trying to do you a solid. I mean, didn't I contact you in private and pay you a lot of money to make these videos and let's go back and forth? I mean, we colluded together in private so that we could both go viral? Like, didn't that happen? I don't understand, because that's what me and Jeff did. We just paid each other off so that he could support me, you know, millions of dollars, and we wanted to say that Hussein was natural. And so why did you just say that Julian might be natural? That wasn't the part of the plan. Didn't we talk about...
Oh, jeez, please. It was funny, it was a good joke, and then he ruined it. Just anything involving, like, just, like, raping your ears, could you just please leave that out? I don't need to hear, like, loud noises in my fucking headphones. It's not funny.
Julian must have been on Turk Builder Max or Turk Platinum, that he must have been taking these things, because that's the easiest way to look like a fake natty when you're not. It's part of the program. You take Turk Builder Max, you tell everyone, hey, I'm a...
I can guarantee that kid never took fucking Turkesterone. Oh, dude. I'm still gonna make a video on this stupid shit. I might even make it a worst of the fitness industry video. Like Turkesterone, worst of the fitness industry. Like, there are so many aspects of this that are just fucking stupid. One is just the cost. So, like, look, the reality is no one cares about being natural. Literally nobody. The only people who care that you're natural are haters on the internet who just want to, like, shit on any accomplishments you made by saying, oh, well, you took steroids, though, or something like that. Or like there's this subset of, like, you know, natural bodybuilding community who are just, like, for no particular reason, ideologically against the idea of taking performance enhancing drugs. And it doesn't make any sense. Like, if there was a drug you could take that would make you smarter, you know, like how steroids can make you build twice as much muscle. Imagine if there was a drug you could take that would make you twice as smart. Would anybody have an ideological problem with taking a drug that makes you twice as smart? No. So why is there this fucking taboo around taking a drug that makes you physically stronger or faster or anything? We wouldn't apply that standard for a drug that makes you smarter, but for some reason, oh, big muscle's bad. So no one cares. And, like, again, you can see the popularity of SARMs. All these fucking kids, even, like, a lot of adults, you know, like people in their 20s and shit, they know what SARMs are and they just take them and experiment with them because nobody cares. Like a decade ago, or like maybe even more than a decade ago, like 15 years ago, pro hormones were a big thing, and they were even being sold at GNC. No one cared. Everyone was like, oh, we could just take a pill and then we get bigger. No one cares about being natural. So if no one cares about being natural, literally nobody, the only reason Greg is selling this shit is because he can't sell steroids. And we know he would sell steroids if he could do it because he did it. He was selling steroids. He was a drug dealer. He was smuggling steroids across the US-Canada border. He got busted for it. The police are watching him like a hawk now. He can't get away with it anymore. It's too much of a risk. So this is what you do when you can't sell steroids. You sell a stupid fucking overpriced supplement. So no one cares about being natural. There's just some and again, there's just some people who are afraid of needles, which is understandable. It's a little scary. You got to prick yourself with a needle. And there may be some people who know enough about like SARMs and oral steroids where they're a little worried about the health consequences. So like this is all this is why. It is for people who wish they could do steroids, but they're either too afraid to inject needles, or they can't get access to oral steroids, or they're worried even about oral steroids or SARMs. So this is a bullshit product. We already know that there are drugs that work, and this is the, like, oh, please, let there be a supplement that doesn't have health issues and that I don't need to inject with a needle. It's the promise that never delivers. So, to this day, like, even the pharmaceutical industry has not been able to find drugs that don't have the androgenic side effects, that don't cause, endogenous shutdown of your own androgens. That's why SARMs were developed. The pharmaceutical industry, with billions of dollars in funding, have not found the holy grail that this promises and doesn't deliver. So the idea that some random fucking plant that's grown in Uzbekistan would be the holy grail, finally we can take steroids that we can just eat, we don't need to inject, and doesn't have, the androgenic side effects or shutdown. Right. I'm sure there's just some fucking plant that's growing out in the wilderness in some shithole fucking country that will give you the promise that never delivers. And, like, I think this is $50 for 40 capsules, and it's generally recommended that, I think Greg said he was on 2 capsules per day. So this will give you a 20-day supply, not even an entire month. So you're realistically looking at about, like, what, $75 on average per month for this thing? Right now, I'm spending $50 per month on testosterone cypionate. And that's enough, that's a high enough test dose to, at the very least, triple my endogenous testosterone production. So naturally, I was producing 540 milligrams per deciliter test. I should be somewhere between 1,500 and 2,000 nanograms per deciliter test in my serum. And that's not also, and that's ignoring the fact that my free testosterone is also going to go up massively, because if you inject testosterone, your sex hormone binding globulin goes down, so the actual test in your serum even does more. So what do you think is going to be more effective? Tripling or quadrupling your testosterone, or taking this turkesterone? Yeah, we all know the answer. The only reason people won't take the testosterone is because they're afraid of needles, and or they're afraid of certain health consequences from it. So, this is a fucking ripoff. It is the promise that will never deliver. Finally, there is a steroid that I can take that won't give me health problems and that I don't need to use needles. And we all know it's bullshit. So Will Tennyson has been taking turkesterone for a few months now. Has that motherfucker been able to match my bench press when I was natural? 410? No. So he hasn't made any progress, no new gains. This shit is fucking garbage. I haven't seen anybody blow up after using turkesterone. It's horseshit. So guess what? I'm on testosterone. Will Tennyson is taking turkesterone. Let's see how far that gap widens between me and Will Tennyson. Me spending $50 a month on fucking testosterone versus Will Tennyson spending
at least the same amount of money on this Turk builder. At least, if not more. Let's see how far that fucking gap widens and how fucking worthwhile this Turkesterone garbage is. Yeah, give me a fucking break. I cannot stand this. This is just fucking horseshit. Let me see. Grey Knight donated $2. Here's a couple links. You think I should go for it? Lol. ICE offers 50,000 bonus and student loan payoff for new hires. Yeah, go for it. Buddy, somebody's gonna have the job. So, yeah. Who cares? That other link you gave me is broken. But, yeah, go for it. If you lost your job and you can get rid of your fucking debt right there, go for it. Don't be stupid. Yeah, take the opportunity. Thanks for the donation, though, Grey Knight. Sarah donated $2. Being against the current government of Israel or even being against the idea of a state of Israel is not anti-Semitism. It is the definition of anti-Semitism. So, again, why are we against the state of Israel, but we're not against Islamic terrorist states? Are you against the state of Afghanistan? Are you against the state of Iran? Are you against, like, Palestinians? Should Palestinians not be allowed to have a state, since all of these countries are ran by Islamic jihadist terrorists? Why is it a modern Western liberal democracy you're against because Jews are there, but for some reason you're totally okay with Islamic jihadist states that are fascist by design? Weird. Yeah, it's called anti-Semitism. You're a fucking idiot. Thanks for the donation, dipshit. Dodo donated $2. I guess this is true. You live on Native American land. You should set a good example and get out, lol. Not all colonizers are white. Hope this helps. Oh my god. Yeah, really. Whose land are you on? Interactive map will tell you. You know, this younger generation, again, it's just all communist propaganda. And, like, you can tell this has specifically come from the Soviet Union. Because this is the fucking argument the Russians are using. Oh, Ukraine was once Russian territory. Poland was once Russian territory. Like, this is the argument they use. It's communist fucking brain rot so that they can promote their, like, fascist takeover of the rest of the world by saying, this was ours, you know? It's just ridiculous. New foreign statue just dropped. 51-foot idol of Lord Ram, the tallest in North America, was unveiled in Mississauga today. Is this Hindu? Yeah, it looks Hindu. Okay, that's great. Just what Canada needed. Why can't we get anything cool like that life-size Gundam statue in Tokyo or whatever? Why aren't we putting up Gundam statues? Yeah, but instead we get, like, some stupid Indian god thing. Fucking dumb.
See what happens, government, when you let fucking foreigners in? Like the Palestinians? They think they own the fucking joint. And they bring that shit over here. You see what's happening? Fucking dumb cunts.
Yeah, none of these white college kids even understand how minorities feel about, like, immigration. It's fucking hilarious. Like, none of these immigrants or minorities give a fuck about this Marxist bullshit. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Sarah donated $2. Yes, I am against the current government of Iran, Saudi Arabia, Afghanistan, Hamas.
I'm also against the current terrorist government in charge of Israel. Okay, so then why are you calling for the destruction of Israel but not the destruction of Palestine? Isn't Israel doing that for you? You're a fucking idiot. Cenk Uygur has the same position, by the way. He doesn't. He says that, but it's all crypto-fascism. We know what you want. You just want to kill all the Jews. Guess what? As soon as you get what you want, the Israel state getting destroyed, are you going to move on and say, okay, now we can destroy the Muslim nations? Like, you're just a fucking idiot. Get fucked. Vegan hot dog, donate $2. He uses a vegan hot dog. Don't worry, you can skip like halfway through the video to get to the action.
This is my saw stop table saw. This saw has flesh tools.
I think I've already seen this. It automatically stops the saw blade when a finger gets close, right? Yeah.
That's how fast that happened. Whoa. That's how fast that happens. That is insane. That's the mark on the hot dog.
That is a fantastic technological advancement. I wouldn't trust it, though. I'd obviously still keep my fingers away from the blade, but that is pretty great, knowing you have that extra safety. That's nuts. Is she a grifter?
I don't give a shit about the scientific explanations. People, if they identify as a woman, get to compete in sports. If that's not fair in the short term for a variety of little competitions, I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit because this is.
Well, yeah, for one thing, she is a grifter, and assuming she isn't just grifting for clout, and this is just the most, politically popular position to support. Like, if she genuinely means this, she clearly doesn't care about sports, period. And if she doesn't care about sports, then why does she feel she has, any kind of authority to decide who should and should not compete in, what sport and what organization with what gender? She just fundamentally does not care about sports.
Societal interest of including trans people in society trumps stupid competition. Full stop.
The whole point of sports is fair competition. It's so ridiculous. Why are you even talking about it then?
Host a sports podcast. I care deeply about sports, and I believe that anybody that identifies as a woman should be able to participate in the sport.
Yeah, so she's just a lying grifter. She is just saying the phrases that she's being told she should say. Thanks for the donation, vegan hot dog. Dodo donated $2. At least it's not a 51-foot statue of the Prophet Muhammad. They wouldn't allow that anyway, but you get what I mean, VG. Also, can you play Battletoads tonight and when? Not sure if we'll play Battletoads. Might play some racing games, but I'll see how I feel later. I'm not sure when. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Lifetime Natural, you take Turk Builder Minerals. That's the hack. If you tell them that, it gives them a plausible explanation. Maybe put on all those gains from taking Code Greg supplements. Code Greg, 15% off. Vast majority of people are saying, there's no way this guy is natural.
You just won't be able to convince me there's a single chance he achieved this naturally.
And so, Twig, which one is it? There's not a single chance that he achieved this natural.
There's a single chance he achieved this naturally.
But prior to that, virtually no one.
Virtually no one can look like this natural.
Okay, I'm supposed to steel man argument this. Now, I used to teach math, okay? And so, Catabolic Twig, listen. Virtually no one and no chance are two different things. And so there's a big difference between, for example, saying there's virtually no chance Mike Isertel will get a pro card and it's impossible for him to get a pro card. One situation means that
if VG became president, what would you do first? Will it be everyone must go vegan and maintain a healthy, and if they resist, it's instant death?
Yes. I think that's fair. I would do that.
She's got no...
Oh my goodness. Wow.
Venno!
My goodness, those are good sheep. Look at them just playing and bouncing around. Oh my goodness, those are happy sheep. Oh, those are good sheep. Oh my god. It's funny how much like dogs they are. Just running around. Oh my goodness, those are good sheep. They are so good. Look how good they are. Just so good. That's good. Thanks for that, Nation Vanquish.
Did you saw how Texas just redraw their congressional map so that Republicans win 5 more seats? It's called gerrymandering, and they are rigging the election so Republicans can win the midterms.
Weren't they doing that in the last midterm election as well? So, yeah.
Today is Monday, August 4th, 2025, and today we are going to be talking about how the Republican Party is redrawing Texas to benefit them in the 2026 midterm elections. Now, we've been talking a lot about Texas, and I've seen some of you guys comment exactly what are the changes in this state? What is exactly making the Republicans more advantageous in the state? How do they get to the point where they are now taking the 5 seats that Donald Trump asked for and now implementing it on the map? And I realized that although we talked about it briefly, talking about how some of the changes are here, the New York Times did a great article that they released just a few days ago where you can actually see it visualized in these districts, showing the current districts and how they cracked some of these bigger city districts or previously Democratic districts and drew them in a way that benefits the the Republican Party. Now, thinking about the most recent war that really has been developing between Governor Greg Abbott and the House Democrats in the state of Texas, is that right now we are seeing Greg Abbott threaten the removal of office for the Democrats that have decided to deny quorum for the Republicans on this House vote. Now, whether or not that holds up legally speaking, and this very clear indication that Abbott is willing to go to no end to try to punish the Democratic Party in response to it, the focus of this video is going to be about exactly how the Republicans decided to make the decisions around which maps are drawn for which, who's doing better in which district, which Republicans and Democrats are being drawn out and drawn into different districts, because the number isn't changing, just the number of Republicans is going to change. So as you can see on the map here, the current number of districts for Democrats is a lot smaller than Republicans. If we actually take a look at it broken down, you'll find that in the last election, Democrats won just 13 seats across the state of Texas. Republicans won 25. Now, it's not too much of a change in terms of overall state delegation. Since 2010, Democrats have struggled, even since the redraw in 2002, when Democrats went from 15 or 17 seats, rather, down to just 11 in just 2 years, because Republicans did exactly what they're doing now, which was a mid-decade redistricting. Democrats actually fled the state then, at which it eventually ended, and the maps were implemented. But again, since then, Democrats have not won back that majority in the state of Texas. And so since the 2018 midterms, that was the last time that we saw Texas. Now, Republicans drew their Texas gerrymander in 2010. By the time you reached 2018, the map had looked different, but that was because in 2012, the map was actually meant to be very locked in and solid for the GOP. Republicans won 24 seats, and this context is important for understanding why they're redrawing the map. Republicans won 24 seats here, and Democrats got 12. But by the time you reached 2018, Democrats were within striking distance in many of these states, in many of these districts, rather. If you shift the map by 5, Democrats would have won the majority in Texas. So pretty crazy result here. A 5-point shift would have given Democrats the upper hand, and Republicans got terrified. They knew that by the time the next elections were rolling around, that Texas would need to be a state that, if they were to redraw it, would need to be so locked in for the Republican Party that Democrats would have no chance at victory. And that's exactly what they did. In 2024, the Democrats won just 13 seats, but this gerrymander was exquisite. I kid you not, not in a way that should be applauded, but certainly in a way that politically...
Dude, how is this legal? U.S. elections are fucking retarded. It's literally just cheating and stealing elections.
Speaking was very much more, much better in terms of the map that they drew in 2012 for that election, because by the time you reach the end of the decade, that map near totally collapsed. But again, getting back to this point about what it looks like in 2024, you shift the map by 5. Remember, in 2018, it gave Democrats the majority. Now, what does it do? I pressed a button. Nothing. The map continues. Let's shift it by 5 more points. What happens? Well, some districts start to get closer, but still nothing. 5 more points. Democrats gain 1 seat. This is a 15-point swing, might I add. This would be Democrats winning the popular vote in Texas. Doesn't happen. Doesn't change anything. 5 more points? Nothing. 5 more points, you're getting there. But it takes a 25-point shift to get Democrats to being in a position where they actually win nearly the majority in Texas, and that would be with a 10, 15-point victory across the state. So this map is already good for the Republican Party. But Donald Trump wanted more. He wanted 5 seats. So how do you do that? How do you do that without drawing the map in a way that actually benefits the Democratic Party by diluting the Republican Party vote share? Well, they found a way. Let's explore it. It starts off here. The current districts, there are 11 that Kamala Harris won by 10 points or more. On the Trump side, 25 districts won by Trump plus 10 or more. That's a product of a congressional map that was already drawn to be in favor of the Republican Party, but Donald Trump did win the popular vote in Texas by about 14 points. But there were 2 districts in specific that Democrats both hold that voted for Donald Trump by nearly 10-point margins. But it wasn't exactly there. So what did they do? The Republicans reduced the number of Harris plus 10 districts down to just 8 and removed the amount of districts in the 10-point margin in either direction, making it 0. Essentially, they gave Democrats 8 districts, one that was about plus 17 for Harris on the low end and plus 40 on the other end, versus on the Republican side, every single district, all 30 of them, remember they have 25 right now, gaining 5, all voted for Trump by 10 points or more. 10 points or more. That makes it tremendously more difficult for Democrats to win some of these districts and completely eliminates a huge chunk of them. So let's talk about this. By making the map having no districts that were closer than 10 points or more for Trump, it makes it very difficult for the Democratic Party to make any types of gains in Texas or even hold on to the seats that they have. And while Democrats are arguing that the Voting Rights Act is violated in the way that they drew and cracked majority Black and Hispanic districts, we will not see that be something that can be challenged in the immediate, at least not ahead of the 2026 midterm elections. Republicans, though, say that no, we're not. We're drawing the map in favor of Hispanic voters who still have Republican representatives because the trend lines there are not in favor of the Democratic Party.
I don't know how the hell this shit is legal. It's weird, and there's like different voting laws in each state. Like some states reject mail-in votes. You can just redraw districts so that your party can win. I don't understand. The United States is weird. What stack are you on? I'm on 30 milligrams testosterone per day and 4 IU's growth hormone per day. If you enjoy boomer shooters, you should check out Supplice. Maybe something you'd enjoy playing even off stream. I think I've heard of that. I don't know if I like it.
Straightforward terraforming mission is never a straightforward terraforming mission.
I don't know if I'd bother. I'd probably just get a Brutal Doom mod. I don't know. It's in an early access too, so I don't know. I'll add it to my wish list. Yeah, getting this kind of jacked would be pretty awesome. Not sure how much gear I'd have to run to get that huge, but that'd be pretty awesome being able to get that jacked. How long are you on the stack for? That's a stupid fucking question. I'm not coming off. Yeah, dude, I just want those, like, fucking traps and shoulders and shit. Yeah, like, the traps especially. I've been able to grow my traps a lot, just naturally. Like, I should be able to get pretty fucking monstrous traps.
俺の前に立つならば誰であろうと殺す。
I think Jin might actually be bigger than Kazuya. At least his proportions make him look bigger, but I think Jin might actually be bigger. Yeah, he is taller. Yeah, I think Jin is bigger than Kazuya. Yeah, I at least want to look like Guts from Berserk. Like, bare minimum. So, like, going for something like this, you know? Like, Conviction Arc, sort of jacked. You know, just without the missing arm. I'm not sure if I can get to Kazuya Tekken 8 jacked, and, like, I probably could, it's just too much, like, more steroids than I'd be willing to do. But I think I could get, like, Guts from Berserk, Conviction Arc.
That it can't be done, while the other means it can be done, although unlikely. And so, although it's unlikely that anyone will have a physique like Julian while being natural, there's maybe a 1 in a million, 1 in 10 million, 1 in 100 million, whatever. It's possible.
That's the brilliant test that Jeff Nippert conducts. He asks a bunch of people who from the lineup they think are not natty, and when everybody inevitably points to Julian and Hussein, he then proceeds to try and gaslight his audience.
And so, Jeff's video grabs a bunch of people to look at these guys because he wants them to show what the world thinks. Random people are going to look at Julian and Hussein and say they're fake natties because they're not idiots. If you had to guess, if you had to bet, you would bet a lot of money that they're not natural. And you would win 99.9% of the time. Most often, you would be right. But if you pick the best natural bodybuilders in the world and you put them on a show and say, are you natural? Some of them actually are. And so if Jeff had not taken anyone's blood work and had just taken their word, hey, you say that you're natural? Yes. If Jeff had just asked them all, are you natural or not? And they said, I'm natural. Trust me, bro. Like Jubilee. Jubilee had this stupid show. He put these guys on one side and the other guys on the other and said, hey, they're natural and they're not. They took their word for it. I'm like, are you kidding? Hussein was on the side of being natural, and many people were saying some of the guys on the natural side look better than the enhanced. Jubilee didn't test any of them. He took them at their word. And so what is the point? That is moronic. But Jeff hired a doctor to get their blood work done and analyze the results. And based on those results, they were all natural. Now, it would have made the video go through the moon, through the roof, if, say, half of them had failed. Imagine if they had done the video and Julian and Hussein had failed a drug test. Testosterone levels were 2,000. LH was through the roof while FSH was down. Do you know how many markers you can easily see if they're not natural? And so if they had failed, that video would have been ultra viral. I mean, it was already viral enough, but imagine if someone had failed. It would have been amazing. And so don't you think secretly Jeff likes to get a lot of views, 10 million views on a video? Don't you think I do as well? And so do you think maybe he was somehow hoping someone would fail? Would have made such a great video, but no one failed. And so there lies the problem. Everyone failed, and so Jeff Nippert just ruined his credibility because the blood work didn't prove they're fake natties. But remember, we've already decided this. They took steroids and or MK677 the first couple years of their training, and then they stopped. And so like Hussein will now forever pass drug tests, blood tests, and so on, because he's not on the steroids, he's not on the SARMs, he's not on anything. And so his blood work is immaculate. And so Hussein is perfectly healthy. And so the years of steroid abuse that he did, because he was only a teenager when he did it, well, for the rest of his life now, he's going to keep all of those gains and probably even build on it. I mean, do y'all think he's never going to get stronger than his current strength right now, that he'll never improve ever again? I mean, if he doesn't, then you're all right. That's what he did. This is simple.
It's such a pointless video that is so below the usual quality that Jeff puts out that you can only conclude that this video was simply made to run cover for a bunch of fake natties and to take advantage of the current drama.
Yep, because of this, you can conclude that he only posted this video to cover for a bunch of fake natties. That's what he did. I mean, Jeff, he's not an ultra-wealthy multimillionaire right now. I mean, he must just want to have everyone else be natural so that he could prove that he himself is natural. It's his way of covering so that everyone thinks Jeff is natural. Because remember, Jeff has been training for, 15 years? And he's currently gotten his weight up, down to 155 from 185 where he's on a cut. And he's 5'4" and 3/4. We're going to get it very specific. And he's 155 pounds. And so with 15 years of training, he obviously looks like a fake natty. Like if I was looking at him, I'm like, you're not natural. No. I've done videos on him in the past saying he was natural, but now that I've learned what actually happens is Jeff probably hopped on the first 2 years when he was a teenager and then stopped and kept those gains for the rest of his life. That explains it, right? I mean, that's got to be it.
Without having to burn bridges with influencers that Jeff might want to collaborate with in the future.
Yep, and so Jeff wants to collaborate with all these famous people like Jeff and Julian. That's why. He just desperately wants to collab with them in the future because that's how he makes his money. I mean, after all, he's collabed with Coach Greg how many times? Probably 20 or 30 by now? No, a 0. And so do you really think that Jeff needs to lie and cover for Julian and or Hussein to make videos with them in the future? Because, you know, Julian and Hussein probably going to get...
Yeah, like, I mean, this is just getting stupid. There's... Like, just take it for what it is.
collab with them in the future because...
There are people who are better than you, you know? There are people who are just born with more gifts. There are people who are smarter than you, taller than you, have a bigger dick than you. They're better at Battletoads than you. Like, yeah, and there may be some people who are better at bodybuilding and building muscle than you. Like, it happens.
Because, you know, Julian and Hussein probably going to get Jeff Nipper to at least 10 million followers. And so if he made a video going against them or saying they're fake natties, he'd probably lose all his followers. And so he had to lie and cover for them. I think that's got to be more likely. Just like Catabolic Twig states.
And in this video, I'll show you how to build up those features 100% naturally. By the end, you'll know exactly how to look enhanced without ever touching a needle.
Again, you can.
And so he doubles down now. Catabolic Twig says, again, you can't. You can't. You can't look like you're enhanced if you're not. It's not possible. There are no people in this world with superior genetics. Ronnie Coleman, if he had never touched a needle, probably would have made max, I don't know, 193 pounds. He's like 5'10". He would have never hit 200 pounds. No possible way. Keon Pearson, when he was natural back in the day.
Ronnie Coleman, when he was natural, was, like, he has to have... Ronnie Coleman may be the most crazy, insane genetic freak that ever lived. This was him when he was natural, before he took steroids. I'll try to find, like, a bigger photo.
Dude, I can't watch this anymore. If you say one more pro-genocide argument against Palestine, I am leaving this community. Stop supporting Israel. Also, I'd appreciate it if you stopped saying the R word. It's offensive.
Oh. Gay. Thanks for the donation, dude. Yeah, so Ronnie Coleman may have the most crazy freak genetics of, like, anyone we know of who's ever done lifting. Now, Ronnie claims he was natural in this photo, and, like, we have good reason to believe him. You can see a clear fucking difference. I don't know why that photo is so small. You can see a clear difference when he actually hopped on gear. Like, where we know he hopped on gear. There's another good one. There have been other people who've corroborated his story. I think either Kevin Levrone or Flex Wheeler talked about how, like, they had to explain to Coleman that he needs to go on steroids to compete in the Olympia. So, like, I mean, again, there are people who are just born with ridiculous gifts. Like, there are dudes who have, like, fucking, you know, 12-inch cocks. It's rare, but it happens. Like, there are people who can just pack on muscle like crazy. It's rare, but it happens. You know, there's somebody who's got to be the GOAT and better than everybody else. So, there's multiple people who corroborated the story. You can see a very clear fucking difference in his physique when he says he's natural versus when he said he hopped on gear. Like, there's an undeniable difference. And he doesn't really have much of a reason to lie about any of this. So, yeah, I mean, if Ronnie Coleman can get to that size and shape naturally, it's entirely possible that Usain Farhat could look the way he does. Same with that other guy, Julian, whatever. Entirely possible.
He never would have had that in that physique. I mean, when Keon Pearson was amateur, he absolutely looked enhanced. I made a natty or not, I said, there's no way that I believe this guy's natural. But now look at the size, I'm thinking, oh my.
I don't know anything about modafinil. Wouldn't you want to take a good amount of gear to build the muscle, then once it's built, no longer be on gear unless you want to get bigger again? What?
I'm with Jason on this. I'm sick of hearing about Israel-Palestine in general, but it's difficult for me to deny the genocide. And I also don't like hearing the R word.
Gay. Thanks for the donation, dipshit. You have to be on steroids if you want to stay bigger. You don't get to just do steroids, then come off, and then keep all your gains. So that's dumb. I don't think you know how steroids work. Hussein is not natural VG, you don't know the full story. Who knows? Like, here's what I do know. Hussein is not that big. He's under 200 pounds. And he hasn't benched anywhere close to 405. Like, you do not need to be on steroids to be under 200 pounds and bench somewhere in the neighborhood of like 330, 340-ish, I'm assuming, where his bench is at. So, like, who knows? Anybody could be lying. You know, somebody could have done a SARM cycle here or there, you know, whatever, but yeah, it's just not, it's not like, oh, whoa, he has to be on steroids. He's like 185 and he can bench like 340, I think, if that. I'm not sure if I'm misremembering, but it might even, his max bench may even be lower than 340. So, you know.
Unexpectedly, genetic waste reacted to your reaction. Heck, never will get it.
Let me take a look.
Just caught wind of this video.
Oh my god. This guy he is not employed. And he's not retired either. He said he was, what, 58? There's no way this guy's retired. He has a carer, or he's on some sort of disability because he's like retarded or something, and the government's like, well, you're clearly not mentally fit to work, and we wouldn't want you driving around town in a car, so here's a few grand a month to just sit at home and not bother anybody. 42 minutes and 51 seconds. There is no reason for this video to be that long. Like, you're not telling me somebody who's employed would make a video that long. Even if you're retired. Like, buddy, if you've retired, you probably figured out, like, your time is valuable, and there's better things to do than make a 42-minute video in response to me about going on steroids. So this guy is getting checks from the government because nobody wants him driving or going to a job where he could bother people. Get it?
Bismillah Mashallah Allahu Akbar. I love Palestine. Palestinians are so strong. Also I love Allah. Allah says not to say the R word.
I don't think so. But thanks for the donation, Mata Sergovin.
So, vegan slave is reacting.
Yes, vegan slave.
To the video that I came across of him. I guess.
Kind of weird how he calls me a slave. Like, I make my money begging online, just like Sverige. Like, if Sverige, learned about the, oh, you're a slave if you work a 9-to-5 job, and then he I guess I'm not a slave either. I have the same job as Farage. I beg people for fucking money. I'm not as good at it. Maybe I need to open up a cryptocurrency account so that whales can send me $50,000 fucking cryptocurrency transfers like Farage gets. But yeah, I mean, I've got the same job. I do stuff online and people like give me money. So I'm not a slave, just like your fucking, boy Sfarage there. Grey Knight donated $2. Did you take a day, one picture of your physique or a day before you started testosterone? No. So you can do a before and after physique difference? Well, why would I bother? I already have a physique update on my channel. So, like, what difference would it make? Like, I know what I looked like before I took steroids. Thanks for the donation, though, Grey Knight.
I am white.
Not so sure about that, Olawally. Think you might be a little confused. Thanks for the donation, though, Olawally Blue Vegan.
Admitting and stating he's taking steroids. Anyways, let's react to this video.
Yeah, dude, what's funny is on the screen, he's literally showing the thing that says pay my rent. I don't know how he can call me a slave. It's just weird.
Hey friends, it's Simon, and I just came across this video right now. I just popped it up, and all of a sudden, it's on our good friend here, Vegan.
Vegan Gains admits to taking
Why doesn't he play the whole thing in the beginning? Vegan slave. He doesn't like to hear that.
steroids is a fake natty.
Yeah.
How am I a fake natty if I open...
You're a fake natty because you take steroids. Fake natural.
So, fake natural doesn't have anything to do with taking steroids and lying about being on steroids? Like, deceiving people that you're not on steroids when you are? It's anybody who's on steroids, whether they're open or deceiving, they're a fake natural? Then why would you call them a fake natural?
It's not the fact that you it's not the fact that you admitted to taking steroids, the fact that you are on steroids.
Okay, so according to his definition of fake natural, you're a fake natural if you take steroids and it has nothing to do with deceiving people.
Only state that I'm on steroids. Oh man, I love these comments. Vegan Gains has been on steroids for years, yet all his ignorant, naive fanboys kept claiming he was natty and kept getting all butthurt every time anyone said he was on steroids.
It's funny. I'll fight you.
That's true.
Anytime you're free. I'll fucking give you a knuckle sandwich. And how about you don't eat until 4 a.m. to 10 a.m. and I guess you can call that fucking breakfast, dipshit.
Drinks a lot of Coca-Cola. Eventually this is going to catch up with him. That thing's filled with phosphoric acid. It fucking dissolves the shit out of your bones over time and causes glycation. A corn syrup, that's just nasty. They put in the cheapest sugar in there. Anyway, yeah, I think I've seen him eating...
There's no sugar in this. It's 0 sugar, as you can see. You can look at the calories on the back. 0 calories. So, not really worried about the sugar content.
Something on there one time with a fork. It looked like meat, but I could be wrong. Who knows? I mean, you can't trust anybody online these days. It's just entertainment anyways. There's a lot of fake stuff.
My balls shrink and my muscles grow. 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 My balls shrink and my cock yummy.
Alright, well, that's nice. I'm proud of you. Thanks for the donation, Genetic Beast.
Whatever.
Okay, you're on. Thanks for the donation, Killian Titan.
You could be fat because here's the thing: excessive amount that.
Obviously, he hardly got to 285 on a vegan diet.
That's absolutely true. I don't know anybody that could get to 285 on a vegan diet. Well, then again, you could be fat because here's the thing: excessive amounts of sugar.
Like, yeah, I was fat. Like, most of that weight gain was fat.
Will be converted to glycogen and loaded into the muscle, and we call.
What is the point of cycling gear then? What do you mean by that?
That sarcoplasmic hypertrophy, right? Vegan gains. Have you ever heard of that? You do know the two different hypertrophy. You do know there's two types of hypertrophy, right? There's myofibrillar and there's sarcoplasmic, and one can over.
Yeah, Tuvian, I don't understand any of the fucking questions you're asking me. So are you still cutting to berserk level? What does that mean?
Take the other. Now, yeah, it can load in the liver and your muscle. So you misconstrued that as being muscle. You're really just obese.
I never said I was 285 pounds of pure muscle.
Really expanding the sarcoplasm with, I don't know, eating starches and plants and shit. They're just garbage. Because if science says that protein synthesis needs to exceed that breakdown to the rate of protein synthesis needs to exceed the rate of protein breakdown to see that mass on that myofibrillar. And don't forget, when you do lift weights, there's also a window for protein breakdown, so you've expanded that. So you need to eat a lot. You need to be in anabolic growth state. I don't know how plants can put you in positive nitrogen balance when it's associated with what?
Well, yeah, I want to grow muscle and look like guts. That's why I'm taking steroids. Literally just said that.
Getting beat up by a skinny snitch. Would you snitch nigger Burgess if you're in the hood and blackies start a raucous? Will you tattle Sneed?
Oh my god. Charleston White versus Island Boy? What the fuck? How did I not hear of this? Oh fuck. Dude. Life is just a joke, dude. Don't ever take it seriously. Like, you know, it's almost as if the universe is actually playing a trick on you. We've got these, like, pro-meat carnivore influencers, like, with weird plant names. Paul Saladino, Frank Tufano, Sean Baker. And then, like, my last name sounds like burgers, even though I'm vegan gains. Like, dude, life is just fucking stupid. Don't take it fucking seriously. Just enjoy it. Let me see. Big D's donated $2. Thoughts?
Welcome. Introduce yourself. Go ahead.
My name's Alex Stein. I'm considered one of the sexiest men in conservative politics. And one thing I want to say, a lot of people are going to hear my testimony and you're going to say you're anti-LGBTQ. I want to say that's impossible because I'm a Dallas Cowboys fan. So obviously I have a lot of gay pride. But, you know, a lot of conservatives like yourself, you want to outlaw transgenders in women's sports. I disagree. I like transgenders in women's sports because you can gamble on them and win money. And I won so much money on Leah Thomas's propeller in that pool. I almost turned DraftKings, into Draft Queens. And, you know, I actually like transgenders in the military, too, because, first of all, transgenders are some of the meanest people on planet Earth, so they'd make a good soldier, don't you think? And then, you know, second of all, transgenders love to do mass shootings.
Is this actually the Senate committee? Dude, this guy is like the ultimate fucking troll. Oh my god, this is good.
So, that's perfect for a military veteran. And then on top of that, the suicide rate is incredibly high among transgender people. So we could just use them like the Taliban has suicide bombers. Maybe you guys can actually, if you commit suicide, actually help us in the battlefield. So that would be good. So I think we need transgenders in the military and women's sports. Now, when we come to the bathroom bill, though, this is an asymmetrical problem because...
Buddy, like, if I was trans, I wouldn't even be upset, because, like, one, you can't take this guy seriously, and two, it's, like, actually funny.
First of all, no dude cares if, like, a bisexual woman comes in there and tries to use, like, a pee funnel. Some ladyboy comes in there, some, stud comes in there, wants to pee in a urinal. No guy's going to be threatened by, a trans woman. But we don't want these gargoyles in a dress, some chick with a dick coming in there and trying to pee or poop next to my girlfriend, because that's disgusting. And I was going to say something. Listen, I have my First Amendment right. Let me just say. So we're sick of these transgenders trying to invade women's personal spaces. These ill people that are on hormones, that are on all kinds of, and you guys are all.
His girlfriend is a saint for putting up with his ignorance. Please do the right thing and vote against this bill. Thank you for your testimony.
All right, well, that's Republicans. They're retarded.
Hey, it's okay if you didn't finish college. That's fine.
Do you think I didn't finish college?
I mean, that's the vibe I'm getting right now. I don't know.
Where do you go to school?
Here at OU.
What's your degree?
Art.
Art?
Yeah.
Which one?
Studio.
Studio? You want to know some funny thing?
What is the funny thing?
I actually started school at the University of Oklahoma.
I bet you did.
As an art student.
Oh, I bet you did.
Studio. I did about 1.5 years of studio art. Then I took some philosophy classes. Then I get my undergraduate degree in philosophy with a minor in history of science.
And you did all that and you still chose to be out here doing
And philosophy. And then, crazy enough, because I had gotten really into the history of science, I stayed at the University of Oklahoma and I got a master's degree in the history of science.
Good for you.
And the entire time, I was a funded student, teaching, no less. Whenever I was, what's the name of the biggest scholarship that you can get as an incoming studio art student?
I don't even know. I was an incoming biology student, and I went to that class, and I said, this sounds fucking lame,
Yeah.
so I chose the art degree.
So I had the Selma Nafee scholarship entering the studio art
Okay,
program.
wait, hold on, sorry. I gotta look for gold stars really
Yeah.
quick. I don't know if I have any gold stars.
See, the thing is you brought it up, and you said, because I was an advocate of extending the laws against murder equally to all people, that I must not have gone to school. And I started to tell you that I went to the school longer than you have and longer than you will.
You got a degree, and that's really, really awesome for you.
Not a degree.
I don't give that much of a fuck.
Multiple degrees.
Awesome.
Not what I base my argument on, but that is how I refute your assertion and accusation that I'm clearly uneducated.
What a dumb bitch. Like, it's pretty easy to just make a, pro-choice argument. But yeah.
This is called the Human Wildlife Project. He records people just like a wildlife photographer. Just stands and observes how people act without interacting with them. It's a project on the Hawthorne effect, which is a thesis that people modify their behavior when they know they're being recorded.
You see how he's covering his face?
You're gonna have to explain yourself,
and
bro.
He won't say a word so that he
When
won't
law
speak.
enforcement get here, you're gonna have to explain like why you're doing it.
Sure, but you're not law enforcement.
Like, what? Do you have nothing better to do with your time? Like, this is what you do on your Mother's Day?
Wait, aren't you guys workers there?
Why don't they just leave if they don't want to be filmed?
Yeah.
They should be working.
That's it. You're not supposed to be filming. No, you're filming me.
We're filming people's faces and stuff.
It's weird how this is interesting.
It's just pathetic, but like.
He's not saying a word.
Zooming in on people.
Like, we can still see your eyes. You are identifiable.
Okay.
And we do have police on their way.
This is interesting. Oh, okay. They call the police. This is. Oh,
I'm sorry.
you can't touch him. Giving him what he wants. Trying to cool off. This is such an interesting, morally questionable experiment.
There was a guy who had the same concept for his channel. I can't remember. It was like really, really early days of YouTube. And his channel was huge, and YouTube eventually got it taken down because they added some privacy complaint feature, and a bunch of the people that he was filming ended up finding out who his channel was and then making like an endless series of privacy complaints. Thanks for the donation, though, Big D's. Appreciate it.
And snitchard Burgess. This is your theme song, Snitchard. This is your new Snitchard theme song, buddy. Snitchard Burgess. Snitchard sneed nigga dab yeet.
Alright, well, thank you. That's a nice theme song. Appreciate the donation, Snitchard Burgess. Sid donated $2. It's funny how Jack comes to kiss your ass on call during stream once every 2 weeks, but now he refuses to talk to you. Also, he bores us to death. Yeah, I mean, the guy is just dumb. Him and Tash are just dumb. Like, again, if they could come to the conclusion that I was right about the AI, then why wouldn't they assume that I might be right about some other stuff, like it not being a genocide, and then being completely unwilling to talk to me? They've just fully and utterly drunk the Kool-Aid, and they're just dumb people. Thanks for the donation, though, Sid.
If you were a strategist for the Democrats, how would you advise the party message vis-à-vis Israel-Palestine? From a purely electoral efficiency standpoint. The whining is gay and overblown. Literally everyone is retarded and thinks it's a genocide.
So I would run political ads showing Palestinians cheering on the 9/11 terror attacks. I think there are a lot of, like, because that... So, like, a lot of the people who are voting right now are my age, and a lot of the people who are whining and crying like little stupid fucking babies are also, like, a fair bit younger than me, actually. These are people in their late teens, early 20s. So they're so young that they either weren't even alive when 9/11 happened, or they're so young they can't even remember it, like they might have been 3 years old. So I think I was in grade 4 or something. No, maybe later. Maybe grade 5 when 9/11 happened. So like I'm old enough to remember it clearly, and I remember, you know, seeing the shit on TV at the time where all these Muslim nations, including Gaza and the West Bank, they were cheering on the 9/11 terror attacks. So I think people need to be reminded who these people are, and like I would just make some political messaging about, you know, why Israel is our ally and why we're enemies of fucking Palestine. Like, these are the people who said death to America, haha, fuck you, 9/11, eat shit. Why are we giving them any sympathy and saying, oh, Israel's so bad? So I would do some stuff like that, and I mean, again, the only people who are making a big stink about this are just communists. No real people who are voting for the Democrats care about any of this shit. So stop pandering to these stupid fucking communist college kids. Remind people why we support Israel and why we don't like Palestine, and, you know, show the, you know, footage from, you know, all this death to America shit in Gaza and the West Bank when the 9/11 terror attacks happened. And also just, like, I think what the Democrats need to do is just go full on 2A rights. So legalize machine guns. We have forced reset triggers now. There is absolutely no reason why machine guns should not be legalized again. Literally no point whatsoever. Technology has evolved to the point where the law has become completely and utterly obsolete. So legalize machine guns, get rid of the ATF. So all these stupid taxes that you need to, and like permits that you need for SBRs or suppressors, get rid of it. It's dumb. And just move on. The Democrats have such a bad reputation for being against 2A rights, and they realize how like stupid they've been. Even under Democrat majorities, they firearms laws have only expanded. It is this whole idea of gun control is a complete and utter political failure, and it's gotten to the point where even Gavin Newsom, the guy who is saying he wants to get rid of the Second Amendment, he is now saying, "Oh, I'm pro-gun," because they know it's a failed strategy. So they need to go full in on the 2A rights thing and actually convince people, and say, if we get elected, we are legalizing machine guns and we are disbanding the ATF. Problem solved. And again, we all know they have better economic policy. Literally, the only fucking reason, people voted for Trump is because they're afraid their guns getting taken away, and two, they're kind of stupid. So once Trump fucks over the economy, everyone realizes that they're poor because of Trump. Just get rid of any excuse. Just legalize the guns, and then, Democrats are good. Thanks for the donation though, retard.
Sneed Burgess Bitchard Rurgis Pride Gains Groin Pains Snitchard Snurgis Critchard Crurgis Faggy Richard Snitchard Sneed Weed Bleed Penis Gay Fuck Pen 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 Pen. Pen is a transgender penis. Sticky Black Weenie Burgess L.
Alright, well, thank you for that, non-wib. That was a beautiful poem. Appreciate the donation.
If Daniel Larson was president, we would have solved the Israel-Palestine conflict by now.
Yeah, he probably would have bombed Palestine and used a nuke because he's racist and seems to have a fetish for blowing things up. Thanks for the donation though, Ben Boy. I gotta go take a piss. I'll be right back. Okay, I am back. Oh, ooga booga. Oh, I forgot about the poll. So it's around 56, 57-ish percent. All right, cool.
Take your time, Unc. Nothing. I'm worried that his eye will pop out. Is that possible?
It could. I don't know what type of eye you got in there. It probably could.
He's tired, bro. Is this where age comes in?
Yeah, age comes in.
I hate that.
Yeah.
See, I don't see why the island boy ain't taking advantage of that.
What, like his eye or the age?
Both. Hey, I ain't gonna lie, Unc strong.
Yeah, I'm being tired. Yeah. You know, there's gonna.
Oh, he purposely threw it out?
Oh, yeah.
You're okay, Unc? It's okay, 1 minute.
At this point, I take my eyeball out and throw it at him. Fuck it.
You got this, Unc.
This is surprising, bro. Like, Unc holding his own, though.
I know, he is, and he's 48 years old. Uh-oh. I don't like that.
If the universe is just a joke, why did it program humans to holocaust animals? Because it has a sick sense of humor.
Thoughts on Julian?
Yeah, nice try, jackass. How are you feeling after 4 days of roids? Pretty damn good. I've noticed when I'm doing cardio, I clearly can sustain a higher output for longer. Like, I'm actually surprised. Like, I can push hard and I'm not like tiring out as quickly. So I've definitely noticed my endurance improved. I had a workout today and the weights just feel easier. I haven't hit all-time PRs yet, but the weights just feel easier right now.
Oh, you off balance. Off balance.
Hi Mr. Vegan Gains, what about Zoran Mamdani? Do you think he's a problem? He's leading the polls but mainstream Democrats are nervous about him being mayor of NYC, and then some people say he's a simp for terrorists.
The guy is a communist piece of shit. He is clearly a simp for terrorists. He's an anti-Semite who hates Israel and wants Hamas to kill Jews. And if he gets elected, yeah, best case scenario, he's gonna lie about every single promise he made and do nothing. Worst case scenario, he's gonna be able to do some of the stuff that he's promised, and he's just gonna destroy the fucking city. The guy is just a cancerous piece of shit who should be deported. But thanks for the donation, Ginnikis. Yeah, but, like, these things happen in cycles. Like, you know, there's a lot of dumbass, retarded lefties who think, oh, everything can be free and everything will be fine, communism, yay, and then they get exactly what they want and then everything goes to shit. Everything becomes more expensive, life gets harder, they lose their job, and then they realize, oh, this wasn't such a good idea, and then they just vote. So, you know, everyone has to find out the hard way. So, yeah, if he does get elected, he's probably going to fuck a bunch of shit up. People are going to get pissed off at him. Then they're just going to vote for, you know, more traditional candidate who isn't a communist scumbag. Thanks for the donation, though, Ginnikis.
Explain this then, you fucking tard.
People are starving in Gaza, and you can see a bunch of people who don't look like they're starving.
Starving to death in Gaza. They need urgently and
Yeah, that's why they look like they're not starving, and they have all of the strength and energy to fight.
immediately aid, says the WFP. Israel has dropped 43 aid packages into Gaza over the past few hours. This is according to Israeli military.
It fell on us on the roof of the house. I guess that brings a new meaning to using food as a method of warfare. It fell on us and we have some injured. Well, you look fine to me, buddy. Okay, well, I guess since you don't want the food anymore, I guess we should just tell Israel, you know what, you're upsetting them. Don't give them any of the, aid. They're upset about that, so I guess they'd be happier not getting anything. This is considered death. Not aid or food for people. So Israel airdropping in food and aid is death, and you'd be better off not having them do that?
مش دعم ولا للشعب اكل هذا موت للناس المساعدات بتكفي الشعب والله ما بتكفي هذه مثل نقطة في بحر وش تتمنى؟ يعني بتمنى انه الجميع يستفيد يزودوا من المساعدات هي من المساعدات.
This injury was caused during the rush for aid. So it's Israel's fault you're all a bunch of fucking monkeys that can't behave yourself and, fight over things? Israel should know better. We're all stupid, inbred morons, and we're going to fight for no reason. Look what Israel did to my arm. Israel, you should send soldiers to shoot warning shots and tell us to behave ourselves. When you just airdrop in food, we start fighting. Israel did this. Oh my god.
سكاكين بيضربوا فينا الناس كلها عشان كيلو رز كلها عشان كيلو رز روح فينا الاولاد هيو عشان روح كيلو رز ما روحتش ولا حاجه بسكوت وواحد مكرونه هذا روحته لاولادك هذا هو اللي روحته لاولادي هيو وهي الدم هيو.
Yeah, buddy, I don't think it's that big of a deal, so, wow. How does anybody take that seriously? Thanks for the donation, Free Palestine.
Abolish cops, prisons and med bills, ban guns, decriminalize drug possession, free childcare and transportation, affordable rent and groceries, and that's all bad to you? It's why he got my vote, lol. He's even gonna arrest anyone living in NYC that served in the IOF.
That's great. You're gonna get what you asked for and more. Thanks for the donation, stupid.
30 seconds! Come on, let's go up! Come on,
He's giving up. He's giving up.
He's giving up!
Ain't no timeout.
He's giving up! It's over! Ain't no timeout! Ain't no fucking timeout!
Ain't no timeout in boxing.
Ain't no timeout! Ain't no timeout!
Ain't no timeout in boxing.
He quit! He quit! Let's fucking go!
What was the thing that made him quit?
30 seconds! Come on, let's go up!
Oh my god.
About it. Can't see out his oh! Yeah, come on!
He pussied out.
30 seconds!
He literally just pussied out after one bad hit in the face.
Timeout! Ain't no timeout!
Well, that was the outcome I was expecting. It is an island boy. So... Dude, that's hilarious. Charleston White fought one of the Island Boys and won? Well, you know, it's not like this is the least embarrassing thing that's ever happened to them. Like, they literally kiss each other and do gay shit for money, so... Oh my goodness, what's going on, Gum Gum? Is that your ball? Oh my god. Gum Gum. Oh, there's your ball. Oh my goodness, Gum Gum.
Negative nitrogen balance, being on vegan diet. So how are you able to do it? Oh, I know. You take steroids. Yeah. Do you think a steroid could literally damage a muscle for you so then you can get it to repair and remodel bigger and stronger?
You don't need muscle damage to cause remodeling.
Man, steroids, they don't damage muscles, bro. And it's really hard to damage a muscle. And I've watched you lifting weights, and you lift concentrically, and concentric exercises is associated with a loss of sarcomere and series. So how are you getting bigger if it's associated with a loss of sarcomere and series? You're losing.
How are you supposed to lift weights without a concentric portion of the movement? Like, the weight has to go up somehow.
Losing muscle, if anything. And only eccentric exercises are associated with series and in parallel. So how are you getting bigger exactly? Do you even know the mechanics behind bodybuilding? Do you know anything about bodybuilding? Or do you just have to attack people personally because I hurt your feelings because you're too stupid to understand bodybuilding?
Now it makes sense.
What the fuck is going on?
Oh my god, these people are fucking crazy. Dude, like they're... If you
See, they're crazy because... Why? Because the comments are true. So they must be crazy because the comment that they wrote is true.
Ironically watch Genetic Beast, like... There's no help for you.
He's taking steroids, bro, because listen to this. This is interesting.
And why their skin color is the way it is.
By the way, just to let people know, I do not hate vegan gains or anybody on YouTube, really, the truth. It's just entertainment purposes only. This is to call, he could call me names or call anybody names. I don't really care. You know what I mean? So it just is what it is.
I only just realized. I'm reacting to Genetic Beast, reacting to me, reacting to Genetic Beast. Oh my god. I didn't notice there's two of me on screen here, and I'm like, what the fuck? Oh my god, this is the stupidest video ever.
How do you know which steroid and peptide suppliers are legit? Also,
you don't know who's the peptide steroid dealers are legit. You don't know. You'd have to test their stuff to find out whether, well, if you took it and you'd got...
Dude, like, this is so confusing. How could he make this video? Like, there's two of me talking.
No results. It's kind of obvious it's fake. So yeah, better to test it anyways. You never know what you get in there. It could be filled with bacteria. It could cause you, I don't know, a heart attack or something. Aneurysm. Who the hell knows?
what is the monthly cost going to be for your GH and test usage?
You see, I always knew he was a fake, man. I don't think it's going to cost him very much. He's in Canada. You could order steroids and get steroids in Canada. Man, knew a lot of people ordering steroids from like back in the day, Costa Rica and stuff, huge boxes, they would come to their address. They would open a bunch of shit in there. Now, I don't know, after 94, a lot of these pharmacies in Mexico throughout, or Oregon, I think it was Sustanon 250, they faked it. A lot of stuff was fake. I mean, HCG is still real, but all these steroids, they're fake, man. A lot of it's all fake down
Yeah, that's why there's third-party testing. I've gotten stuff that's being tested by Joshik.
there. The pharmacy just passes off fake shit. It's all garbage.
Vegan people cannot build. Like, I've literally just started taking steroids 3 days ago.
So how did you get up to 285 pounds on a vegan diet, eating salad? How does salad
I was not eating only salad.
build muscles exactly? Could you explain that to us? Because, you know, man, I'm sorry. Unfortunately, according to you, I'm retarded. I'm stupid, so I don't know anything. So I'd love for you to explain how eating leaves are going to build muscle somehow. And lifting concentrically in your garage or basement, lifting concentrically somehow damages muscles so they could go through repair and remodeling. I don't get it, bro. Fuck. It just doesn't make sense. But
I only
whatever.
just took my 3rd injection today. And then
Here's the thing. I already have experience in bodybuilding. I already know what it takes to get big and strong. I went through these repetitive damaging cycles. They're not easy. You have to come in once. You have to come in periodically. You can prove it, man. Just read PubMed. Satellite cell use it or lose it. They even tell you they're periodic. It's associated with what? This muscle injury. And then it builds, you get more cells. The satellite cell donates its nuclei, yada, yada. You build these nascent muscle fibers. It's also associated with what? Well, it can wear off myogenic decline and these senescent cells. It can get rid of it if you go through these periodic.
What does this have to do with anything? What does this have to do with me, like, being a fake natty?
damaging cycles. So yeah, because got to go through repair and remodeling. Science will tell you you need a minimum of a week. So we could go 17 to 14 days through a repair and remodeling to build muscle. Doesn't just build. Like myofibulars, they don't just build magically overnight. It's not so easy. And it depends, really. And you need to be in an anabolic growth state. The rate of protein synthesis needs to exceed the rate of protein breakdown. And you need to eat a lot, bro. I eat a lot at the buffet, and I eat a lot of animal products. It wasn't easy to get up to 285. Believe me, I was 285 back in late 90s. And it wasn't easy to get there with...
Yeah, and it wasn't easy for me either. That was the heaviest I got up to. I did a cut, and then when I bulked up to bench 410, I got up to 270. So I came in a little leaner when I finally did the 410 bench. But, like, you can see the difference in my face. Like, the amount of bloat, like, yeah, I was fatter. So, pretty big, visual difference there with my face. Yeah, there's the 410 bench. It was especially hard for me to get up to that weight because after I was on those antipsychotic meds, they permanently reduced my appetite. Usually they actually make you gain weight, and I don't know if they typically increase people's appetite. But what they do is they reduce your physical activity. So a lot of people end up getting very zonked on them. They end up sitting around or lying in bed a lot. And I think they end up just passing the time by eating or something. And there are people who, watch my channel and they've, said in the comments, they gained like 80 pounds over the course of just a few months after they were prescribed antipsychotic meds. But there was another guy who came on Discord and asked me about it. Some people, for whatever reason, they actually have a permanent reduction in appetite. So they might do something weird to your brain or some shit where they actually reduce your appetite, but it was hard gaining that much weight back. after I was on those antipsychotic meds. But again, the upshot of that is it was easier for me to lose all that weight very quickly.
Every damaging session I had to come in, fuck. I had to go through these damaging sessions that will last for hours, man. Then I'd have to go down.
If you had to guess, to what extent do you think Genetic Beast and Spharage's views overlap? Well, he gets a lot of his horseshit from Spharage now. For some reason, he became a Spharage fan. I'm hoping he doesn't agree with his views on raping kids. But, yeah, as far as, like, nutrition and, like, the weird slave job thing, you know, that sort of more superficial stuff, it looks like they completely align. Tash is live on YouTube right now. Oh, what stupid shit is she saying? Why is there no thumbnail?
You can't just say someone's a hypocrite.
Yeah.
It's like the same thing when I say, actually, for 23 years of my life, I wasn't vegan. Oh, you used to exploit animals, so yeah, you're a hypocrite. No, we've changed. We realized that we were hypocrites because I used to say I was against animal abuse, but I paid and supported it every day of my life, and then I changed.
Yeah, and you're...
To use someone's past against them is just so
There's
pathetic.
a point to be made that we should make up for our past. We should...
What do you think is more of a threat to Jews, anti-Semitism or anti-Zionism? They're the exact same thing. There's no difference.
I don't think you'll ever truly, fully make up. Well, I think you can. I think you can probably, over a lifetime as an activist, convince enough people to go vegan and save the animals in the process. I think it's just the least we can do.
Of course.
It's the least we can do for them.
Yeah, they need us here. They need us here, and I think just getting your phone out, doing a live stream doesn't take, you know, you don't have to do this crazy editing, you don't have to think of a thumbnail or whatever, like, just...
I'm not gonna bother commenting in their chat about the Palestine shit. They're doing animal rights activism. I'm not gonna try to take away from that, because I'm not one of these intersectional dumb fucks.
Just film yourself as you do it, because you can reach potentially thousands of people just by doing this. So,
and sharing the content of other activists as well.
yeah,
I mean, that's the...
so you can do online activism. You don't even have to step outside of your house.
you don't
Obviously, it's a great thing to go out and get out there and do it, but you can be an activist literally from behind your phone or computer. So
absolutely,
there are just so many ways that you can be an activist. It doesn't have to be doing the confrontational stuff that we choose to do.
Yeah. We need diversity, and we need as many people doing activism in a variety of forms.
Yeah.
You know, we need everybody in this.
Did she gain weight? Is she also being starved by Israel?
He told me not to do anything
Oh,
illegal.
that's a good one.
It's like, sorry mate, you're not a cop, you can't tell me what to do. I mean, I'm standing here with a phone. I'm not sure what he thinks I'm going to do. Maybe run in when the gate opens.
I think that's probably what he was thinking when that gate opened.
That's what I'd like to do, absolutely. Run in when the gate opens, go right up to the trucks and just film everything.
We should be, you know, I feel like they should open up farms and slaughterhouses to people to come and investigate for themselves, you know?
Yeah.
I understand that it's private property, so I do understand that there are things going on and maybe you need to have permission to come on, but it should be as simple as that. You should be allowed on with permission to investigate and see it for yourself with transparency, but they don't even allow that. They don't want people to see and film it.
They don't even want you out the front on public property.
That's right.
They want to get you to leave.
It wouldn't be near as hard to get permission to go on a fruit farm or a plant farm. Like, you can go and do strawberry picking yourself. They probably want you to come and volunteer and do it yourself, but they would be more than happy for you to advertise their strawberry company, right? But when it comes to
I don't like
this
oat
industry,
milk.
the animal exploitation industries, they want to keep
I'm
it
all
as
into
hidden
soy milk.
for a reason.
Yeah. Exactly. I think someone's saying that this is cow's milk.
Oat milk, mate.
I'm literally wearing a jumper that says dairy murders babies, and I'm an animal rights activist, and you think that I have a mother's breast milk in here? Seriously? 20 grams protein, oat milk, chocolate. So easy to get, you know, the vegan alternatives to everything, but especially dairy. You can get, like, there's so many plant milks out there, you know?
Yeah.
Okay, so almond milk, gross to me. Soy milk, amazing. Like,
Yeah.
everyone has their own taste preferences. And
Big D's donate $2 low. Is he really your cousin?
What's going on?
Vince said he looked into his family tree and he claims we're third cousins. So we're not very related, but according to him, we're third cousins. It's possible. I don't care enough to actually do any research into it, but according to him, we're third cousins.
Tash looks like she went on the Jasmine Burgess diet, and Jack is in the same position you were from a few years ago. Being thrown around by his bitch girlfriend, having to eat potatoes while Tash eats vegan mayo with Gardein chicken tenders. Jasmine.
I mean, she gained a little bit of weight, not that much. People gain a little bit of weight and then lose a little bit of weight here and there. It's just what happens. I don't know why people are making a big deal about it. But thanks for the donation, 21st. Seems like a lot for a first cycle. That is not a lot for a first cycle. Yeah, 210 milligrams test is pretty mild for a first cycle. Like, the only expensive thing is the growth hormone. That's about $600 a month for the growth.
To a local buffet because I knew there was a window, like
Thanks
I think
for
it
that
was over
donation,
4
Big D's.
hours. That rate of protein synthesis needed to exceed that rate of protein breakdown. It wasn't easy, so I found a buffet, local buffet that was close to Bally's. I would just go right in there and just start eating. I would start at 11:30, and I think I left around 4. I left the buffet at 4:30. In those days, I ate a lot more. And I would still keep eating that day throughout. And then throughout the week, I would keep eating a lot. Keep yourself in positive nitrogen balance. So you're constantly building. Man, listen, fucking YouTube, NCBI, PubMed will corroborate everything that I say. And you have to go through that for weeks and months to actually see real results. So how...
What's going on here? Oh. Oh my goodness. There's a cat. Hey, kitty. Do you want to cuddle? Oh, yeah, come cuddle. I love it when my kitty sits on me. Oh, yes. That's a good baby. You want to come cuddle? Ah, don't dig. What are you digging? Why are you digging at my leg? Yeah, that's a good baby. You should come cuddle. You're so handsome. Oh my goodness. Look at your little pink kitty nose. Oh my goodness, you have such a big cat head. I love your big cat head. That's a good big cat head. You're such a sweetie. You know that? Yeah, I love my sweetie. We should finish that movie we were watching last night. That's a good baby.
How the fuck is this fuck doing it, eating fucking salad, and just eating these stupid ass meals and lifting stupid ass weight concentrically in this stupid ass fucking basement. Get it? When I had to fucking go through damaging sessions, then I had to eat the entire week, and I was sore for like 4 days going through DOMs every single week to get there. What the fuck is he trying to convince me? That eating fucking salad and lifting a fucking stupid heavy weight, I'm recruiting motor youth.
I was watching The Gorge last night with Gummy, but I got too tired to finish it.
Units and what is it? Androgen receptors for maximal force production. So let me get this straight. So performance, you're a performing slave. So performance and eating fucking salad is how he got to 285. Well, that ain't muscle then. That's obviously fat. He got fat. He's obese. Because if it is sarcoplasmic, which it is.
Like, dude, I never claimed I never gained any body fat. You know, you can gain muscle and fat, like...
You're obese because glycogen, regardless whether triglyceride in the fat cell or glycogen in your muscle, you're obese. Like the rest of these phony lifters. If steroids could build muscles, then fucking build it and then get the fuck off the steroids. Why do you got to keep taking it? Why does anybody need to keep taking it? Because they didn't build any fucking myofibrillar growth. It's all bullshit. It's garbage. Yeah, I'm not saying that a steroid can't stimulate protein synthesis. It can stimulate, but...
One of the top Dem senators says he will not endorse Zoran. Commies crying saying vote blue no matter who. Also, did you see Netanyahu say the plan now is to occupy all of Gaza? Kinda base 10GL.
Zoran Mamdani is just horrendous, evil scumbag. So yeah.
I'm wondering if part of the issue with your party, do you think, is not embracing enough of the energy on the left flank of your party? You're seeing what's happening in your neighboring state in New York. Zoran Mamdani, he's the Democratic candidate, Democratic Socialist candidate there. Democratic leaders are not supporting him. Is that a problem? Do you support him?
So you and I are going to have this conversation. And I'm going to say to you one day,
Zoran Mamdani is not a Democrat. He's a fucking fascist.
I told you so. This is not a left-right issue. It really isn't. It is an authoritarian versus people who want pragmatic government that makes a difference in the lives of American people. I'm one of these people that says the lines that divide us in America are not nearly as strong as the ties that bind us. Big corporations, people want to keep our eyes on the screen, want to pit us against each other and tell us how much we should hate each other. I'm sorry. The left-right lens is not the right lens to look at this right now. Right now it is, can we get back to the pragmatic work of governing?
About Mamdani, are you going to support him?
I have learned a long time ago, let New York politics be New York politics. We got enough challenges in Jersey. I got a governor's race. I'm supporting Mikey Sherrill. I got legislative races. That's where my energy is going to go going into November.
Hi Mr. Vegan Gains, whose socio-political views do you align with more, Destiny or Marine Gains?
Probably Destiny. Like, Myron Gaines is a... It's hard to even describe what he is. He's trying to be friends with, like, really hardcore right-wing white ethno-nationalists. So, like, I mean, Destiny's political views would have to align more with mine. Thanks for the donation, though, Nature Boy.
New York City, I love you. You're my neighbor. You're about 10 miles from where I live. You guys figure out your elections. I'm going to...
Yeah, everybody knows Zoran Mamdani's a fascist. The guy is a fucking communist, so... Thanks for the donation, though, retard. DD donated $2.
Get upset when you say Gaza is occupied. You'd be like, Gaza is occupied. They're like, no. Well, then what is it? They're like, well, it's a blockade and a siege. Like, that sounds much worse, okay? You just stick with occupied.
Israel left Gaza. The Palestinians voted for Hamas.
Let's unpack that statement. They voted for Hamas. All of them. Even the babies. Crawled out to the polls, scribbled in Hamas, got the little green lollipop and went home.
I mean, how do you think elections work, dude?
How of Gaza's population is under 18. Okay? So, yes, this is partially true. Also because refugees have been pushed out from other parts of the region into Gaza. That's why
That's not true.
there's a lot of people there. But yes, the Gaza birth rate is high. Some people often say it's only one or the other. It's actually both. Palestinians be doing it. So half of the population is under 18. We already know that less than 50% of them voted. Because it was one election, and it was in 2000.
The majority of the population still support Hamas. Like, what does this matter?
2006. Do you remember who you voted for in 2006? No, because it was a midterm year. Nobody gives a right?
Oh my god. What a cuck.
The pro-Palestine protests anti-Semitic. Get the fuck out of here. We're not taking that shit anymore.
Yes, chanting death to Jews is not anti-Semitic, apparently.
No. Do a little bit of light Googling, and you will see that Palestinians are Semitic.
Here we fucking go. Okay, well, I guess it's not a genocide then, since Jews are killing their own. Like, how is it an ethnic cleansing if you're claiming they're the same race? Like, this is so fucking stupid. There, okay, it's not a genocide. You just proved it. Fuck you, idiot. What a moron. Thanks for the donation, Didi.
This nigger scammed his followers, then popped back up with a fresh hair transplant. I love being alive to bear witness.
Alright guys, welcome.
Whoa. Wow. You've got to be kidding me. That is hilarious. So all that shit about needing lawyer's fees to track down his like ex-girlfriend or something and get his kid back. I got $20,000. What should I do with it? Oh my god. How does he have an audience still? Is anybody like mentioning this? Is this his latest upload? Oh, that's funny. He's got a hat on now. People must have been mentioning this. Oh, he's deleting comments. Yeah, he's deleting comments. Wow. Does anybody know how much money he raised exactly for that whole thing? Because I know he at least raised like 10 grand or something. Holy shit. They're all scammers. What a loser. So, yeah, I guess I'm not going to take care of my child. I'm going to abandon my family. Oh, you guys gave me, you know, like 10K? Well, I guess I'll use it on a hair transplant. I won't pay anyone back or anything. Yeah, I guess we'll just do a hair transplant. That's funny. So, this was a month ago. Trying to figure out when he actually got this done. Does this look like transplant hair? That is, yeah. Looks like there might still be some swelling, so... Let me go way back. Yeah, he was pretty smooth and chrome-domed. Just wondering, like, exactly how bald he was. Yeah, so that is a hair transplant, undoubtedly. So that looks, yeah, that looks like transplanted. So this was June 30th. Okay, that's definitely, again, transplanted. June 27th. Yeah, there it is. Still a month ago, June 17th, so he has to have been... So this is 2 months ago? It looks like he's trying to hide it, but I can see it. So that's June 4th. Yeah, he's got the headphones. So, and that's June 1st. And there's the bucket hat. Yeah, he's hiding the hair transplant thing. He's got the hat on. Hat, hat, hat. Still hat. Still hat. There we go. February 4th. Bald. Yeah, still bald. Still bald. Hey, no camera. There we go. So he got it after March. Yeah. So right at March, and then you see the hat. I wonder if you can see the swelling in his face. No. So he didn't even show himself on camera. So he got it between March 1st and February 4th. So yeah, somewhere between March 1st and February 4th. So February 4th, all the way up till March 1st. That's like, yeah, it's about 3 weeks or a little over 3 weeks. So he got it probably right at the beginning of February. What a piece of shit. They're all scumbags, eh? All scumbags. Like, it's a grift. I don't think he really believes too much in this Muslim shit, and he knows it's horseshit. Easy way to get money, right? So, I guess hair transplant was the best way to spend tens, like, he probably, I'm pretty sure, if I remember correctly, last I checked, he got like 10 grand from that crowdfunding, if not more. So I guess that's the best way to spend 10 grand, not investing it, not spending it in what you promised to spend it on. Hair transplant. That's fucked. Thanks for the donation, Allah.
Have you ever had your shoulder/rotator cuff feel weird with a little bit of pain occasionally? I've had this for 1 month and wondering if I should stop working out completely until it's better.
Yeah, I've had stuff like that. I don't know if it was specifically my rotator cuff. What you can do is just lift with very light weights where you're not getting any aggravation. That is likely going to be better for healing than just not doing anything. And I'd also just do some like mobility and stretching exercises. So, and I'd also work on external and internal rotation exercises that might also help with the healing process and also injury-proof your shoulder. But if doing anything at all is aggravating it, then yeah, I would rest it until you get no aggravation when you just do basic movements, and then do some very, very light weights, and you can do like, 20, 30, 40 rep sets. That will help with the healing process and mobility, and I'd also do internal and external rotation exercises. Thanks for the donation, though, Blur.
Kicked out of 109 countries and hated for 2,000 plus years. Yet everyone else is the problem. What the Palestinians are going through is but a fraction of what Jews are capable of, and yet you support that creepy race.
Oh, so you don't think Hitler did anything wrong? It was the Jews' fault, huh? Yeah, okay. Right. The pro-Palestine movement isn't anti-Semitic. Dodo donated $2. Speaking of Zoran Mamdani.
Israel doesn't want the world to see what Gaza looks like from above. But journalist Dalal Mawud Osama bin Laden Hitler the Hadalakadaka from Al Arabi TV got the footage, and he is going to fly his plane into the World Trade Center to protest the genocide in Gaza.
Fucking retarded. Oh my god, this... Yeah, Zoran Mamdani. Okay, yeah, buddy. Fuck you. Based. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Someone needs to say this: if you support Israel, you are the anti-Semites. The Palestinians are the original Semites. They're all literally more Jewish than any CO settler in the genocidal illegal colony. Lol, it's scientifically proven it's true. Fuck Israel.
Alright, so then it's not a genocide and it's not ethnic cleansing. Thanks for the donation, stupid.
It itself can't magically damage muscles for you or go through repair and remodeling. This is just stupid shit.
Like, he's always been on steroids. Like, if you're caught, like, I don't know, drinking or smoking crack.
I can't prove if he's been on it forever or not. But the fact that you admitted it in a video that you're taking these steroids says everything, that you most likely have been taking it the entire time.
So I've been taking these drugs this entire time. So if I've been taking them this entire time, you'd expect to see no change in my appearance, my strength. So if I do, in fact, start making more gains and look different and get stronger, would that prove or at least be evidence to suggest that I haven't been taking these drugs this entire time?
And then you're asking people, are you impressed by my lifts? What lifts? They're fake. You took a drug to lift it. If I went to a competition, I used a forklift.
Oh my god.
You're such a pussy, no wonder Jas left you. No one mentioned Hitler, and you still can't refute 109 countries plus 2k years of problematic history. Mu anti-Semitism.
Yeah, Islam does not have any problematic history. That's why they've been constantly committing tribal genocides and going to war all the time.
LMFAO, vegan capital of the world, my commie black ass, even the animals aren't falling for that lie and are against the illegal colonial apartheid settlement. This crow is saying fuck Israel. L.
عزوبة الدقل.
You're a fucking retard.
Lift. Hey, look, I lifted it. I used a forklift.
I think a lift is by definition fake if you did not lift the weight. So like there's fake weight plates, or you're lying about the amount of weight lifted. Like the lift is not illegitimate or fake because you took steroids. The lift is fake if you did in fact not lift the weight that was reported. Now, you can say the only reason you were able to lift that much weight is because you're on steroids, but that doesn't make the lift fake.
I cheated. The only difference is you took a molecule, bind with the androgen receptor, giving you maximal force production.
You ever seen this excellent visualization of jihad, especially in comparison to the Crusades? Look at that religion of peace go.
Whenever you're dealing with an apologist for Islam, or even a Muslim, and you bring up jihad, almost immediately they kick back to you, well, what about those terrible crusades? Why, they're the moral justification for jihad. I mean, we're just as bad as they are, so let's not talk about jihad, okay? Let's talk about the crusades.
Yeah, they're kings of whataboutism.
Well, what I would like to talk about here are facts. And it turns out I sat down and put together some work, and
I'm pretty sure the only reason the Crusades even happened was because Muslims were, like, literally trying to commit, like, tribal genocides against Catholics.
Created a database of some 548 battles that Islam fought, jihad battles against classical civilization. And this aren't even all the battles. It really doesn't say much about Africa and India, Afghanistan and all that. It's primarily the battles against the classical civilization of Rome and Greece. So, 548 battles is a lot, and it's too much to even comprehend. So I created something which I call a dynamic battle map, in which you have a display of the Mediterranean, and a white dot means that this 20-year period, that's a new battle. So every time the screen changes, it's 20-year period. They then, the colors white turn to red, and so you can see a history. This may seem a little confusing, but I think when you see it, you'll know exactly what I mean. And here it starts. Islam burst out of the Arabian Peninsula and immediately starts attacking the Middle East. And notice that it doesn't take long until they're crossing the Mediterranean and attacking southern France and Spain. Notice something here. Most people think of Islam, they think of Arabs, they think of desert. And yet here we see that Islam is projecting power throughout the Mediterranean. Notice how the little islands of the Mediterranean are getting hammered. The navy of Islam would attack coastal towns, kill, rob, rape, and then take slaves. So this whole battle map, as it unfolds, you're seeing slaves being taken. Over 1 million slaves were taken out of Europe into the Islamic world. That's something you don't think about much, but it's absolutely true. There were over 200 battles fought in Spain alone. And we also see, however, on the east coast in Turkey, that Islam is trying to break into Europe. Now, what's going to happen is, in Spain, this ongoing fight that lasted for 400 years, the Christians are going to push back the Muslims. But now then what has happened over in the east is that Constantinople has fallen, and now then Eastern Europe is getting hammered. The jihad now comes to Eastern Europe. It's pushed out now of Spain. Northern Africa is now completely Islamic. The Middle East is completely Islamic. This is all jihad, relentless jihad. And why is it so relentless? Well, Muhammad was relentless in his jihad. And these people are good students of Islam, and so it's against the kafir, on and on. It was traditional that when the Sultan came to power, the brand new Sultan, he would immediately try to launch new wars because he was going to be noted in his Islamic history as to how well he fought against the kafir. So that's what the jihad looked like over that time period, 548 battles. But remember, when you bring up jihad, people want to bring up the Crusades. So I also prepared a dynamic battle map of all the offensive raids of the Crusaders. Let's watch it and make a comparison. And so it begins. The Crusades enter into Turkey and the Middle East. Battles go on, but aren't there far fewer than you thought there might be? And here we go. The last battles are fought, and that is the end of the Crusades. So now then we can talk about some facts. Yes, there were Crusades, but notice they ended centuries ago, and jihad is being practiced today. Jihad has been with us for 1,400 years. There is no comparison between jihad and the Crusades, certainly not a moral comparison. And when you're looking at the Crusades, remember, in one sense, all of the Crusades were defensive wars. Why? Well, as we saw on the first jihad map, it was Islam that came out of Arabia and conquered the Middle East, a Christian Middle East. And so the Crusaders were trying to free their Christian brothers and sisters from jihad. So there's no moral comparison at all. The motivation of the Crusaders was to free Christians. The purpose of jihad is to enslave the kafir.
Yep. But for some reason, we still like to suck Muslim dick here. Thanks for the donation, Allah. Will Mage and $2, this poor, starved Gazan baby. This is a 3-year-old Palestinian infant named Idi. Idi is in a Gaza hospital where he has been starved and hasn't been able to phone home thanks to the IDF. Please tell the New York Times, NBC, The Age, and the BBC. The world needs to know. Yeah. That's literally what happened, too. Literally what happened. Thanks for the donation, Will Mage.
To push some weights, but you're just, man, that's entertainment. That's based on performance, performing slave shit. Get it? Whatever. That's why bodybuilding is not considered a sport, because it's based on eccentric lifting. So eccentric exercise compromises sportive performance. That's why bodybuilding cannot be a sport. That's just fucking ridiculous.
Like, do we have the same standard? Oh, so you've always been a crack addict. What?
So when they say these people crossed the ocean and they got scurvy, well, what was the cause of the scurvy? If vitamin C is found in meat, and they did carry meat on board on these ships, right?
Vitamin C is not in adequate quantities in meat. It's very, very small quantities.
They had meat. I don't know about plants, but meat has vitamin C. So it can't be a deficiency in vitamin C.
Oh my god. So they eliminated scurvy after they were able to preserve fruits on these ships. So citrus fruits in particular, that was their go-to. So yeah, I think that answers that question. Okay, this guy's just crazy.
My goodness, is it possible he was natural back then? At some point, he actually was. Every enhanced bodybuilder, at some point in their lifting career, you know, when they first started, was natural. Many of these guys look crazy. Crazier than Julian, and way crazier than Hussein. Hussein is 5'11" and 186 pounds. He competed at 166. You know how many natural bodybuilders write me in private and say, I have a better natural physique than Hussein, do a video on me? Happens all the time. Many of them, they do. They just do. They have better legs, more muscle. And so it is possible, and the answer is you have crazy genetics. Crazy genetics, and let's throw this in here. You crazy genetics, you take natural supplements, you train your ass off, and you do that for a long enough time to see your muscles. And someone out there, maybe 1 in a million, they're going to look undeniable. You're going to think, no way you're natural. You are? I used to get that all the time. When I was natural, people used to say, I don't believe you. Of course you don't. Look at me. No, you're just going to think I was on steroids. And now that you know that I came out, I started MK at 13. That was a secret. Or it wasn't MK because it didn't exist, but there was something. That's got to be the answer. There's no way that I actually did it natural. There's no way. And so it's easier to think, no, they're just all cheaters. Everyone with better genetics than me is a cheater, than to think somebody actually did it.
The guy has been training for 3 years. If he was natural, imagine what he would look like in another 3 years. And imagine what he would look like once he started juicing.
Oh, that's the best. Imagine what Julian would look like enhanced. I like that argument. That's a good one. If Julian is natural looking like this, what would he actually look like enhanced? Show him some people. And so we have Anton Antipov. I think that's his name. He's 19 years of age. He turned IFBB pro. He's 19. No way is this guy natural. No way. He got 5th place in a pro show in classic physique. 5th place in a pro show. Do you know how bad Julian would do in a professional bodybuilding competition if he got mind-blowing shredded while being 100% natural? He would get very close to last place, if not last place. You have no idea how much better IFBB pros are than these guys. Hussein Farhat, as an IFBB pro, would get embarrassed. At 5'11", 166 pounds, he would be going against Urs Kalasinski. Do you know how much muscle Urs would have if he were at 100% natural right now? Way more than Hussein. The problem is, many of these guys, they take steroids far too young, like Urs, like Sebum, like Sam Sulek, and so you don't know exactly how much muscle they'll put on. I've even read these comments. Anyone would have as much muscle as Sam Sulek if they took as many steroids as he did. No, that's the problem. You all think that if you took hella steroids, that you would have the same physique as Sam right now. It's genetics. Genetics dictates how much the steroids are going to work. And so just because you're on steroids, it doesn't mean you're going to look like Julian, or it doesn't mean you're going to look like me. If you have amazing genetics and then you take steroids, then you're going to look like an IFBB pro. And look at this guy. He's 19. He was in Jesse James' video. Look at this physique. He's 19. In comparison to Hussein, are you seeing the difference? Do you really think that Hussein can hold a candle to this guy? They're not even close. He couldn't even make the weight cap for classic physique. The weight cap for classic physique is 228 pounds. Hussein needs to gain 60 pounds and he'll still make the weight cap for IFBB.
I'm pretty sure that 19-year-old kid's on steroids. There's some weird shit, like the skin tone and the veins popping.
IFBB Pro Classic Physique. And so Hussein is still 60 plus pounds too small in order to beat Urs. 60 pounds of muscle. And so even with steroids, I don't think that Hussein could beat Urs. That is how much muscle he has.
A few people pointed to subject number 5's quads as being a little suspicious, but I got in a leg workout with him, and I definitely think he earned those quads naturally.
And so that was the dumbest comment that Jeff Nippard made in the video. Remember, I'm Steelman. To say I worked out with him, and so I think he trained natural. No. That's not how it works. I mean, that made no sense, and so that just made his video look that much worse, because he's saying, look, I trained with him, he worked out very hard, and so I can assure you he trained natural. That does nothing. That holds 0% validity. Not even a 1% addition to the argument. Remember, I'm not trying to put catabolic...
Well, it's a really stupid claim, too, because it's easier to work harder when you're on steroids. Like, you have more energy, you have more motivation. Like, again, testosterone also increases aggression, competitive drive. So, like, if anything, that'd be an argument that he's on gear.
Twig down. I'm agreeing with him 100%. But you know what? He passed the blood work. That is everything. When you pass the blood work, it shows you haven't been on steroids or anything for...
Is 19 a kid? Well, it's a legal adult, but if, like, 19 is very young. Like, you're a fucking idiot when you're 19, and by the time you're 30 and you look back at yourself when you're 19, you think, yeah, I was a kid at 19. So, it depends on how you look at it.
Several weeks and or months. And when I say several weeks, I'm talking about more than 4, not 2 or 3 weeks. Trust me, if bro was on steroids and stopped, he would fail. He wouldn't have his LH and FSH in order. You would see the signs. That is why blood work is so much better than an actual drug test.
Well, there you have it, guys. No need for regular water-grade drug testing over the course of months alongside DEXA scans to gauge whether muscle mass has atrophied.
Twig, come on. You can't tell people that a DEXA scan is going to be beneficial at testing you to see if you're a fake daddy. That was what Prosper Fitness endocrinologist said. Remember that? Proctor Fitness's doctor, he went in the video and said, you know, if he really wants to prove he's natural, he's going to have to use a DEXA scan. I mean, he lost every ounce of credibility right there.
And this is what I look like now, 30 pounds lighter at around 10% body fat. I'm definitely getting more steroid accusations now, despite the fact that I'm actually quite a bit smaller. That's the illusion of bodybuilding.
Yeah, and so he agrees with Jeff. If you have a decent amount of muscle and you're leaner, people are going to think you're a fake natty. He's 155 pounds. And so, yeah, you need some muscle, but you don't need an incredible amount to look like you're a fake natty. You just need to be lean enough. Hussein Farhat's 5'11", he's 180 plus pounds. You think he's a fake natty. Jeff Nippard, 155, you think he's a fake natty. Show some photos of me, 149 pounds. How many of you think I'm a fake natty? How about this black and white photo, 155 pounds. Y'all think I'm a fake natty. Here's a side twisting shot, a very popular.
Ain't scared, donate $2. Let me see.
Cartman, where are you going? I'm gonna go take care of this prick. Cartman, he's crazy. He's not crazy, he's an idiot. I know how to deal with these people.
I flippity floppity floop. Jihad, jihad.
What's up, Bin Laden?
Aruba dooba dooba. Durba durba hach.
Uh-oh, 5:30, time to pray. Allah, Allah,
Tava haku. Hala, 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 haga durba durba, durba hagla.
That was South Park. Is bullying good or bad? I would say bad. Such a dog. Oh, silly dog. He does not understand the spring. That's a good silly dog. I wonder what's going through his little dog brain. What a silly guy. That's a really nice dog. I like those little sausage dogs. So nice. Thanks for the donation, Ain't Scared.
Popular shot. Even Jeff Nippard wrote me about this one. He said, are you actually natural here? Yep. 155 pounds. I was not that big, but because I was lean, I looked enhanced. And so, yeah, add in a proper tan, and if you have great symmetry, great structure, and a decent amount of muscle, you automatically look like a fake natty, which proves that just because you have muscle and you're natural and look enhanced doesn't mean that you are.
Someone like Hussein gets a lot of fake natty accusations online since he has a huge social media following.
Well, no, it's because he made all of his gains in about a year and a half, the first 8 months of which were spent training in his garage with a broomstick and a ladder.
And so, no, it's because he filters his photos. He puts on structure, and he makes it look like he's actually leaner than he is. He has very good lighting, and many people circulated a photo of him when he was like 13 or 15 years of age, and they think that that's his starting point. Catabolic Twig is showing the actual starting point from a guy who just played video games. He's showing him right here. He's standing there. And in that photo, he weighs in the 130s, not 120 pounds, 130s. And so if you add 130s and he's in his 180s now, that's 50 pounds. And he's been training for 3.5 years. Not a year and a half, 3.5. And Julian, by the way, he started at 14. I've got all the conversation with him. He's 19 now. 14 to 19, pretty close to 5. And so Julian hasn't only been training for 3 years, is closer to 5.
This is what everyone looked like with standard diffuse lighting. Now look at the difference once we switched to more spot lighting. Everyone went from natty to enhanced in a 1 second transformation.
No. See, Jeff is going too far. He's saying everyone went from looking natural to enhanced with just a lighting. No. They all looked better. They all looked more enhanced, but just because there wasn't good lighting didn't mean that they all looked natural. They just looked more impressive. The point is, if you use special lighting tools, you can look more enhanced than you actually are. And so when you're comparing your own physique to these guys, understand that they're using the best possible lighting to give them an advantage. And so if you feel inferior, you feel bad, realize that if you're not in really good lighting, you're not going to look as good as if you use the proper lighting.
Is it just me?
Get ready to play Roblox tomorrow? I don't know about that.
Or does Hussein still look massive even in the shitty lighting? To me, he still looks fully unnatural here. Why? Because I know what actual natties look like in shitty lighting. These grifters...
It's interesting because I know what actual natties look like in bad lighting. These grifters here. Like, some people still actually are natural and have a lot of muscle, and even in bad lighting they look good. I mean, imagine IFBB pros, if they weren't taking steroids, they would still have a shit ton of muscle. The best guys in the world, if they were natural, they would be very impressive. I'm thinking about like Mr. Olympia caliber bodybuilders like Big Ramy. Like if Big Ramy had never touched a steroid in his life and had just trained for a couple of years, he would have had more muscle than Hussein Farhad. I'm sorry.
Come on, man. Look at the size of it. You're telling me he achieved this naturally in less than 2 years.
I don't understand why you're saying in less than 2 years he achieved this when he's been training for 3.5. And so... I don't understand that part. I mean, hey, we're all agreeing. They obviously use steroids for the first 2 years of training, but he's been training for 3.5 years. And so remember, the point of the video is to say you should all go on steroids for the first 1.5 years or so of your training, get all the gains you're going to get in your entire life, and then go off, because then you'll have your health in order, you'll have all the gains. Can't wait for everyone to try it. Don't try it.
With all of that combined, both Hussein and Julian still dwarf Jeff size-wise, even if you take into account the difference in stature.
Jeff would beat both Julian and Hussein in a bodybuilding competition. I've already made that video. I don't know if it's posted yet or not, but they're dwarfing him because they're taller. If you look at Jeff at being 5'5", and if Jeff were suddenly 5'11", Jeff would be bigger, way bigger, especially in the legs. Notice how Julian and Hussein both have pants on. Why do you think that is? Why? Is it maybe that their upper bodies are more impressive? You know, maybe. And let me think of this. You just said Jeff has top 1% genetics. I agree. But is it top 0.0001%? Does Jeff have 1 in a million genetics? You just said top 1%. That's 1 in 100. And so give me the top 1 in 100 physique against the top 1 in a million physique and stand side by side. Who do you think would win? Top tier 1 in a million genetics with, let's say, 3 years of training, or 1 in 100 genetics with 20 years of training? Who's going to win? Chris Bumstead with 3 years of training, or bro with top 1% genetics who's been training their entire life? I'm asking the question. Who would you bet?
Hussein put on more size in 2 years, coming from being an absolute stick, than Jeff Nippard, the science-based lifter who has been training for almost 2 decades.
Jeff Nippard has put on 3 pounds of muscle in the last 10 years. Ask Jeff. Maybe it was 4. Ask Jeff. And so the majority of your gains, they happen in the first several years of your training. It's called newbie gains. And then after that, it's much harder to put on muscle. And so if you say this guy only trained for 2 years, 3 years or whatever, and they have amazing genetics, and this guy trained for 20 years and they have above average genetics, is it possible that the guy in only 2 years puts on as much muscle as someone who trained for 20? I'm asking you.
If I, being a bit of a brainlet, can identify that these two are full of shit, then you can bet your bottom dollar that Jeff, who's a very smart guy, absolutely knows as well. And yet he still decided to make this video and to defend both of their claims.
And so here's the thing. Jeff doesn't give his opinion. Jeff goes by science. Jeff repeats what science says. Jeff may very well have thought, no way is Hussein or Julian natural. He might not think it. But if the science says natural, he has to say natural. Do you really think that Jeff was going to say, I've tested all these guys from a doctor and analyzed their blood work, and despite the fact that the blood work says they're natural, my eyeball test is saying that they're not? Was there even a 1 in a million chance that he would do that? There was, having a very, very small waist. And so when the arm is closer to the camera, but his waist that's about this big, he looks bigger than ever. Now, if you measure Hussein's legs, if he had wearing a sweater and he was wearing shorts, he would walk around and say, I'm natural. And everyone would say, yeah, we know Hussein. But because Hussein's waist, that's why I say it's 1 in a million genetics, because most people's waist is not that small. And so out, he's fitting in a medium. I'm thinking, how do you fit in a medium? I'm wearing 3XL. He fits because his waist is so bloody small. And so his upper body, it pops through. He looks like a gymnast. And so that is why he looks like he has so much muscle. Remember, again, he's in the 180s. He's 5'11" and a quarter.
Julian using descriptive language that isn't 100% accurate is proof of him being natural. Moreover, he also said he's afraid of needles. Case closed.
Yeah, another stupid comment. Being afraid of needles and all this stuff, it's bullshit. Obviously, you can take steroids in oral form, MK677 peptides and all that kind of stuff. Oh, and in case you're interested, you can, of course, go to AlgoRx in order to get your blood work. AlgoRx will get your blood work taken from them. It's very, very cheap.
You achieve this naturally.
And yes, there's no possible way that you achieve this natural. Or is there? I mean, he said virtually.
Everything laid out, and I'll be like, all right, cool, shoot for Olympia, you know what I mean? For real? Shoot for real. Holy shit, okay.
Yeah, 0% chance. Well, no, less than 1 in a million chance of winning the Mr. Olympia. And why? Because his shoulders aren't wide enough. I'm sorry, but he doesn't have the genetics for it. He has the genetics for size, but he doesn't have the genetics for shape. And so horrible arguments to say, I'm afraid of needles, therefore I'm not on steroids. I mean, I would have to attack that. If somebody told me that's the reason, I'm like, are you kidding me? I mean, I'm agreeing with Catabolic Twig. And so to say that he's afraid of needles and that's proof that he doesn't use
I mean, if you know what the fuck you're talking about, yeah, if you're afraid of needles, you wouldn't go on steroids. Like, oral steroids are for idiots who are afraid of needles. Like, oral steroids are just for stupid people. You're not really going to be able to do much with just orals.
Steroids, well, this is not worth it. But all that you need is he actually passed the blood work. That's all that he needed. Nothing else needs to be stated.
And despite that sounding authentic, I still want a little more confirmation. So while they get their blood drawn...
The video could have been just that. That's all that was needed. Every other thing, it's just hearsay, talking, speculating. This is the proof.
Years of hard training. Dude is 19.
Years of hard training. 15, 16, 17, 18, and now 19. Last I checked, 1, 2, 3, 4, almost 5. That qualifies as years.
Greg has oddly shaped fingers. They're very, like, fat at the end. Do you see that? They're so fat and stubby. Especially right at the tips. Were his fingers always like that? They look, like, fucked up. Like he smashed them with a hammer or something. Yeah, they look really fat and round at the end, like the butt of a carrot.
1, 2, 3, 4, almost 5. That qualifies as years, plural.
Yeah, they're like sausage
Even 2 years could be years of hard training. And remember, the majority of your gains, you're making them at the start of your lifting career.
Never been disappointed in a Jeff video before, but this is just silly. These guys are obviously painfully not natural, so someone as credited and respectful as yourself, this leaves a bad taste.
How is it that they're obviously painfully not natural? Now remember, I'm focusing on Julian and Hussein. There were 8 guys there. Some of those guys, I mean, they had decent physiques, but I wouldn't say they were suspicious. And so, how to lose all credibility in 16 minutes and 4 seconds? Test people's blood work, and then go by the science. And if the science says they're natural, agree with the science, and you've lost all credibility. I mean, I would say that probably whatever thousands of years ago when people thought the earth was flat, if you had said, hey, no, the earth is probably round, it probably rotates around the sun, you would have lost all credibility because you said what most people didn't believe. And so, how to lose all credibility? Say what people don't believe. Simple as that.
Jeff is absolutely blasting gear.
Interesting. Jeff is obviously blasting gear, yet Jeff tested his own blood work. They tested Jeff. And he came back normal. And so if it's obvious that he's testing gear because he's looking...
Dude, if you think Jeff Nippard is blasting gear, you're just, like, fucking dumb. Ugh. He still, to this day, hasn't been able to bench 405. Like, he's been training for a long time, too. Like, if he's blasting steroids and he still hasn't been able to bench 405, like, give me a fucking break. Like, that's just a silly claim.
Perhaps his all-time best right now. How does he looking his best right now? 155 pounds, but he's obviously blasting gear. Jeff, you're holding out on me. Show me the magic gear.
Oh my god.
And this one right here is my personal favorite. I'm interested in getting a GH cut like Julian without actually taking human growth hormone and staying natty. Can you do a video on that?
He doesn't even have a growth hormone gut at all. Doesn't have it in the slightest. I understand. What do people think? If you eat breakfast, you have a growth hormone gut? Is mine growth hormone gut? Look, I haven't eaten breakfast. There. GH gut. Man, I blasted way too much. haven't eaten in 12 hours. If I stick my stomach out, it's a little bit out there. If you eat food, your stomach is going to come out. It's as simple as that. And so there you have it. To summarize the video, all of you should hop on performance-enhancing drugs the first 2 years of your training, make all the gains and then some that you'll ever make your entire life. Stop. You'll probably keep all of those gains, and your blood work will be immaculate like Hussein Farhat. You'll live a long and healthy life, and so that is the hack. You start taking steroids when you first join the gym, abuse them, get your blood work done, make sure, perhaps just take a few things, make sure that you don't actually kill yourself during that time, you don't have horrendous acne and all those side effects, and then hop off after about a year and a half, and then tell everyone you're 100% natural, send me your blood work, you'll probably pass, and the world will then keep revolving.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I've had enough now.
Yeah, that anabolic stick guy is kind of stupid. What was his last upload?
So
Yikes.
And we've got my claim that it is junk science, and Paul is presumably on the other side of that claim. We're definitely going to discuss a lot about the Dublin Declaration. There's also a few other things that I've noticed as disagreements that we might have that we can get into as well. You're the only one, Paul, who wants to talk to me. I can't get, any of the others. I can't get Pierre Ederer or Colette Castor or, my big fish, Frederick Leroy. They're all shy.
I'm not sure they're shy, Chris, but your style is not one that appeals to everybody. It is what it is, but it tends to get rather personal at times, and that's not a scientific thing. That's just it appeals to your audience clearly. I'm a big boy. I don't really mind a bit of robust discussion, but the fundamentals of why the Dublin Declaration came about was that people got a bit frustrated with some of the non-scientific arguments being thrown out, and created a forum for scientists to talk about what was the actual data that existed around where livestock fitted into our global food system. That's what started off that meeting in 2022 in Dublin, and then last year there was a follow-up meeting in Denver. And I think there's now something over 1,200 signatures to the declaration. So it really just states that livestock are an important part of the system, and here is the science that backs that up.
Yeah, so it's just all industry-funded nonsense. Industry nonsense.
Well, I think that it's frustration with unscientific claims and sort of lack of context given to the evidence and so on that is also motivating a lot of the response to the Dublin Declaration. I think that it's clear the Dublin Declaration is telling a very selective part of the story. Would you agree with that?
No. I mean, I'm happy to debate any of the technical detail. It puts forward a case that basically points out historically why was livestock an important part of our food system. What is the current data around where the position, and particularly nutrition? I mean, nutrition's been a pretty hotly debated area. I'm not surprised people get pretty confused because they've been told various things at various times. And part of that is it's not one of the areas of science where it's as easy to do the sort of fundamental controlled studies that are the standard of science. So you end up with a lot of observational studies. And what time has told us is observational studies.
Oh, yes, observational studies. Well, I guess the jury's still out on whether or not smoking causes lung cancer because there's only observational studies, and we all know observational studies are kind of junk. They don't really tell you anything. So, pick up your cigarette, everybody. Start smoking, because there's no evidence cigarette smoking causes lung cancer. There's never been a single randomized trial published ever in humans. Fucking idiot.
These are pretty weak on the data.
We could get into some of the observational, epidemiology critique, and I know you like to have the global burden of disease study, but I want to stay on the claim at the moment that the Dublin Declaration is kind of selective in the parts of the story that it chooses to tell. I mean, the critique that I led focuses on the fact that the Dublin Declaration really is predominantly talking about agroecological systems, regenerative agriculture, so-called, and livestock in the developing world, with really very little to say at all about the majority of livestock, which are factory farmed livestock in developed countries. So that's why I say that it has a selective approach.
Look, again, we can get into the data on that. So yeah, look, if you look at fish and you look at poultry and you look at pigs, then they're mostly farmed in confined areas, and the level of confinement will vary dramatically around the world. But if you look at ruminants, it's actually on a global basis only about 2%. It's only about 2% of ruminants are actually farmed in confines. The rest of them are actually in paddocks.
Right, but they're also a tiny fraction of all livestock.
No, ruminants are not a small fraction of livestock. I mean, do you want to work on, if you work on numbers versus weight? So if you look on the weight, I mean, yeah, sure, but cows are a pretty big animal, and even sheep and goats. So again, it really comes down to the biomass as distinct from the numbers of animals. If we're looking at numbers, yeah.
Oh my god. Animals aren't people and individual beings. If we look at this is like claiming like rounding up pygmies and like killing them and eating them, it is not that bad, because like compared to fat people, you there's more biomass. Like it's just such a strange argument to make. Like
Fish
what?
And poultry are right up there. But they're also the dominant species that we eat now. So, pigs is the major, about 33% of animal based is pigs. Poultry is not far behind that. And then you get down to about 20.
Yeah, right. So it's okay to kill fat people, but it's not okay to kill midgets, because the amount of biomass that a fat person has is greater than a midget. What a fucking weirdo.
22% with cattle and buffalo, and then about 5 or 6% with goats and sheep. So,
yeah, of course. Pardon me, finish your point.
No, that's fine.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to. Feel free to interrupt me as well if you disagree with something that I'm saying. Yeah, that way we can have a bit more of a back and forth. So I appreciate the distinction between the number of animals versus the quantity of meat, right? If you're talking about number of animals, cattle are going to be less than 1%, right? But if you're talking about quantity of meat, it's a little bit higher than that. It's still only from.
Ant Orgy donated $2. Do ants have subjective experience? They probably do. Do all bugs have subjective experience? Probably not. There's probably some insects that aren't sentient or have like a very, very low level of sentience to where it wouldn't cross the threshold of like you really caring about them. So they might be able to like just detect light or something. But as far as being able to feel like pain or experience well-being, probably not. There very likely are some insects that don't have that ability. These ants aren't learning from past experience, just stomp them.
I dropped a damn piece of sausage on the ground, then waited for some fucking ant to find it. It saw that big-ass chunk of sausage, got all excited, and ran the fuck off to report. While wasting
Yeah,
time, he
I've
rolled
seen
back
this
in
stupid
sausage
shit.
again and angrily ran off.
Thanks for the donation, Ant Orgy.
From what I've seen, about 26% of all meat that's coming from ruminants.
Yeah, I think that's roughly tallies with the figures I had, about 22% and 5 or 6% on sheep and goats. So with 25% roughly. I mean, again, these numbers, we've probably got better data from obviously developed countries. It's a bit harder in Africa and India to actually crack actual numbers, but I think we're roughly agreeing on what those numbers are.
So ruminants then you're saying are largely not factory farmed, which
the figures about 2% of ruminants are. Again, it comes down to what. Yeah. And even then, no animal spends.
It's 85%.
Its entire life in a feedlot. So even those figures are a bit hard, because obviously the majority of animals are raised, bred.
Oh yeah, Jews didn't spend their entire lives in concentration camps, so the Holocaust wasn't that bad. It's not like they spent their entire lives in the concentration camp. It was just like a few months or a few weeks. This guy's a fucking psycho.
In paddocks, and they move into feedlots for finishing, and that finishing can be anywhere from as short as 45 days to 180 days if you're going, say, for the Japanese market, which wants a really marbled animal.
So we might be looking at less than 1% if we're talking about by number of animals, and about 20.
Son Goku donated $2. Read the comments. During the Great Depression, 48% of young adults lived with their parents. Today, it's 52%. Life was more affordable during the Great Depression than it is now. I'm not so sure if that's accurate. Food was far more expensive back then. And I don't know about rent. I know housing prices were cheaper, and that's because there wasn't like the crazy speculator market and all that shit, but food was way, way more expensive, and they didn't have things like iPhones. It's really hard to do a calculation on affordability. Like, wealth in general was way less than, like, back then than it was now, so I don't know. Kids stay home more so today because they want 200 grand a year jobs, not the $25 per hour and up jobs out there. No. U.S. Census Bureau, 55% of millennials, 26% of Gen Z are homeowners. Anybody comparing today with the Great Depression has no clue. Not a clue how bad it was. Well, what does he mean by this? You have to make comparison by age. Like, millennials at this point are, like, mostly going to be in their mid-30s or even in their 40s. So, I don't know what he means by that. Apples to oranges, well, during the Depression, there weren't many jobs, blah, blah, blah. Like, this isn't a very, like, this point doesn't really make any sense, but a lot of the shit that people are saying in the comments is stupid, too. Homeownership is far more difficult, way more expensive, and there's two main factors for it. One is you can get a mortgage, so because everyone knows you can get a mortgage and take out a loan, that drives up housing costs because you can now ask for more money because nobody actually needs cash for it. And on top of that, there's like just ridiculous zoning laws that prevent new houses from being built. So, and on top of that, like there's a speculator market and all this shit, NIMBYism. But it just seems like everybody's stupid. Thanks for the donation, Son Goku. Vegan gains.
So you got me on tape? Yeah, I raped. Jasmine didn't want it when I was working late. I needed to come. This is not the first date. Submit to me or it will be your fate. Got a problem with it? Say it to my face. I am a rapist like Andrew Tate.
That's a great poem. Thanks for the donation, Vegan Gains.
26-27% if we're talking about weight of meat coming from ruminants. And it sounds like we're in agreement that for poultry and pigs and fish, the majority are factory farmed.
Yeah, they're in confined. I think if you follow the CAFO terms, it's basically confined. Now, what that doesn't define is how confined is that. That's going to vary dramatically around the world in all of those species. So, you know, let's take China, for instance. China doesn't probably have it now, but it had about 50% of the world's pigs were in China, and half of those were in large operations and half of those were in backyard operations. Now, since the advent of African swine fever, that figure has changed. I haven't checked what it is now, but it's those sort of figures. If you look at Africa, then most of the poultry are going to be village chickens, but even they get confined at night because of predation. So, you know, if you've got 20 chickens, you put them in some sort of cage, generally in the home, because there's enough wild animals that eat them over night time.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we can talk about like the village chickens that have to be put away to not get eaten by foxes and stuff like that. I mean, it sounds like we're in agreement though. The majority of animals and the majority of meat is coming from factory farms, right, around the world.
Yeah, if you know, as I said, you know, pigs are around 3%, poultry around 32%. I mean, we've seen massive changes.
Of what, sorry?
Of the number of the meat that's eaten.
I see, yeah,
so if you go to meat and look at weight of meat and that, so that gives you that balance as to sort of numbers versus.
And then you'd have a percentage of each of those that are coming from factory farms versus not, right? And I grant that the majority of the cattle would be not.
Yeah, so that's the figures that I'm just trying to see. I wrote these figures down here. Pork 36%, poultry 33%, beef 24%, sheep and goats 5%. I don't know what fish, but we know now that aquaculture accounts for 50% of the species. So all of that is obviously some level of confined. Yeah. It's going to vary from pens to salmon to shrimp to tilapia. it's going to vary around the world.
Yeah, so appreciating that there's some variation between countries and variation between species, but looking at the picture overall, that most meat is coming from factory farms, right? And this is not like a big, discussed really at all in the Dublin Declaration. I think it gets kind of these kind of half sentences that are buried in the middle of paragraphs and not very easy to interpret as being a critique, frankly. I mean, most of this is about ecosystem services and about providing women a form of income and stuff like. We're talking about like 2% of meat around the world.
No, we're back to animals now. So if we're talking about meat, then
about 2% of meat that's produced and consumed in the lowest income countries, and I had a similar estimate of about 2% for ruminants or meat from ruminants which are purely pasture raised.
But again, I think we've got to just step back a bit. And when we talk about livestock, then obviously one of the biggest things with cattle and buffaloes is dairy. So we consume more dairy than we consume meat. So if we look at animal source protein, the most important source is actually dairy, because that's the dominant in Africa. Many animals, you can't afford to slaughter the animals, they're so valuable. India, obviously, for religious reasons. So actually you consume more dairy than we do meat on a global basis.
Okay, so
I don't know why it's so difficult to just eat tofu. Is that so complicated to just eat tofu? CDG got timed out, nigga, donate $2. I didn't time out CDG tonight. I don't know where he is.
Negra Arroyo Lane, Albuquerque, New Mexico, 87104. I live at 3.
UK motherfuckers giving out their full ID so they can goon. Oh, that is so stupid. Yeah, they're just gonna have a massive data breach.
Oh, what's your dream?
I want to have a Hellcat, 6 baby mamas, and EBT.
So Jamal.
Yeah.
Man, if all you do is think about women, you're focusing on the wrong thing entirely.
Totally. Always be mindful of your surroundings.
Exactly. You should be thinking about your competitors. Other alphas. What are they doing? What are they wearing? What do their abs look like? Are their glutes symmetrical? Visualize it at work, at a bar, wearing a tight shirt, emitting a strong masculine musk. Picture them in the shower. That's what real alphas do.
So true.
As a man, if all you...
Based. Thanks for the donation, CDG.
So, that's fine, but so the majority of animals are on factory farms, the majority of meat's coming from factory farms. You're sort of saying the majority of animal protein, maybe you could kind of find some metric whereby the majority is not coming from factory farms, but for the most part...
I'm not arguing on the factory farm business. I'm just saying that, you look at the context of the species, and when it comes down to ruminants, then the most important thing we take from ruminants is milk. And I did see the figures, I didn't write it down, but again, you can look at it on a weight basis, or volume basis, the amount of milk. A country like India, which is the largest dairy population in the world, for instance. So while they're a predominantly vegetarian community, dairy is fundamental to their diet.
Yeah, so, well, I'm just trying to focus on the claim that there's a selective focus in the Dublin Declaration, and my claim is that it's talking excessively, given the prevalence of such practices and the prevalence of meat which kind of falls in this category is giving disproportionate focus and argument to meat produced and consumed in developing countries and in agroecological systems. It's really, I give the analogy sometimes, it's like we can imagine a document coming out of the aviation industry where they talk the whole time about these great new solar-powered planes, and now you can have solar-powered planes, and solar-powered planes don't cause any impact to the environment, and solar-powered planes are so great, and put this out there and kind of take it to lobby that we don't need to fly any less. And that is what is being done with the Dublin Declaration and meat consumption. It's not representing actually most planes that people are able to fly on.
I don't know if I picked up the point. I think basically what the Dublin Declaration is about is saying that animal-based food is critical to the welfare of our food system. That's fundamentally what it's saying. We can get into, but if you're at the highest level, it's fundamentally saying
Oh, I see. If everyone goes vegan, we're all dead. Well, it was nice knowing you, everybody. I guess once we actually turn everyone vegan, we're dead. The world's gone. We won't be able to make tofu anymore because reasons.
Animal-based food, meat and dairy, are very important to our food systems.
So there's a whole thing about like the specific claims made in the Dublin Declaration and then what it tries to suggest and what it is used to then argue. Have you seen any of the things? Have you seen the study where they survey people about whether they found certain frames from the Dublin Declaration? Have you seen that study?
There are a couple of lengthy papers, critiques on the Dublin Declaration, and I think you'll find on the site you'll see, the various rebuttals to those. So,
I don't think there is a rebuttal to this one that I mentioned. I don't think there's a rebuttal to mine either. Let me check that. Yeah, there's no rebuttal to my paper still, I think. Let's see the yeah, no rebuttal to that as well. So, funnily enough, there's a rebuttal to their original critique, which was that the Dublin Declaration made these misleading claims, invoked misleading frames. One of which was, we need meat to be healthy. One of which was, reducing animal production and consumption is not necessary or helpful to sufficiently limit the environmental impact of the food system. And when those critiques were made of the Dublin Declaration that it, suggested these claims, the authors on the rebuttals page didn't seek to defend those claims. They just said, no, we didn't say that. And
I think
subsequently, the critics found empirical evidence that this was indeed inferred from what they had said.
Look, I don't know that you'd have too many of the Dublin Declaration scientists who would argue that animal-based protein is not good for your health. So
the claim is that we need meat to be healthy.
Look, I think in general the answer to that is yes, we do.
I don't think that is correct.
Well, but Chris, what data do you want to?
Yes, we need meat to be healthy. How else are we going to build muscle and, so on and so forth, something or other, nutrition, nutrients, vitamin B12, and whatnot, if we don't eat meat. Oh, wait. Love how this, old, dried-up turd, raggedy-ass motherfucker is saying we need meat to be healthy. Buddy, have you even done a push-up in your entire life?
Well, let's have a talk about the data. If you talk about, the claims around the fact that there was linked to a range of diseases with unprocessed meat, then that's been pretty extensively rebutted now by the Global Burden of Disease. They actually corrected their own data, which was used by a lot of other groups. So in 2019, when they put out the report, they made some statements which were criticised by a range of people, and they subsequently published a review in Nature Medicine in 2022, which agreed that there was essentially little to no data linking the consumption of unprocessed meat to a whole range of diseases. So that was a pretty important, because it actually repudiated what they had said previously.
Yeah, so we can get into the global burden of disease stuff, and I disagree with your interpretation of what's been said on the impact of unprocessed red meat. We can get into that. This is kind of a different claim to the frame invoked that we need meat to be healthy, right? We can talk about whether...
Yes, we can get into micronutrient deficiency. So we know that micronutrient deficiency is a major problem around the world, severe problem in developing countries, but even in developed countries.
That doesn't mean you need meat to be healthy. That's a completely separate claim. The claim he's making now is that in these developing countries that don't have access to alternative food sources, animal products are a good source of certain micronutrients. It's entirely separate to saying we need meat to be healthy.
When they look at, say, women are of that sort of reproductive age, then over 60% will have one or more micronutrient deficiencies.
You should get ready for the 24-hour Roblox stream tomorrow. You'll regret not preparing. I'm on steroids now, so I think I'm ready for anything.
So, and we know that sort of things like dairy and meat are very good at balancing. So when you get into micronutrient deficiencies, when you look at the work from Ty Beale from the GAIN Institute or Beale Alarid Institute, then a lot of the focus is actually on micronutrient deficiency.
Yeah, well, and again, that's fine. It's not directly addressing the claim that we need meat to be healthy. I mean, it's a very specific claim being made, right? Like, you cannot be healthy without meat. Is another way of putting that claim, which I don't think.
Well, the vast majority of the population it's been demonstrated in that regard. I mean, the reality
don't think that's correct.
Well, let's have.
Yes, that's why the Adventist vegetarians live longer and have lower rates of chronic disease. All the healthy meat eaters who are overweight, have diabetes, hypertension, and live 9 years shorter. They're way better off than the vegans and vegetarians. What a fucking dork. Buddy, look at this fucking guy. I love hearing this from, just pieces of shit. This dude is overweight. And I get that he's old, but, I mean, half your face is fucking rotted away. you're like, this guy can guarantee you he's never been athletic in his entire fucking life. You need meat to be healthy. I wouldn't be where I am today if I didn't eat fucking McDonald's and bacon and my mom made me salami sandwiches. Like, fucking moron. Kid Boo tonight, $2 come on. Come to the bright side. Demon Slayer movie has surpassed 120 million USD in just 17 days. Isn't that not very good? That doesn't sound like it's great. Maybe it's good for an anime movie? Demon Slayer sucks. It's horrendous. Terrible, terrible anime. Thanks for the donation though, Kid Boo.
Crazy story. I exposed someone that everyone loved for being a child molester when I was younger, and he was trying to do this to more people. He had this charismatic ex-gangster persona and people basically swept it under. I thought people hated comos.
Well, there's a reason why people like that get away with those crimes for so long, and yeah, I think one aspect to it is a lot of dumbasses help protect them. Thanks for the donation, Vegan Gains.
Have a look at what people's preferences are.
Well, that doesn't really tell you about what they need to be healthy, right? People's preferences
what are we going to do? Are we going to take away preference? I mean,
it's just a different discussion about what's healthy, right? People.
This guy is saying because people like eating meat, meat is healthy. Okay, I guess McDonald's, KFC, Burger King, Skittles, ice cream. Oh, good news. It's all good for you because you want to eat it. I guess fentanyl is actually a really healthy drug that's going to help us live longer because right now there's a ton of people who are really trying to get fentanyl. I guess crack is really good for black people because in the 90s, a lot of black dudes were on crack. So I guess for black people in particular, crack is great. I guess like white dudes, crystal meth is really good for them because a lot of white dudes love smoking crystal meth. So anything you want to do is healthy and good for you, apparently.
Prefer Mars bars.
Well, yeah, we know people aren't really good at that, but we also know that there's a lot of data. You go and talk to most nutritionists; they want people to have a quantity of animal-based food in their diet. They know it's good for them.
That's an appeal to authority.
Is there a chance that the anime Goblin Slayer was actually a veiled anti-Islam piece?
I don't see the Islam connection. Yeah, I'm not, unless there's something I'm forgetting from the anime, I'm not really seeing much of an Islam connection. Like, I guess aside from the gang rapes. But thanks for the donation, Allah.
We know fish is good for people. You know, I mean, again, it's different species for different things.
God.
But we know that people who eat, have a reasonable amount of animal-based protein have a very healthy diet. We talk about the Mediterranean diet.
Yeah.
So we know these things. I mean, the studies on dairy are overwhelming. There was a 6-country study showing that in elderly people, if you increase their content of dairy, we got 30% less breaks. We got 40%.
Yeah, so that's not true. That was due to socioeconomic status. So in European countries, in particular, dairy is extremely expensive. So you end up having higher survival rates because the people eating more dairy are more wealthy.
% less falls. I mean, it's better than we get with most drugs. So I think the data on the importance. Now, can you exist without it? Yeah, there's a small group of people who do, but they can't do it without heavily supplementing. And that comes at a cost.
I do not heavily supplement. I take a multivitamin, and that's that. Oh. What does he mean by heavily supplementing? Like, if you literally just take a multivitamin, you're heavily supplementing?
Okay, so it sounds like, apart from all the other stuff, we don't need meat to be healthy.
For the majority of people, they do, because supplementation is not something they can either afford or access. So if you talk about people and you talk about
so it sounds like we're talking about the developing world again, though, right?
No, not at all. The micronutrient deficiency.
We would have to be talking about the developing world. Like, dude, you can buy multivitamins at a dollar store. They're extremely inexpensive. I wouldn't recommend getting multivitamins from a dollar store, but, like, they're very inexpensive.
Efficiency we see globally, as I just quoted one of the figures from Ty Beale, over 60% of women globally in childbearing age, reproductive age, have one or more micronutrient deficiencies.
It's kind of orthogonal.
So, isn't this in contradiction with what he just said, that meat makes it so you get all the nutrition you need? So now all of a sudden, apparently the majority of people who are eating meat are micronutrient deficient. So on the one hand, we need meat for micronutrients, but the majority of people who eat meat are micronutrient deficient. So I guess meat isn't that helpful in preventing micronutrient deficiencies, is it, jackass? I literally just got a blood test and they found no micronutrient deficiencies. So fuck you, you old ass retard. Let me see.
Are you a fan of any of the BMW M cars? If you had to choose between M-Gore and M, what would you pick? Also watch that link, nigga, thanks.
Between AMG or M? Like, literally any AMG or any M car? Like, aren't there some ridiculous fucking cars in the AMG lineup? Like, could I even choose, like, some of the race cars, like the AMG GT3? What is this stupid shit? I just wanna... Oh my god. Here we fucking go. Oh my god, what? I just want to see the fucking cars in the AMG lineup, you cocksucker! I don't know why. Why? It has to be this complicated. Why are you such a cunt? Okay, yeah, BMW's better. I'm sure if I looked at the BMW website, they wouldn't give me this fucking problem. Oh my god, fine. Concept AMG? Yeah, what's the... I'm pretty sure the Mercedes AMG GT3 car is probably better than the BMW M4 GT3. So if I could have anything, I might go for the AMG. I've raced it in a simulator anyway, and I preferred the Mercedes AMG GT3. So I'd go for that. Let me... Wow, that guy sucks at riding. Dude.
The fuck, dude? Are you okay? Damn, lay down, lay down.
I've never seen anything so stupid in my fucking life. That guy can't ride. Well, thanks for the donation, Pika. Okay, I gotta take a really bad piss. I'll be right back.
To the discussion that we're having, I mean, that could be true. Like, that could be true regardless of whether we need meat to be healthy. This is not quite on the same. So you're saying if people can, for anyone who can afford supplements, they do not need meat to be healthy.
I wouldn't disagree. I wouldn't advise anyone to take supplements over meat because, or dairy, to be honest, because we know that the bioavailability of micronutrients is far better when they're associated with.
Not true. That is completely false.
Animal-based food. So we know that iron, for instance, and we know that quality of protein, about the only plant.
I've gotten my blood work done. I'm not iron deficient, and I'm not taking an iron supplement, and there's a very, very small amount of iron in the multivitamin I'm taking.
Based protein that has a reasonable quality is soy. Now, if you get into a lot of the other staple diets, then the quality of the protein, like rice is one, for instance. Rice and...
Oh, weird. Soy is high in nutrition, sort of like how we feed, cows soy. Maybe we could skip a step. What a fucking idiot.
Oats have very poor quality protein. So if the quantities that you...
Well, maybe don't try to use oats as a source of protein, you fuckwit. This is like saying, corn is a really bad source of water. Like, you shouldn't be using corn to get your daily hydration because, like, corn kernels only have, like, a 0.03% concentration of water. Like, I don't look for corn as a source of water and hydration the same reason I don't look at oats as a source of protein, you fucking idiot. Like, what a moron. Like, what's the point of even... Everybody knows. Like, it's just... This guy's an idiot.
Quite high. So again, it's not just where it comes from. It's the fact that both on quality of protein and on bioavailability of micronutrients, we know that animal-based foods...
Yeah, right. Look at me, protein deficient here. Oh my god. I'm not getting enough protein. Yeah, how much can you bench, you little bitch? How many push-ups have you ever done in your entire fucking life, asshole? N-word penis, Stony Tillers, do you think M cars suck? No, they don't suck. Do you think the M4 sucks? No, that's a great car. Fuck you, faggot, N-word, coon spook. Alright, well, thank you for the donation, N-word penis.
Superior.
Okay, that's interesting. Well, you're taking a different...
Hey, Gum Gum. What's going on over there? What's my kitty doing? What's this kitty up to? Gonna jump up? Yeah, there we go. That's what I'd call a good cat. Oh, he's purring. Yes. That's what I'd call a good cat. This is a high-quality cat. Oh, yeah. This is 15 pounds of nice, fuzzy kitty goodness. Oh my god, I love kitties. Oh, kitties are so good. Oh, that's a nice cat. Oh my god. Oh, yes. Oh, that's a good kitty. Oh my goodness. I love cats.
Different tax to the Durham Declaration authors then, who, in their rebuttal to the claim that this misleading claim was invoked, they weren't trying to defend this claim, but you are going to defend the claim we need meat to be healthy. That's okay.
Thanks for the membership, Heritage Collector.
Taking kind of a different...
I think for the vast majority of people, the answer is yes.
Okay, well, that's all right. You're taking a different route to the other Dublin
Declaration. And again, I think the important there is to distinguish. We're talking about animal-based protein here. So we're talking about milk, we're talking about dairy, we're talking about eggs. When we know in Africa, for instance, there's 140 million children with micronutrient deficient, which means they're runted and stunted. And they then have cognitive dysfunctions. Those children won't recover from that because they didn't get the essential nutrients in that first 5 years of age. An egg a day or a glass of milk a day would have completely prevented that. So yes, it is.
Or like a block of tofu, or a multivitamin, or any other number of fucking foods they could have eaten. Oh, this guy is fucking stupid. You're fucking dumb, dude. This guy is fucking dumb.
Developing country, but that's where the nutrient issues are the greatest. But even in developed countries, we know that our diets aren't good. I mean, the one I think I've quoted before. Look at Jack Bobo's book on why smart people make dumb food choices. He explains a lot about why we continue. We know the data, but we continue to make bad choices. 40% of what in the Western world, 40% of what we consume has no nutritional value whatsoever.
No offense. You come off as a super smart dude. Your intelligence could be a valuable asset for a lot of really high-paying jobs. Why do you waste it being a streamer that helps a bunch of gay dudes bust to orgasm?
Because I don't have to get up in the morning and go to work. I prefer kind of just having more free time and doing whatever the hell I want all day. It's pretty dope. Thanks for the donation, though, Alex O'Connor.
So if you wanted to start, yeah, that's published data. It's published by a range of people.
By no nutritional value, what does that mean?
Exactly what it says. It has no nutritional value. We can go in and look at it. If you look at Doritos, let's say, there is no nutritional.
What? Okay, this guy literally has absolutely no clue what he's talking about. Doritos have no nutritional value, so they don't have any calories? Like, you can look at the back of a, Doritos. They have some, like, vitamins and minerals in it. It might not be a lot, but it has some. Like, we know it has calories. So what does he mean by no nutritional value? Is he saying, like, calories aren't nutritionally important? Like, what the So, yeah, no shit. No wonder this guy is saying the dumbest, like, most stupid fucking crap imaginable. He has no fucking clue what he's talking about.
Value in a Dorito. Alcohol doesn't have any nutritional value. I mean, there's actually quite nice maps where people have pointed out, they put a picture of the average diet in actual...
Again, alcohol has calories, so I don't know what he means by it doesn't have nutritional value.
Food groups, and shown the fact that, this is the 40%. So you can go in and look at what the data is on those foods. So that would be a great start in many countries. If we wanted to actually tackle the obesity epidemic, we'd start with that 40%. Let's cut these things out. And look, people know it, but they still eat it.
We need to form a ragtag team. A guild. The quest is calling. We need ripped and smart vegans to campaign. There will be hijinks. But our authenticity will flip the polarity. Are you in VG? I'm ready to get stuck the fuck in. Whoa woo.
As long as I can use a gun. Thanks for the donation, Allah. So, this completely contradicts what this guy just said before. He claimed meat is good for you because people want to eat it. And now he's saying what people want to eat has no nutritional value. So, which is it? Can you make up your own fucking mind? Do you have dementia? Is your brain Alzheimer's riddled because you ate too much meat, fuckface? Do you remember the last few words you said? What year is it, Grandpa? Do you know what year it is?
So that's one part of our problem in our diet system, in our food system.
Yeah, I've got some notes on. We can talk about the obesity thing as well, because I know you and I have had some back and forth on that issue previously. It sounds like you are resisting me on the we need meat on we don't need meat to be healthy, right? You're saying that we do need meat to be healthy.
For the majority of people, the easiest way for them to get a balanced diet.
This is a different claim, though, right?
No, a balanced diet is a healthy diet.
Easiest way. You're talking about the easiest way, and the majority of people. Do we need meat to be healthy? That's my question.
Well, for the majority of people, the answer is yes.
Okay, but you're not. So you're not talking about the easiest way, though, right? They need it.
Look, again, what do we know about diets? We know that in the Western world, about
Tofu just makes things so much more difficult, guys. Apparently, if you eat pepperoni pizzas, it's so much easier to get the nutrition you need compared to if you ate fruits and vegetables and tofu and stuff like that. Yeah, none of this, what this guy is saying, is in any way congruent. I know meat is healthy because people want to eat meat. People want to eat foods that have no nutritional value. It's easier to get the nutrition you need if you eat meat. The majority of people who eat meat have micronutrient deficiencies. Like, literally, nothing this guy is saying adds up in any fucking way. Like, and he doesn't even realize his own, like, stupid fucking contradictions.
14% of people have what we would say a nutrient-deficient diet, and a lot of that is driven by convenience.
Okay, I'm not getting to a clear thing on whether we need meat. Though. You're basically saying yes.
Yeah, so it's feeding the children fast foods and things like this. We know that convenience has taken over. We know that the rise in highly processed food is now washing through the world.
All right, well, we can go on to a more general thing about. Okay, I don't know. I don't want to burn all our time on that. I know we've got a limited amount of time. So another misleading thing that the Dumb Declaration is said to invoke, and again, the author's response was to deny having said this, right? It's not to actually defend the claim I'm about to give, but subsequently, again, empirical evidence found that this idea is in fact invoked. The authors deny invoking it. The idea is reducing animal production and consumption is not necessary or even helpful to sufficiently limit the environmental impact of the food system. Do you agree that we need to decrease our consumption of animal products in developed countries for environmental reasons?
I think we need to decrease our consumption of food in general. If you look at our obesity epidemic, and
would that improve animal products, or would that include animal products?
Well, I think it's all proportional. I mean, you'd start with the 40% that has no nutritional value. I mean, that would be a good start. Okay, so a blanket comment to say, hey, if you're obese, cut out your animal-based protein. No, that would not be good nutritional advice.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, so there is the obesity thing which we can talk about. At the moment, I'm talking about the environmental impact there. This is the second.
So let's talk about environment. So we know that when it comes down to greenhouse gases in particular, that our livestock are about 12%. Okay, that's the biggest issue that people are looking at when it comes to the environmental. That's why the livestock industry in particular is spending so much money on looking at ways we can reduce, particularly for ruminants, it's methane. The pigs and chickens, it's different greenhouse gases. It's not the same because methane emission is largely a fact of rumination. So it's ruminants where we're looking at methane in particular. So the industry and the industry has quite steep targets for reducing. So when I was on the dairy board, our target was a 30% reduction from the baseline of 2005, and we're well on the way to that.
Does that include decreasing consumption? Because that'd be one really easy way to decrease those emissions, right? Rather than doing things like changing diet and genetics and such as consuming less of it.
It depends on who you're giving advice to. If you're talking to someone who's morbidly obese, yeah, it would probably include it. But if you're talking to young children, elderly, women of childbearing age, no, you wouldn't recommend it. You'd actually recommend cutting out other things.
But if you're talking to like a government in terms of reducing emissions,
then again, what you need to balance in is nutrition. So the advice you would give to people would not be blanket. It would not make any sense on a nutritional basis to argue. It's like let's have a look at one of the growth areas in alternative proteins has been alternative dairy. Now that hit about 10% in Australia, about 15%. It's sort of flattened and gone down a bit since then. But at the same time, you would not recommend to parents to substitute cow's milk for oat milk, on a nutritional basis for children under 5. You would not recommend it for elderly.
Then maybe use soy milk, you dumb fuck?
We've got the data that's showing increasing dairy is actually really good because of the calcium. So when you get food recommendations, they must be specific.
Again, tofu is extremely high in calcium. This guy doesn't know anything about nutrition. If you want to eat it, it's good for you. Fucking idiot.
For the needs of those populations.
And with respect to the obesity rate, which I know is something that we have had some back and forth, right? We've got, I think, similar rates of overweight and obese in the UK and Australia. It's majority, right? It's upwards of 50% are in this category.
Yeah, it depends on how people morbidly obese to obese, but it's shockingly high.
And these people could do with eating less animal products.
They can do with eating less of everything. I mean, I lived in the US for 5 years.
That would include animal products, though, right?
Yeah, I mean, but again, it's going to be contextual for where that person is. As I said, for young children, no, I wouldn't recommend that. I'd cut out a lot of other things. Sugar would be a really great one. We're seeing this debate in the US now that Coca-Cola is going to move from, concentrated, syrup to sugarcane, as if that's actually going to have an impact. I mean, we've got crazy stuff happening when it comes to, what governments are recommending, unfortunately, because it's highly political.
Okay. All right. So good. So the people who are obese, for the most part, we do agree that they should be eating less meat and they should also be eating less of other stuff, right? Processed foods and other stuff that you mentioned.
Well, I'd start with a 40% that has no nutritional value. That would be a pretty good start.
It's okay. Well, we can talk about priorities within that. Sounds like we're in agreement that they're eating fewer animal products is going to be a part of that, right? And of course, this can be some of the processed foods, right? People are eating a lot of crap that is processed animal foods.
Yeah, look, again, it depends on where the person's at. And as I said, the biggest problem in the US is when you go into a restaurant, they sell on the basis of the quantity of food they put in front of you. I would go into a restaurant and, have a meal, and I would take away 2/3 of that. I'd have another 2 meals. Sure. It is ridiculous. But it's so ingrained in the US culture. If I wanted to put on an event to get people to turn up, in Australia, I'd just supply alcohol. People turn up. In America, donut holes. I mean, it's so ingrained in the culture. And what is sad there is you see morbidly obese young children.
Yeah,
that is a real process, and that's why the sort of the GLP-1 inhibitor craze has taken off, because people want an easy fix. They don't want to change their diet; they want an easy fix, but they're not long-term solutions.
You've stumbled onto a key thing we're going to have.
They are long-term solutions. How in the fuck are medications that reduce your hunger not a long-term solution? And what is... It's such a bizarre statement, too. The drugs reduce the amount of food you eat, but they don't change your diet. Well, reducing the amount of food you eat is a dietary change. What the fuck are you talking about? These drugs do fundamentally change your diet by making you eat less, you fucking moron. This guy is so dumb. He's genuinely stupid.
In common as English and Australian.
But, he's Australian. What the fuck do you expect? I don't think there's any doubt anymore. If you're Australian, you're dumb. It's just the way it is. I don't know what the fuck is wrong with you people. Maybe it's the UV radiation?
Respectively, which is hating on Americans. So we've found some.
I don't hate Americans. I've got a lot of American friends. I hate the American food system.
Right.
Because unfortunately it's quantity, it's not quality, and it's so dominant in the restaurant system. Particularly in the chains. I mean, they've got a difference here. We have sort of your fast food and then your restaurants. There they have fast food, and then they have all their restaurant chains, and then they have quality restaurants.
Oh my God!
The first two, fast food and food chains, dominate.
Yeah. And so on the obese issue then, with food consumption going down...
Do you think when large internet figures like Cosmic Skeptic ex-vegan hurts the vegan movement? Do you think it significantly reduced the chances of people going vegan?
I am honestly not entirely sure. I don't know if anyone gives a shit. I don't know if it makes anybody quit veganism because they do it. I don't know if it slows down conversion to people who are eating meat to going vegan. I have no idea. Anecdotally, and I mean, I do have a very high amount of bias here, but for the most part, looking at his own community, it seems like even members of his own community think he was being an idiot doing that. So, I have no idea, though. I really wouldn't be able to tell you. Thanks for the donation, Jury Insider.
And as being a part of that, would you agree with me that the 66% who are overweight or obese are very likely eating, I said 80% plus of the meat. I think we could quibble about the exact amount, but it's probably going to be more than 66%, right? That portion of the population, they're eating more than that population average.
I haven't seen any data on that, on people cutting it that way. We do know that, morbidly obese people eat just far too much, but mostly they eat too much sugar. They eat too much refined, ultra processed food. They don't eat enough fiber. So there's a range of things we do know. I don't know I haven't ever looked at figures of that on a percentage.
Fair.
But you're going to have people. I mean, you're going to have people who, whatever their food preference is, they gorge out on it. You know
Yeah.
what I mean,
So 80%
you know,
is
they
my
take-
sort of ambitious bar. But would you agree with me that 66% is eating a majority of the meat? Very likely.
I don't know what they think is. I mean, if we look at global diet, 80% of our diets are plant-based and 20% are animal-based. I thought it was 70-30, but I went and looked it up. That was quite surprising. So it's 80% on a global basis. Now, then you shift from
But
some
I just mean
countries
like
to
of the meat consumed in Australia. Right, we've got all the meat consumed in Australia.
Yeah.
At whatever amount of kilos per, amount of tons per year. We've got.
How many animals do you think you're personally responsible for saving through creating vegans? I have no idea. Would not be able to quantify.
2/3 of the population are in this overweight or obese category. If you had to guess, what proportion of that big chunk of overall meat are they eating?
Look, I don't know. And again, I put dairy in there. So I think you've got to actually look at animal-based food as distinct from meat.
Well, you could go either way, but I mean, if you had to guess, would you
more
say
dairy.
Oh my god. I just realized. Not only is this guy Australian, but he's also pink. I don't know why anybody would take anything this guy fucking seriously. He's literally pink. Alright, well, we're done listening to dumb pink man here. But I am getting sleepy tired, and I am going to take my growth hormone so I can become even more tired. But, hope you all had fun. Big thanks to everybody who donated in Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. I should be streaming tomorrow night around the same time. And yeah, hopefully we'll be able to play games tomorrow night. But yeah, I'm just too tired. And, you know, such and such things. But thanks again, everybody. I will see you all tomorrow, and sweet dreams.